listening to music and writing some code. Um, and I'm gonna go ahead and this video is gonna be long, so it's probably gonna be a 2 or 3 hour long video of me walking up and down. So if you're just coming to the VOD, just know that. Um, Long form video is pretty much what I do. I don't do polished videos. So if you're running into this video on YouTube, maybe help me find the clips in it that are relevant to you that make a difference. That's you want to have be separate videos or shorts or whatever. But um, I'm going to complete an entire project to do deployment script. It's a relatively simple script. The goal is going to be to get it so that you can have a GitHub repo and you can run the deploy script. And by default, it will not do anything, and it will check a master file map to see if the files have changed in any way. And if they have changed, it'll do the right thing. And we're going to make it so that it works for Linux and Mac, which is something of a trick because I've already played with this, and it's going to use the stat command, and the stat command is different, quite a bit different on the two platforms. So I am gonna code this from scratch. I've coded something similar at work. However, this version that we're making is going to be based on YAML, and the one that I did at work is based on a rather weird specific format. That's line based, and this one's not going to be doing that. And I actually not sure I like the idea of generating my own. You'll see why as we get into it, that having a single file is a problem if you don't have a structured data language to put it all in. So like we want to make sure that we've got, structure, and that and we'll get into that. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to talk through this. One of the reasons that I don't stream much anymore is for my health. Um, Talking through a 3-hour stream while doing it is extremely stressful. It's really hard on your body, and is the reason that I got pretty out of shape was because of all the tech streaming that I was doing. So if you're wondering, so I'm going to try to take a lot of breaks. If you don't, got to be really careful here because I do not want to go back to that. And the number one cause for fat and lack of health is stress, creates cortisol and all of that. So I'm listening to some nice chill music. Hopefully you guys will do the same. And I'm going to try to get this done pretty quickly. Uh, how you doing, Holly? Hit me with what you got. We're going to be doing tech stuff now, Holly, not that other stuff. Holly and I had a really great conversation with the rest of the stream about some other Valentine's Day related issues. Am I still in the Zwift category? I'll have to restart the stream if that's true. Here, I'll just change the category on Zwift. Sorry about that, everybody. I forgot. It's been so long since I've been coding. I'm going to change it. So maybe that's why people didn't see they didn't come in past. So I guess this is software and game dev, even though I hate that name. I really hate that name. What game are you making? I always hate that. How you doing, Restreambot Ethan? How you doing? Software. Can I just say how much I hate the software and game development category? I despise it. I I always have. I got in so much trouble before. All right, let's actually not hate on things on this beautiful Valentine's Day and write a little bit of code for my fishies. Get out of the fishies. I will talk through what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be reading the chat very frequently, mostly so that I can focus. How you doing, Fudnifiz? I will occasionally come up for air, and when I come up for air, you can let me know. If I don't do this, I won't get anything done. I'll just get stuck chatting as I always do. This is my repo. No, Holly, we're not going to talk about that right now. It'd be a great topic though, right? It's a much more fun topic. See, this is why I have to be careful. That's why I don't code online because I don't get anything done. There's too many other fun, interesting people to talk to. All right, so first things first, let's make a repo. Which I wonder if my GH is logged in. GH status. See if I'm logged into GitHub. Looks like I am. So assign issues, internal projects. Yep, looks like I am. All right, so boy. Okay. I am actually coding. Hey Dilip, how you doing? Uh GH, we're gonna make a new repo for this called deploy. GH repo create, deploy. Oops. Uh, 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 uh. Why you no happy? Why you no happy? Oh, right. I have to do public or private. I'm not running interactively. I guess I'll make it public. If you're not using the GitHub tool, you need to. Does Y2 see the Twitch chat? I don't think they see it. I don't think so. I think I turned chat off on there. The J-Loop could tell us though. They might. That's something for you guys to go figure out. I do know that YouTube chat is not saved with the mod on purpose. The link's at the top left. If you follow that link at the screen, Linktree Artibachrub, that'll get you to everything. All right, so all right, let's go into our new repo. So deploy. I'm gonna be writing this in Bash. Wait, did it not make it? Oh, I didn't autoclone it, did it? I bet you it didn't autoclone it. Hey, Alexman, how you doing? So you need to deploy. We'll start our TMX session up here so we have something to do. TMX is pretty slow lately. I don't know what's up with that. All right, so what is this deploy script gonna do? Sync, synchronize. How do I spell synchronize? And permissions. How you doing, Boris? Yeah, I'm actually coding. Yeah. So before we code anything, we want to write about what we made. So we're gonna do that. And we're gonna follow the draft PR workflow, which means for those of you who want to follow the changes that they're going, I'm gonna go ahead and make a PR. Okay. So what I'm going to do here, so pay attention. This is a very common workflow if you're working for a professional company that requires you to use Git. And so the way I'm going to follow the same methodology that I follow at work. So Git status we made a start. We have we're operating on main right now. And normally you would never do development on main. So first thing we need to do is make a branch. In fact, let's go ahead and change the setting so that you can't do anything to it without that. Cloud or open code? No, this is all from, I'm going to write this from scratch. Yeah, you guys can play around with all that if you want. This is not the kind of thing that I would trust to an AI ever, because it's going to be operating as root and changing files that exist in production. So this is the kind of thing that I still get paid the big bucks for, to do, like, real. I will use AI to answer questions and do little bits of code here and there, but not for that kind of thing. If you want to do that, fine. And I do. We do. I've done. I coded all of this overlay is all coded by the AI, 100%. The other overlays I've coded, they've all been AI, 100%, and I've just tweaked them a little bit. So I'm not against using AI to code, but not things that are running as root. So yeah, and I can see already the chat is like splintered into a fight about what's the best AI to help you code. So we'll let that go about its way. I'm gonna actually get something done. So GH, let's see, I'm gonna open this repo from the command line using the GH tool. If you're not using the GH tool, really, you should think about it. So we're gonna go in and change the settings on this repo to make it good. Repository deploy template repository, no. Require contributors to sign off on a web-based commits. No. Now I should normally require at least one other reviewer, but I am not going to do that because it's just me. And normally I would be okay with committing to main, but for the sake of this thing, I want to show you the process. So I'm going to actually make it so I cannot commit to main. I can only merge PRs. And another reason for that too is to squash and commit, so that I only have one commit to the entire thing representing all my changes, as opposed to tons and tons of changes that'll really clog up the work history. So this is the actual process that we use at work to keep things nice and simple. Releases enable release immutability. Being modified and released, no. Social preview, no. Features wiki, we don't want wikis. Issues, yes. Sponsorships, help your community know. Set a sponsorship on. I mean, okay, fine. So I haven't. Yeah, I already have sponsorships on the thing. I don't really care. I don't care about sponsorship on this. Preserve the repository, include code in Google Archive. I mean, okay. Discussions. You want to have a conversation about it, you can. I don't really care. Projects. Don't need that. Pull requests. Pull requests others to see just change your repository. Pull request permissions. All users creation allowed by users. If requested, pull requests will still be readable by everyone who can see the repository. Cloud readers only. I don't want people to submit random pull requests. Actually, no, I don't care. Maybe somebody will make this is actually quite cool. Like, somebody might find a way to make it better. Um, so pull requests, when merging pull requests, you can allow a combination of merge requests, allow merge commits, allow all commits from the head branch to merge branch to the main. Yes. Allow squash merging, yes. Actually, we only want squash merging. Rebase merging, nope. We just want squash merging. Always suggest update pull request branches. Allow auto merge, no. Automatically delete head branch. This is super important. If you don't do this, you'll be inundated with branches with that for all the changes you make, and you won't remember why. Make sure you turn that on. When creating it, so after a PR gets merged, it'll delete the branch it goes with. So seriously, make sure that's on. I wish that was the default. I wish that was the default. Get up LS, no. Limit how many branches a tag can be updated in a single push, no. Auto close issues like merging pull requests, yes, please. So like if you put in a number, if you like fixes a number or whatever, it'll close those issues at the same time. Super cool. Change visibility, no, no, no. I'm still looking for the requires, let's see, default branch to consider base. I can never find this setting. I always lose it. And enable release ability. I can't find the setting. This is why I'm doing this, because I want to get good at remembering these settings. I don't do this very often, but you need to find the setting that does not allow commits to the main branch. And I think it's under branches. Okay, here we go. Classic branch protections must not have not been configured. Add classic branch protection rule. Add branch rule set. This is new to me. So, is it collaborators? Protect your most important branches. Rule set name. Main. Wait, what? What did it just do? Add classic branch protection. I know classic. I'm gonna try the new one though. Let's do branch rule set name. Enforcement status active. This rule set will be enforced. Target branches, branch targeting, add a target main, include default branch. The default branch is main, I think. Wait, does it tell you what that is? Rule set name. No commits to main. Branch rules restrict creations, allow only users to bypass permission to create matching refs. I want to restrict everything. Require a pull request before merging. Required approvals is 0. I don't need approvals. Normally we have this on 1 or 2. Depends on how important the branch is. You can actually make it so that specific team members are requested. So like if you have a super important team member, like who you can do that, which is super cool. We need to do that on one of our branches. We have sort of a dev master situation going on while we're doing our Slurm upgrade. And so we need to make sure that people are committing to Slurm, and we need to make sure that the people who are doing the deployment. So anytime somebody deploys to Slurm, we don't have auto deployment on. We don't have any GitHub actions tied to it yet. So that takes time to get it to deploy, and that means somebody has to go do it. That's what the script is to help with, by the way. And we're already using it. So allow merge method, merge squash rebase. We are only going to allow merge commits, period. Actually, we're only going to allow squash commits. Now, allowing all of them is probably fine, but when merging pull requests, you can allow any combination of merge, squash, rebase. At least one option must be enabled squash. Status checks to pass, yes. Require branches to be up to date before merging. No. Do not require status checks on creation. No. No, we don't have anybody exempt. Restrict creations, restrict updates, restrict deletions, require linear history. No, we're not going to require linear history. I actually, if we just click this as the only thing, that will take care of everything. Hey, Bellum. So require a pull request before merging. Require all commits to be have a target branch. So the pull request before each can be merged. We're not going to allow you can't get anything into this branch without a PR. The end. So I think that is it. Squashing is best, and if you disagree, you're wrong. I agree, and we're going to talk about why that is in a second, because it allows you to do frequent commits that are thrown away in the end, that allow you to commit more frequently and keep everybody up to date on what's going on. Block force pushes, yep, require our code scanning results. We're not doing any code scanning. I don't have a code scanning tool on right now. If I were going to add that, we have Psycode at work, which is annoying, pain in the ass. It has to validate that everything is the way you want it. So go ahead and create. Use my pass key. I might have to turn my privacy on for a second. I need to find my pass key. Give me a second. Forgot about this. I'm going to get my pass key. I need a drink too. I should get a pop. I want a Shasta. I want to hear. I want it now. I want it. Oh, I want it. I want a pop. I want a Shasta. Nobody remembers that ad from forever ago. If you remember that ad, you're old. Ah. Ah. Crisp and clean and no caffeine. Yeah, once upon a time there were ads. The Chibis, thanks for the follow. Just saw your follow there. I'm not very I don't have lots of fancy fireworks go off when you follow like I used to have. Anyway, best beer commercial. Bud. Why, sir? Bud. Why? Bud's the king of beers. Da 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 da. Oh no, no, no! I can't code and drink beer at the same time. Not a thing that I'm able to do. All right, let's see if it actually works, shall we? All right, so we're gonna go back to our thing. You turn beer into code. You're not the first. I know a lot of people. You do the Balmer peak. I'm guessing. See, watch this. If I watch, we want to see this. Watch. Git add readme. Git commit. Uh, initial readme. Git push. It should fail. God damn it! You're not supposed to work. I failed. I can never remember these settings, so that's why I'm going into the setting. No commits to main. Apparently, it did not catch it. Branches. Cancel. Did I not click save or something? Oh, I click create. Required status cannot be empty. Oh. Please add at least one status check to disable the rule. High distance requires branches to be up to date. No, we don't want a status check. Okay, create. Rule set create. Could it be that I was not paying attention and the rule didn't actually get created? Robert. Why am I protecting synchronize deploy files from a repo to disparate destination percentage structure I run? Default and option to set ownership. All right, we're gonna get back to that. So, how many years have I been working? 1 or 2? This is the danger of streaming. You get a bunch of smart asses who think they're better than you, who are better than you. All right, so happy Valentine's, everybody. Git commit, fix this. The best commit message ever. You know why? It doesn't matter because they're all going to get thrown away. All these commit messages are going to get thrown away because we're squashing later. You'll see. Git push. Oh no, whatever will I do? I cannot make a change because I need a pull request. And it even helps me. It's like, here, you need to do the pull request, dummy. So let's do that. Thank God for the GitHub tool. GHPR create. So yeah, you can't create a PR until you have a commit. And I do, because reasons. Git status. I added that commit, so I'll wait to go. It says I got one commit to push. But I can't push it because I have to have a PR, as it so kindly told me. So then I can do this. I can say GHPR create dash dash draft. Why draft? Because we don't want to tell people that it's ready for review and all that yet. And there's a command called ready, PR ready, which will just change the PR to ready status. It's pretty cool stuff. If you're not doing it already, you should be. As a skip pushing the branch, nah, we want to push it. So oh wait. So another problem here is that actually we did not create a branch at all. Oh wait, I made a huge mistake. I'm glad I made this mistake in front of you all. I went to go create a PR, but I'm trying to create it against the main branch, which is a huge no. Oh. Let's do something even better. Let's make another branch for all of our development because I want to really get in the habit of doing this because I haven't been doing this at work. So, if I were to draw a picture for you, there are in most shops there's like a main branch, and then you have a PR. You know, you do a PR. Somebody makes a branch off the main branch, and then they do all their work, and then they merge that back into main, right? Um, but if if you're in an environment where your main branch is really sacred and you have another big release coming out, like a dev release, then the dev release should be a separate branch. And then what you do is when you're ready to do the final release, everybody commits over here to the dev release, and then you have one merge into the main release, and you make sure to look over all of that because that way you have people doing maintenance releases against main, and they're doing their PRs and their bug fixes against main against that release while the other development is happening at the same time. And learning how to reconcile all of that is a really essential skill. And so I'm actually going to emulate that even on this small project just so that you can see it and so I can build muscle memory for the commands. For example, instead of automatically making PRs and branches off of main, I should be getting into the habit of making PRs and branches off of dev. So let's go ahead and do that. You guys force push into master every day, and you use the master branch instead of calling it main. Yeah, welcome to the 90s. So that's not how you do it. I'm just saying. Pushing to main and master will get you fired. I promise you. If you're doing it in a production environment. And my job right now is because a lot of the guys that I work with are great, are amazing, talented people who built entire systems in Perl that we're importing right now. And they do not know Git. They know it a little bit, but they don't know all of this branching and merging and stuff. And frankly, I didn't really know it. You can go back to far enough in my YouTube videos; they're unpublished. But if you could see where I first learned Git and what a struggle it was. And by the way, if you're learning Git for the first time, Git tutorial is the best way to get started. I think it's the best way to get started. And somebody told me that too. How come it's not on here though? Why isn't it here? Did they separate it out? I think they broke it out. I think they did. Somebody told me about this, and I am so glad they did. All the websites and everything, they're all like lame. Hey, Nihilus, how you doing? For the follow. Is it possible to not know Git? Hell yeah, it's possible. It's pretty damn hard. YouTube DL, what? Install Git trim 30%. There's no Git. Tutorial. Did they change it? I think they might have broken it up from the main package. And merge the main is like we are two platform managers. We create an MR with a test name from Matura may merge to main. Is it okay with Git 4? I mean, not if it's more than two engines. Look, it's up to you. You do you. But if you are in a team with more than four, right now we have a catastrophic problem. The reason I'm writing this deploy script is because our engineers have said so openly. They've said, I miss the days in a public chat. They've said, I miss the days when we could just change stuff in our Perl or our Python and it just worked in production. And basically they're testing live in production because it's a systems integration world. And so they grew up in the world that I grew up in the 90s, which thank God I got, past, which is they're just used to deploying stuff like by changing the code directly. And sometimes they don't even have backups. They'll have a tarball. And when I first got on this team, and I love them. I love them deeply. But when I first got here 6 years ago, everything was tarballs all over. They didn't even have yet. They had no source management at all. So we do not live in that world anymore. And when we went from sysadmin to SRE, the fundamental distinction that Google made between the SRE title, Site Reliability Engineer, which is also an old term now, was that you knew how to code, and coding was a part of it. And knowing how to code means knowing source management, and knowing source management used to mean CVS, SVN. Yeah, I'm old, right? Rational rows at one point, and then I mean it's overwhelmingly Git now. So if you don't know the basics of Git and how to do Git branches, you need to learn it if you're going to be even in operations. I mean the title these days is sysde. Go search for this. I exceeded my current quota. Damn. What is sysd? Please redirect. Oh man, they broke everything. They're requiring JavaScript now to even search and. Man, so much has changed since I tech stream last. Yep. There we go. Understand a system in general. What is a system development engineer? Coding isn't expected as a software development engineer level, but it will still follow the process. So a SysDE is someone who spends all of their job. Thank you for that. It's somebody who spends all their time, um, developing systems that help other developers. So that role is both operations because they have to know about the systems they're integrating into. They're writing a lot of APIs, writing a lot of Go, a lot of Python. And in this case, I'm writing a lot of Perl because I have to integrate Slurm into our old PBS Perl system. That's what I'm currently doing. Anyway, so you got to know Git. That was the takeaway from that. And where were we? Where were we at? Oh, we were going to make a dev branch. So we're going to have a dev branch and a main branch. And it is the reason I went down that whole rabbit hole is because a lot of times you're going to have one or two people who really know Git to wrangle the rest of the people because right now what they're doing to get this testing it because it's fast, they want to get it fast, fast, fast. This is an existential threat and all that. And so they are changing this test system live. They're changing the web interface, they're changing all the code, and they're not capturing it anywhere. So I had to write this script out of necessity. I wrote this script because we didn't know what was real anymore. And I'll show you, I'll recreate the situation that we have today every day. And so someone will say, hey, I got this thing working, and they'll put that in the Teams message room. And then you'll go back and look and you'll see none of it's been saved anywhere. And then you go back and look at the source code, and there's like you have a master and a dev branch, and you don't even know what branch was responsible for the change, let alone where they came from the change. And so the development is like all over the place. And I want to show you a way in particular to do development using this method where you can set up the repo as your virtual environment, whether it's Python or Perl or whatever, and then you can actually test against that branch. And then when you're ready to deploy, you can put it out into the system so that it's used. And then it's just one step beyond that to integrate it with a GitHub action or something like dev release. Yeah. And, you know, but a lot of the engineers that I work with are absolutely brilliant, wonderful people who have been at the same company for 30 years and barely know, source management at all because they're operations people and they're absolutely brilliant. So, I think the main takeaway from this is even if you're in operations or you're a hacker, you should learn these techniques and figure out how to wrangle them in with the other things. Hey, how you doing, YouTube? Um, CI/CD is the best, people. Yeah. CI/CD saves us from all this problem. What is that? Continuous integration, continuous deployment. What that means is all that stuff I did to set up that PR, when that PR gets merged, that merge triggers an event that runs interactively from GitHub to the system to do the integration. And you can either have it so that it pushes it down like that, or you can have something called Git ops, which is you have a Git repo, and anytime there's a change made to the repo, there's something else either watching the repo or the repo triggers an event in another system, Argo CD, for example. And then that system pulls down the source and deploys it. So when you do that, whatever's in Git is the source of truth, right? But if you're like me and you work for a company that has a system that was written 30 years ago, and they're trying to modernize on all this stuff, you're not living in that perfect world. You're living in a world where you've got people changing files directly. You got people who hate Git and say so publicly all the time on calls. You have people that are like, we should never use Go because nobody can do any of the coding for it. Hey, you have so you're not dealing with this nice, pretty, happy world. People always ask me, like, why would you make an SSH integration layer into your deployment practice process when you could just stand up an HTTP endpoint over there and do a web API call? I said, because reasons. Because this thing is legacy and there's literally billions of dollars passing through this system, and people do not screw with stuff that already works to that level. All right, end rant. This is how I get sick, as I start ranting like that. um as set up CIC the first time, yeah. And I just got a new manager and she is so freaking cool. Oh my god, I love her so much. And she is also, um you know, she's also doing a bunch of stuff to get CI/CD working. And she's younger, which means that, she buys into that idea. She's also really into Jira, which is funny because even my younger people on my team are like, "Oh no, Jira, I hate Jira." So, but that's a part of it. So all of that, is a pretext. Um, it's yeah. And the funny thing is I am sick. I found out last week I am 6 years older than my second line senior manager. So I was like, huh, I'm gonna retire before them, which is kind of weird. Anyway, so we're gonna all of that was to say I'm gonna simulate, even though this is a stupid little deploy script. I'm gonna simulate all of that development process, mostly for me, but for you too. So this means that I have a main branch that I just put down protections on. I cannot merge to main directly anymore. I am locked out. I'm locked out from that. So that means I can do one of two things. I can make a PR against main, boom, and I can put it in there. Or I can make another branch that's also a main branch off of main, and then that branch can then be can go into that. I'm just in age group. Yes, I'm more senior. Get status. So let's just do the process if you just had main. Okay. So for me to do that, I have to make a PR. I have to make a branch. So I do. Now, there's lots of ways of making a branch. One of the fastest ways to make a branch, one of the coolest ways to make a branch with GitHub is to have an issue and then make a branch to develop on that issue. This is by far the sexiest thing because now you have an issue that's also like a single issue. It doesn't work if you have multiple issues, but if you have a single issue, you do this: issue create, and then you say what is the title going to be? It's like update README. And I can just leave it and submit that. Okay, now I have an issue. Now check this. This is so cool. Issue dash dash devel one. I think it's devel. Is it devel or develop? Oh, whoops. Issue develop. Now that'll actually open a branch. This is so cool. This opens a new branch for me and CDs it in for me. Actually, it didn't. Oh, I should have put clone. It didn't change into it. I want to do that better. Yeah. There's another command you can add to it, so it'll actually put you in the branch at the same time. Yeah. So I can't talk about that stuff. I'm sorry, guys. People want me to talk about opinions on things. I can't. I don't have time. So anyway, so in this case, I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to get switch instead of branch or checkout. It's just my preference. You can read about the differences if you don't get switch to one dash whatever. Get status. All right, so now I'm in a separate branch, and there's nothing in here. Now, the problem was that I made that other change to the main branch, so that is permanently broken. So I'm going to go back to main, and I need to back it out because I committed it to main. I committed it to the wrong branch, and now I can never merge that because its main is broken. It can't ever do that. I could create a PR for this, but you can't create a PR unless it's against a branch, and I would be creating a PR against main, which it warned me about. So in this case, I want to undo that last commit. And I am trying to remember the command for this, but I'm pretty sure it's get checkout head tilde head. What is it? Get rebase. I'm gonna go look it up in the AI. I say maybe I can do this. How do I back out a commit? This is a command that some people have like alias to something because they do it all the time, and I don't. So I'm gonna go look it up again. How do I reverse commit and get? This doesn't give me the AI. It's too bad. Oh, because it's DuckDuckGo. That's why. Stack Exchange. Lots of this stuff is the same thing you get out of an AI. Get reset hard. There it is. All right. So get reset hard. Oopsie. Get reset hard head on one. All right. So, all right. Get out of there and get paste that. And I get status, and that will wait, what? Get status. Does it change my thing? Oh, I undid my change. That's interesting. Yep. Unborst my commit. That like really did redid my pulled my change out. What I wanted it to do was to back out the change so that the file was showing as having been up to date. Or one is the number of commits. You do reset. You do get reset. I think the hard is what threw it out, threw it away. Get restore soft. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, get restore soft. I think that's probably that would have like brought back the last commit, but I wanted to reverse the commit. The difference is here. I want to try this one more time because I'm doing this partially for my own learning. Sanity check try run. So this is the change I made, but I made it against main, right? And then I committed it. All right, so that's the change I made, and then I did this. I did a get commit dot. Oh wait, I did a get add dot get commit dash m fix readme. Okay, I'm doing this against main on purpose because it's now that's tied to main. But if I were to do a PR, it's going to say don't do it against main because you don't want a PR against main, and I don't. Hard is to delete the changes. I think that's my mistake. I've done a get reset before, but I remember get reset head. So head back one. That's what that means. Top of the thing back one. And I think soft is a default. Yeah, unstaged changes after reset. Yep, get status. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay, so that's what I'm using. Uh, yeah, no, that's it. So that's what I was expecting because now I can do a git diff and you'll see that that has my change. It'll show the change that I made. So that's what I wanted. Now, why did I want to do that and not lose the change? I'm really glad I don't ever want to do hard again. Because let's say I did a ton of changes and I wanted to put those changes on a different branch so I could put them in a separate PR, then I would have just lost all that work. That would have been really catastrophic. I'm glad I had this mixed as a default. Interesting. I don't know what the default is, but soft would probably preserve it. The point is I don't want to lose all that changes against the wrong branch. Um, and I'm not quite sure you would have that stuff saved. I don't think I could have restored it. I think I lost it. Like I lost my changes. If that had been a lot of changes, that would have been really sad. So anyway, we're gonna do get what? We're gonna do get okay, we're gonna make a new branch. All right. So lots of ways of doing that. Get branch. It'll show us all our branches. So if you do get branch dash, is it A for all? This will show you your remote branches as well. Um, and you can see I have the one update README branch, right? So I can switch to that. So I'm showing you how to change against the main branch with a PR. So like this would be like if you're maintaining the master release, if that's what you're doing, and get switch one dot main get status. You'll see it's still here. I do get add read dot get commit. I can go look at my other commit message fix readme get status, but you see my branch has changed. By the way, if you do not have your PS1 prompt showing your branch, you definitely want that. That is so important. I cannot overstate how important that is. Go look at my dot files, artifactsrob/dot, if you want to find mine, how I do that. It's just the same as everybody else. And so yeah, git status. We're ready to push, git push. It goes and puts up. So you'll notice that the reason it did all of that, I didn't have to, set origin and upload and all that because I did the GH develop an issue. It does all that for me. So that's a really fun way to do it. We'll do it the other way next. So git status, and now I have my README updated, and I can do git update. So everything's good, right? So now we just need to merge the PR. If you want to review the PR up front, you can go look at it. Yeah, you have one starting to get nice. So if you can do git PR view web, that will show you. Oh, wait, we didn't create a pull request yet. Okay, let's do that. Git PR create and fix README. Okay, now the title of the PR is going to become the commit message if you squash. So we're going to spend some time here. We're going to say fix. We're going to use conventional commits. Fix is like add README details. And you can put that in there. You don't need to. I'm not going to submit this as draft because I know it's a fix. I'm going to get it right away. So now it's pull request 2. I can actually open that up. So GHPR view, like this just shows it you here. Project Classic is being deprecated. Interesting. That's new. GHPR view. I must have an old version of GH. I think I do. So this will open it up and show me my PR. Normally you'd have this stuff here. This is what you would review with your buddies. You'd share your screen and go through this and usually click on files changed. And then you see all the differences between the files. I actually have set display a rich diff or the source diff. You can do either one. This, you see how it shows the changes next to each other? There are different ways to control that. I have layout is split. You can do unified too, if this is what people use by default usually. I haven't been doing any code on this computer for months. So, you can change your view file. Oops, wrong one. Well, I want to go back to split mode. Split view is kind of nice, but it can get really verbose. So we're gonna that. So this shows you the exact change and where it was, and it's ready to go. So you can see the easiest way to start a review is to click on Files Change to say what's there, and click on Submit Review. Unless you're going to make a comment. Now, if I wanted to, I could say, "What the hell," and then I could say Start a Review. Or you could just click on comment. If it's a draft, you can't start a review. You have to click on comment only. But then you can still have the opportunity to come in and review the changes and then, upload them, download them, or whatever. And then start a review. And then once it's reviewed, you can put a comment in there. Pull requests authors can't approve their own pull requests. So this is a problem because, hey, who wants to approve my pull request? Because I cannot review my own pull requests, which is what you want. How would you even turn that on? You never want that on. You never ever want that on. But I'm kind of curious how you would even do that. So that just lets, if you're the author, the only thing that's why I didn't say resolve conversation. Oh, look, I can't. That was interesting. It wouldn't let me submit a review of my own code. It'll let me add a comment, but it will let me approve the merge, which is interesting. So here's the resolve conversation. Resolve conversation. The thing about that is you can actually make your own comments in your code as you're going through it and then come back to them and kind of visually see them. This is one place where a graphic user interface is really nice. So I'm going to do squash and merge and fix readme number 2. And yeah, you could do fix. And it shows you see how it automatically added the issue? Oops, what did I do? It automatically added the issue in there. Alexmir approved the changes. Nice. Thank you. Hello, old man. Resolve cover. I love this. This is awesome. So resolve conversation. Yeah, and then we're gonna go do here. We're gonna go down and say squash or merge. And this is the message you want to be really good, right? So fix add to readme, and it usually should be something very useful. And then confirm squash or merge. And then look, all the participants get credit. Alexmer got credit on my thing. So then you see how it got merged, and you're all set. The branch has been merged. So now if we did this right, it will also have deleted the branch. Okay. And we go through and we're gonna go look here, and we're gonna go do a git branch -a to see all the branches, and it looks like it's still there. So git fetch -- prune to get rid of all the branches. I don't want any branches except for what's there. Omg branch -a. Okay, so you see how when it closed the PR, it automatically closed the branch and it doesn't hang around. Now, it did not delete my local branch though. So I have to make sure, to do that. But if you ever want to question at that, get pull to get the latest changes that I just merged, and you can see my README is good to go. So that is a regular maintenance cycle for a main branch. And then you can go whatever. So it gets switch main. So we're in main, get branch -a, and we see we got all our branches. So we got this extraneous branch. I can get rid of it now. I wish it had gotten rid of it. Why doesn't prune get rid of it, guys? Why prune should get rid of it? I'm guessing. Nope, it doesn't. I guess it doesn't affect remote branch local branches, which is probably good because, yeah. Delete one dash. All right, disable message to get force delete branch. Yeah, because a lot of times people will do like localized things, and they want it to be around. Doing text streams. Oh my god, what the hell is happening? Everybody's like falling apart. All right, so clear. What do we got? Git status. Git branch. -a. All right, so absolutely pristine, clean repo, no extraneous branches. But now let's actually add a dev branch. So we're gonna branch. This is the secret. We're gonna branch main, and then all of our subsequent branches and PRs will be against the dev branch. So we're gonna say git branch. Git switch -c to create a new branch, and I'm gonna call it dev. And I'm going to make its base the main branch. And I can't remember if it's -b or if it's just main. Yeah, it's probably just main. So remember origin main. All right, so branch dev is set to track the origin main branch, and it switched to the new dev branch. So git branch - you want to do origin main and not main, otherwise it'll just be the local one. Stacked PRs, yes. Yeah, I haven't done that in a while. We don't need. That would blow everybody's mind away if I did that. So this branch hasn't been pushed yet, even though it's tracking origin main. It hasn't been pushed, so I need to push it. And it doesn't really have anything in it, but I'm going to go ahead and push -u origin. Wait. In this case, I want to probably put origin dev. Right? Is that right? I think it is. I might have that wrong. All right, so head is pointing to origin main. Dev is a thing, and then there's main. All right, so now we have an origin dev. And I think dev is off of main. Now, this is something I'm still trying to understand. So PRs can have their branch changed. Their target branch can be changed. But that's not as easy with the branches themselves. So if I do, we're gonna do a development branch here, and but I don't want to do direct work in the dev branch. In fact, I should make git log grep one line all. Let me try that. Ooh, that's a great command. Let's try that. Grep one line. Oh, that's a good command. Thank you for that. Oopsie. So initial readme commit head is pointing to dev. So mine is pointing to dev currently. Origin main, origin dev, origin head main. Fix add to readme. Okay. So, but one of the things. No, I don't want to do that. No. So, uh, next we're gonna. So we need to lock this branch down, right? So, gh branch view I think is a thing. Is that not a thing? Repo view. Web. So I'm going to go protect that branch. I'm going to protect the dev branch just like I protected the other ones. So we go to settings, branches, classic branch protections. Wait, what branches am I on? I thought we already had a rule set. Where did my other rule set go? Where did my other rule set go? Did I lose it? Repository rules. I feel like my other rule set got lost. Where is it? Branches. I don't know. Okay, I'm managing repo. I'm coding too. In the rules section. Oh, right. Oh, okay. That's what happened. No, because it's the main. Can I duplicate this? I wanna add a new rule set. New rule set, new branch rule set, yes. No commits to dev. Enforcement status active. Branches add target. Include by pattern. Dev. Inclusion pattern. Branch rules. Which rules should be applied? Restrict deletions. Pull request. No approvals. I can add the dev branch to the document. Oh, that would be faster because it's the same rule set. Yes, I forgot about that. That's a great idea. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's a great idea. Yeah, I don't live in this every day, so let's rename this. Can I change it? PR required. And then instead we'll just have default, and then we'll also add include by pattern. Let's also have a dev add inclusion pattern. Targets have changed, the branch match list will update and save. Okay. That's great. And we don't have to do it all again. Thank you for that. That was a great tip. So we're gonna add that. And now if we try to commit to dev, let's do it again. Let's test our rule. And readme another line. Git add, git commit, sham, something, git push. It's like, nope, can't do it. Gotta have a PR. Exactly what we wanted. All right, so now I need to back it out. Git restore head. Is it reset or restore? I can't remember. Rebase. There. Git status. Git. No, that wasn't it. What was it? Reset. I can't even remember. I suck. All right. Read me. All right. All right. So now we know we just wanted to check our rule set. Thank you. So now our rule set's set up, and now we can start writing code. And it's been an hour. How long have we been streaming? We've been streaming like an hour, and we still haven't coded anything, right? But we're doing it right. How long exactly? Exactly an hour. 1 hour exactly. Hey, how you doing, Gurman? Go run main. All right, so I need to take a break. I'm gonna grab a snack, come back, and we'll actually start coding. But if this is, hopefully this has been useful for you. I tell you what, one last thing. Let's create a branch off of this branch, and that's the whole reason for doing this. Because if you don't do this, your muscle memory will be wrong, and you'll forget the dash B. So what we want to do is we want to branch deb. We want to do a git switch, or you can check out whichever one you want. Git switch dash C, and we're going to make a new branch. We're going to say it. I'm going to call it. I'm going to use it my own convention. RVX Rob, because I'm the one doing the development, so I can find all my branches. If there's like hundreds of branches out there, I'm going to say add initial script, and then that's going to create a new branch. But this is what I always forget. This is why I'm doing it this way, even though it's a tiny little script. I always forget to set the base of the branch to the development branch. Otherwise, because if you cd into the dev branch, pull down the latest. I think let's actually check this. If you go to the dev branch and you pull down the latest, you can be pretty sure it's going to branch the right thing. But just to be safe, no matter where you are, you can create a new branch and switch to it and have it be based on the right parent, even if you're not in dev like I am now, but by remembering to add the dash B. And that says, I want this to be based on dev. I'm sorry. The PR. The PR is the same way. So this is okay. So switch to the new branch, right? All right. So let's make our first commit. So let's touch deploy and schmucks deploy. And we'll put in deploy, we'll put a shebang line, bin bash. And all right, so now we have something to add, right? So add git commit, and we don't care about the commit message because it's all going to get squashed. This is just for our reference. And so we get git commit, add initial deploy, bash script. I mean, you put whatever you want there. Git push. It's like, oh no, you can't push, right? Blah, blah, blah. Okay, you see how it says origin blah? Okay, we're going to do that. So we're going to do git push -u origin RVX tab, and that's going to add it. Okay, and now it says, hey, we suggest you make a PR. And so git log graph one line all again on the commits. Yes, eventually. So then we do this GHPR create -- draft. Why? Because we want to send the signal to everybody that they can't review. They can leave comments, but it's not ready for final review yet. It's just, but the reason for this is so that people can actively follow the development while you're doing it. Like all your micro commits that you're doing, those can all be followed by everybody on your team while you're doing them. And that proves that people are working on something because you can see their work in progress. If you don't have this, you're just trusting them. You're just like, oh yeah, I'm working on it. It's all in my home repo. Biggest lie ever made. People saying they're working on something and not working on it and then not having the commits to prove it. So if you want to, you don't even need a stand-up if you do this. If you do this right, especially if you have a small team and everybody is saving their commits, committing often to draft PRs, then anybody on the team can go in and see exactly what you did that day, let alone that hour. So before you take your lunch break, if you're doing, get commit often, commit frequently, commit often, commit early, commit often, then you can actually follow what your other team is doing, and you can head them off with the pass if you want to over lunch. You can be like, oh, well, let's see what they did today. They go, oh yeah, have you thought about going here? So you can proactively participate in everybody else's development and see what they're changing without having to kind of guess what they're doing, assuming they're committing it to the right repos and all that stuff. Uh, yeah, very funny. It's a code reviews, yeah. So, but I think whatever. So GRHPR create draft, and so you can go ahead again. This does not the PR. The PR title ultimately will change into something else later. If it's like an ongoing PR, right? It's probably going to have like new versions. It's going to be a more umbrella type title. But we're going to do that. We're going to submit it as a draft. And this is where I made a mistake with the dash B that I want you to see. So if I do a GHPR view web, you can see that this automatically made a PR against the wrong branch. And this is a big problem when people are just starting to do this. I do it all the time because we don't want this to be that way. Now, you can change this really quickly. You can go into edit here and say, I want it to be dev, change base. The problem with doing this is I happen to know for a fact that there is a bug in this, because when you do this, it doesn't automatically undo all of the other stuff. So like if there's been a lot of work on the other branch, it'll pull it in and you can't undo it. So you'll end up with all this crap up here and it ends up corrupting your commit because it's got all this stuff from the other branch, upstream branch, that you didn't want. You only wanted the stuff from this upstream branch. The way to get around that is to make sure that you're doing it against the right one. So I'm actually going to close this PR with no without it being a problem at all. Um, we're going to go to this PR and I'm going to close it, pull request, because I screwed up. And instead of doing it like that, you can go back and reopen them, by the way, if you find stuff later. So I'm gonna do create draft PR app off of I was gonna put Slurm because that's our dev branch, but I'm gonna put dev, and that's gonna make it off of dev. So now, and when we do the whole thing, submit as draft, go look at it in a web, go look at our PR now, and now our PR is built off of dev. And you would notice immediately that there's not a bunch of extraneous crap in here you weren't expecting. And this is particularly important if you've been doing ongoing work on a dev branch and you made a lot of changes there. And there's also simultaneously a bunch of changes on the master or main branch for maintenance and all of that. So knowing how to manage that is a real thing. So so here we go. Let's go back to get status, and we're all good to go. So now I've got this new script in here, and I could see it. You see it says draft over here. So that now you know it's a draft. You know that there's a file that has been changed, and you can start to comment right away on it. But now anybody can come in. In fact, any of you right now, if you want to come in and talk shit to me, you could literally come in there because I didn't lock it down, and you could say whatever you wanted while I'm doing it and give me feedback while I'm doing it. And then I could come back in and look and see my latest comments. And by the way, all that stuff you can just get from the command line too. So you can come in and go GH. I actually have a thing for this. I have comments. So I thought I did. Oh no, I have you can make a comment, but I guess I don't have the other one. Get view PR. No, get PR view comments. Yeah, there you go. Grab PR is deprecated, but what? I don't know what that means. I think I have to update my GitHub. This is honest to God human coding. Yeah. So I mean, this is how you're gonna do this if you got a job. you know, particularly if you're working with a group that doesn't, they're not software developers. So I kind of want to update my GitHub. Brew update GH. I'm gonna take for a minute. Brew upgrade GH instead. Upgrade. That's what I did. I don't know if that's gonna get it or not. I'm on a Mac, in case you guys didn't notice. All right, so let's see if we get that same error this time. Probably not. There we go. All right. So hey, look, Zach Nilser left a comment. Yay! So I use Arch, by the way. So you can leave comments here, and you can see your stuff. So this is actually really fun when you're doing collaborative development, because other people can maybe have been watching your live development and they can see your changes as they go, and they can leave comments and say, "Hey, you forgot this, blah blah blah," without before it makes it all the way to a formal code review where you have to like go through every single change, which you should also do. Um, Update versus upgrade. Yes, I do that all the time. So that is a good place for a break. So I will put the fishies back soon. Do I have I forgot all my commands. Banner fishies, watch cow. I'm coming back in a second. God, I haven't done this in forever. I don't know what I'm doing. How about this? Banner, ooh, banner lights. That's a good one. Oh, we got a sub. I got a sub. Hi. Bow prep. Hello. Lights. Skill stack does not exist. It's officially dead as a company and a bank account and everything. Goodbye, skill stack. I loved you. You served me well. Enjoy the fishies. Enjoy the fishies for a bit while I'm away. I will talk to you while I make my food. That's skill stack. Yeah, it was sad. It's hard for me to say goodbye. But I did. What should we eat? God, I'm super hungry. Why am I so hungry? Oh, I'm gonna have sliced beets and kippered snack. Mm-hmm. I hope are you guys getting lunch? Are you getting your own lunch? That shouldn't take too long because I don't have to cook anything. Tell me if you can't hear me, okay? Oh my God. Somebody else had beets and it looks like someone like gutted a shark in my sink. Yeah. You're still making breakfast? You're not outside, are you? God help you if you were. It's kind of nice just being able to talk to y'all while I'm eating my fish. It's like I eat so much fish every day. I have kid for snack, and I should show you. You guys want to see? It's so yummy. Oh my God, it's so yummy. Mm. Nom nom nom. Not cold and wet. You can tour. I know, right? You could ride here. I'm not gonna be kidding. You could totally ride here. There's like no snow hardly at all. It's really insane. All right, I'm gonna come back and write some code. We got our project all set up properly. Hopefully somebody will find it and it will help them do what they need to do. I'm pouring my canned Del Monte fresh cut sliced beets. This segment brought to you by Del Monte sliced beets. 30 seconds to nutritious goodness. At night, I mean, -2C, -3C. Depends on the night. It gets down to freezing. 6 a.m. it's -1, 0 usually. Yeah, I do see, not Fahrenheit. Oh God, please do not explode beets all over my nice clean microwave. Not too bad. Not too bad. Right. Also, I need more protein. Did you know you need 30 grams of protein to trigger protein synthesis over 40? Mm-hmm. When you're under 40, you only need 10 to 20 grams. That means if you eat less than 30 grams of protein, you will not rebuild muscles. Because you won't trigger protein synthesis. It's not enough. Per sitting. You don't have to trust me on that. You can go look it up. That's one of the biggest breakthroughs I found out. It's like, why does it feel like I'm eating protein, but it's not? I was eating lots of tiny meals of protein. The problem is I don't digest very well. So I was killing myself because I was eating lots of small doses of protein and none of them were triggering protein synthesis. I get a little bit at night, but instead, and by the way, when you trigger protein synthesis, you can't really trigger it again for about 3 or 4 hours, which does kind of make you want to space your meals out. It's tough though, because if you eat that much protein, it's really hard to digest. So I have to supplement it with whey. So like a kipper herring is like 18 grams, and then I whey or Orgain or vegetarian protein, whatever you want to do. But I have to supplement it because in order to get 30 without blowing away my gut, because I can't digest 30 grams of steak, for example. That would be not digestible for me anyway. Yeah, I know. I'm talking about old guy things, but some of you people out there might be interested. You get over 40, it's a little bit harder to digest stuff, and it's also harder to trigger protein synthesis. So you want to grow muscles and stuff, which I do without taking testosterone, which I also don't want to do. I know you thought it was just a text stream. Instead, you're like watching me eat lunch. Yeah. Well, I'm just taking a break. You guys should all take a break too, and then we won't get hungry. We can go back to coding. This next part should go fast because it's like 20, 30 lines of shell code. So. You haven't eaten today, so it's a good excuse. Yeah, don't be me, man. The worst thing you can do for your body is not eat. It is the single worst thing. Actually, no, not drinking is the single worst thing in terms of like diet and stuff. If you refuse to eat, you end up triggering cortisol production, which is the death of you. If you're not moving in a way that can burn cortisol off because you're exercising, you're building. Talk about toxins. Cortisol is your body's natural toxin. It has a purpose, but if you put too much of it in your body at the wrong time, it will kill you. It will really kill you. Don't do it. Don't do it. That's all I'm saying. And now, I guess I'll eat my lunch. I mean, look, some people have a different opinion on this. Some people think, oh, intermittent fasting is really good for you, right? And it might be. The way you deal with insulin response might be that way. But most people, if you starve yourself, it will cause your body to panic. And you have to train your body to not panic. All these people who do fasting, They will tell you, don't just start fasting. You have to work into it. Otherwise, your body panics because it doesn't have food. And when you don't have food, make cortisol, panics. It just puts adrenaline and cortisol in your system. Oh my god, oh my god. And by the way, the fastest way to shut that down is to eat some simple carbs really fast, like a Rice Krispie treat. Not a lot. It's enough for it to say, okay, okay, there's actually food here. Because it will panic, man. No. Everybody's different. You have to figure out how your body responds to insulin. And people who have trained themselves to regularly fast, like my ex-wife would eat very intermittently. And she would eat a lot. But she's been doing that for 20 years. So her body does not panic at all. She's like, no, this is normal. Mine panics. I think it's because of my triathlon days. When I had triathlon days, I used to eat every 3 hours. And I eat a pretty fair amount of carb because endurance athlete. So I think my body's kind of hard coded for that. It's about you got to figure your own body out. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a big part of it. Anyway, there's my tunes. It's just from skipping breakfast to very small light breakfast, my mood has improved. Really? Interesting. Well, another thing too is I've been talking about insulin sensitivity. You can turn insulin sensitivity on by just doing 30 minutes of light exercise every morning. And then your body's, for the next 12 hours, it will produce much less insulin overall. That's what you want. All those people who are naturally skinny and they can eat anything, they have a blunted insulin response, which can sometimes be unhealthy, but most of the time it just makes them skinny. That was my first wife. My first wife could eat whatever she wanted. She never got fat. Ever. She wasn't particularly healthy. She just never got fat. You know, bike commuting brings me joy. Yes. Yeah, if you're also, that's why bike commuting is so freaking good for you. Puts you in a good day, good mood, like populates your body with oxygenates all your body and everything, gets your brain all working, and you get there and you're like all happy. Mm-hmm. I kind of realized that I sort of hard coded bike commuting into my life by doing the indoor bike. So I would do the indoor bike and then I shower and then I take my computer and I go work. I go work in the clubhouse. I give some of you a tour of the clubhouse. It's like got all kinds of conference rooms and everything. It's like basically a coffee shop. And it has free coffee. So I just go to the clubhouse and it's kind of fun. Get to meet people and talk to people there. You know, and I get to like look out at the mountains. In the summer, look, it's like right outside the pool. I'm gonna be coding from the pool in the summer. I cannot wait. Hey, Ryder, how you doing? Nice to see the mountains. And in my summer, they have a really really great place that's like fully shaded that looks at the mountains and the pool. That I know I can code from there. I'm just gonna be able to sit out there. I'm so excited. I have a jacuzzi out there. Just those of you who don't know, I moved last year. Yep, gonna be back in North Carolina, visiting on the 27th. So to the 29th. So if anybody from North Carolina that wants to meet up, let me know. Find me on Signal, Artivex Rob. I'm meeting a couple people, 2 or 3 people actually. No, 5 people. I'm meeting 5 people. Yeah. I'm going back to North Carolina every 3 months. For reasons. All right, it's time to write some more code. That was a nice break. It took us 10 minutes. That's not too bad. My coworkers are spread out all across the US. Yep. Yep. All over. We have people in every time zone. Yep. So, all right, turn the music down a little bit. I got my yoga music on in my ears. Yoga chill. Where did we leave off? All right, so we have got the script done. We've got this deploy script done. So what do we want this script to do? Well, we want the script. Let's go ahead and write it. Let's go write it as a comment. So, this script parses the file map dot YAML file and outputs the changes it would make to the targets on the current system. Try run equals true. So that's the default. All right, so what are we writing this for? We're writing a script that is going to take everything in the repo and it's going to deploy it. So, for example, we could say make directory foo foo dot hey, how you doing, gamer? Yes, gamer. Foo.md. All right, make directory foo.md. Whoops. Oopsie daisy. It's almost like I don't know how to code anymore. Almost. uh, just a sample file. And make directory scripts my script and oops, what am I doing? Touch. So this is where it's going to get interesting, and we're gonna make it so that sometimes, because Git is sometimes bad with permissions, so we're gonna make it so you can specify explicitly the permissions and the ownership. We're kind of remaking tar to a degree, but not really. I'm not using Nix OS at work, so don't suggest things that I can't use at work. Schmucks. So find ls. All right, so grep-v git. So there's all the files. Deploy readme foo scripts, and you can see we got permissions on there and everything. All right, so we're going to be using it's work related, yeah. We're not using Ansible, and we don't have the option to use Ansible for this. This is specifically for a case where we can't use any of that. I don't like that this is true, but this is where we are. I talked a lot about that at the beginning. We can't use GitHub Actions. We can't use CI/CD at all. That See, this video is going to have tons of comments. Why are you not doing all this other stuff, dummy? This is not me. This is for work. And work. This is what the alternative is right now. I've said this already once. I'm going to say it again. People at work are changing stuff in development production servers into libraries. They're modifying the files on the system and then declaring that it works. And none of it is getting saved in Git. So this is a sanity check. So the first thing this thing is going to do is it's going to go through all the files that are here, and it's going to check to see if the file on that same system, that host, matches, and it's going to give us a difference of them. And if it doesn't match, it's going to be like, whoa. So by default, it's going to do a dry run. It's because the other day, I kid you not, the other day I went on, we had made some changes to the production, to the development head, and I went to deploy them, and I did a dip out of sanity. And if I had copied it over, I would have obliterated our dev environment, and none of it would have worked because all of these changes had been made to these localized files that were authoritative, and none of them had been saved in the master branch. So I want to make sure I had to restate that, but this is where I'm coming from. I know the CI/CD gets around this. I know the Ansible gets around this as a part of CI/CD. I know the GitOps gets around this. I know that there are better ways to do all of this. It doesn't matter. This is to save my ass. Sounds like a good place to work. Yeah. You know how many times, okay, so you know how many times people have changed our Kubernetes deployment in production and never saved the source code anywhere? Our entire Harbor installation is useless. It's fucking useless because the person who deployed it and made all the changes didn't save any of those changes in Git. They saved their initial stuff, and then they did a whole bunch of performance tweaks to the thing, and not a fucking one of them made it into the Git repo. Okay, calm down. That person is now gone, and our Harbor has gone down 10 times since then in production outages. And we haven't had anything to go on because none of it got saved in Git properly. Because, oh, we just got to get it to work for the next time. If you do that, you should be fired on the spot. So, because I am the one left holding the bag, and everybody's like, well, why is it taking you so long to get the new version of Harbor out? Because I'm actually fucking testing it. That's why. Okay. Calm down, Rob. Yeah, 1 million cortisol levels. So, and if anybody from my work sees this, they already know my pain. So, including the guy who made it, who's gone on to bigger and better things. Yeah, they don't care. So it is an uphill battle to get my team to even use source management, let alone use it properly. And so this tool is a necessity. It's an unnecessary. What do I want to say? It's like a necessary evil, right? The good thing is you can actually use it to deploy your dot files without symlinks and things like that too, right? So CI/CD is the fix to all of this, by the way. So using Argo CD to deploy your Kate apps straight off the Git repo, that means it goes straight from PR into the merge and into the deployment. That is CI/CD. That is why everybody listening to me should be using CI/CD in your environment. If you are not actively pursuing CI/CD as a deployment as a corporate strategy, you will fail. Your company will eventually fail because you'll have to create hacks like I'm showing you, which is really just an opportunity for me to show you bash coding, as opposed to setting up CI/CD properly. Okay, so enough ranting about CI/CD. By the way, I told you my new manager is all the way on board with CI/CD. For that matter, my senior management is also on board with CI/CD. They just barely know what the acronym means. And I don't mean that to be mean. They just don't. They just haven't had an experience with it. And to them, it's a slow process. They're like, this is way too slow moving. We can't do this. I mean, it took me an hour just to set up a repo with the proper dev branches and everything, let alone that. That is the kind of thing that will just trigger my team members, some of my team members, the OG ones, because they hate waiting for that shit. They hate having to go through all those processes. Like, why can't I just change the code and test it right away? And they also like to code in Perl and Python because any kind of compiled strictly typed code takes way too long to compile and deploy. Even though overwhelmingly, Brian Cantrell, The Dark Times, reboot with a new kernel. So anyway, let's do that. Let's write some code. So what are we going to do? We're going to write this all in Bash. This is very quick and dirty. It probably would be better to write it in Python. But we're going to do it in Bash because that's the requirement. And we're going to be doing a bunch of little tricks with Bash that I think you probably appreciate. Go takes too long to compile. It's the fastest compiled language on the planet. It compiles and runs faster than Python runs a program. Yeah. So anyway, first things first, we need to come up with a format for our file. So let's do file map.yaml. So what is this file? First of all, we're gonna make it take comments. Thank God it's YAML. The one at work is not YAML. So we're gonna have a target. We're gonna have a source. And let's make it a bunch of items. The question here is, do we want to make it easy to read or do we want to make it parsable? So we could do this instead. So okay, wait, so I'm going to show you the one we're using at work, and then we can decide whether we want to use the YQ one. I actually do kind of want to use the YQ. I already know that, but I'm going to write you the usage in this file for this. So currently we have host, host, and then we have target. No, we have source, target, and then we have optionally we have the owner and the group. If you don't know usage, and then we have the perms, the chmod perms, and optionally some options, which is the only one right now is recurse. So this is currently what we use. Hey Cosmo, how you doing? Yeah, code. And if we do this, we could have something like this: localhost, comma, other host. I know this. Host name. Yeah. So that's I know this is me. And then it's spaces or whatever. And then the source would be like the source can be a directory. It's an rsync source. So we could say it's foo. That would like put all of foo into some target. We could say temp foo. And that will take the directory foo and rsync it to foo. And the question here is whether to do this as like that or to do it as YAML. Now, to do it as YAML, it would be more called out, right? We would say host, hosts, and we would say local host. I mean, this is where Ansible comes in. It starts to look like Ansible at that point, right? And we just have the one. But this makes it much easier to read. So we could do target. Oh wait, source is spoo. Now instead of having a source like that, we could have source dir instead of just source. But if another thing about this is rather than using rsync, we could actually do the parsing differently. I mean, the quick and dirty version I have just passes it straight to rsync. Therefore, it has to have a trailing slash. and bring in Ansible later. And writing of the file map and matching everything is the hard part, right? Yes, it is. Um, and if there was a file map, actually, if I use a YAML file, that will lend itself better to that anyway, right? Like if I'm going to use Ansible later, I can actually write an Ansible rule that uses the YAML file as opposed to my custom format, right? So I think YAML is going to be more supportable long term. The other thing too is I don't have to do the fancy rsync stuff. I can get rid of that. So, oh yeah, I know Ansible uses that, So, um, and so then we could source and target. I somewhat know Ansible. I did go to the training and did it all. I've used it a little bit. We use it to deploy kube spray. Um, so then I could say I want it to be in temp foo. And then, uh, you know, what we could do, we could even do this. We could say if it's just a single host versus hosts, we could support host or hosts. That way, if they do host, it'd be the one. These are all things you can do with YAML that you can't do with our custom format. So I'm gonna actually stick with it like this. Host localhost. I mean, another thing you could do here is you could use this notation. This is totally acceptable as well. I know this. That is 100% YAML. So you do that. That's nice and easier to read. You like Pomo? You've been using Pomo? Cool. I haven't pulled up Pomo in a long time. Hey, Enforcer Phil. What? Good to see you. So then we got localhost. I know this. Check foo, target foo, YAML. This means it's going to be one of many. Put another one down here. And then what? Get rid of this. Get rid of this. So we got our owner in our group. Owner. This is so much better. It's so much easier to read. Oh, 60%. Oh, what were you taking? SDK tools? Oh, wow. Oh, very cool. So we're going to do an owner here. So the owner is optional. The group is optional. I'm liking YAML a lot better for this. I'm actually glad we're re-adding this because I'm going to take this code and I'm going to use it at work. Some of it because I don't like that we're using this really proprietary one-liner thing. It's just so easy, hard to read, and it doesn't lend itself well to Ansible and everything. So I'm doing this on my own time, so I have no problem donating it since it's kind of open sourcey. But yeah, they wanted this one, but before they get using it, I want them to get trained on this. It's so much easier. All right, so yeah, so temp foo there, we have a target. Of course, then we have we have shown we have owner. I almost want to say shoner. We have the owner, we have the group, and if we don't have either of those, it defaults to the default. Right now, did you know if you pass a colon to shown, it's a no op? If you pass, yeah, it's a no op, which means it'll just skip it. Yes, I agree. Yeah, but boring just learning the syntax. Yeah. This just it makes it more readable. I think it does make it more readable. That's one of the hard parts about this is, we're talking about a deployment situation. The other thing I like about using YAML is that it will easily integrate with Ansible. If I try to make my own file format, which we have already done or are using, that lends itself to all kinds of weird problems, and I'd rather not. I'd rather not do that. But they didn't want to use YQ. People are like, they don't. Somebody on my team, one of the developers doing a review, said that this team doesn't know YQ and YAML and all that. And I was like, they are using Ansible everywhere. How can they not know YAML? So I'm gonna go ahead and change this. I'm not even gonna ask. I'm gonna submit the PR and then they can deny the PR if they want, and they'll have to justify that. So I could make it so that it reads both formats or whatever. All right, so schmod perms. So we do need instead of schmod, I'm going to say perms, and that's is like that can be octal or it can be 700. It's going to get passed directly to uh whatever, right? To schmod. And then we have options. So now there's lots of options. Now the options is this is an interesting one because we could make them so they're comma delimited, or we could just make them like this. We could say recurse, comma, or whatever, right? Or we could say options dash recurse. So 007. Yeah, it could be anything. Anything that Schmod will take. Um so those are the fields. Um so what are we gonna do? So we have a number of paths here. First of all, we're gonna iterate through this loop. And we're gonna add some test stuff here. See what we can change here. It can be 0.7. This is Schmod stuff. Yeah, and we want to make it so that it's compatible with Schmod because we want people to be able to use symbolic and or because we're going to have a recurse option. So it's rsync recurse against a directory. If you do 0700, you're screwed because you'll put executable permissions on all your files instead of just making your directory readable. So that's a thing. So that covers me. I'm gonna put old syntax and just for reference. And so what is the other one? We have source scripts. Now we could actually just deploy a single script. So and again, the target, it doesn't matter as long as it can be processed by the copy command, then we're good. So I'm gonna say home slash local slash bin. And then, so again, this is going to be a, you know, I want to put all this stuff in scripts into here. Um, and there's a couple ways of doing that. If you do it like this, then it'll just copy everything in scripts into the bin. If you do it like that, it'll copy scripts into local bin. And I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So, and again, we have the options for clobber and no clobber. So these are all going to be clobberable things. Yeah. The bash is we're implementing this in bash. So in this case, we want to change the owner. So sometimes this script is actually being run as root. So we want to be aware of that and change the owner back to something else if it's run as root. I'm going to go ahead and RWX Rob on that. And what is my group? Yeah, we could do the everyone. Let's do the everyone group. That's what I've been testing. So, and perms. This is interesting because if we do the perms, so this is kind of interesting because if you just dump all the scripts in there, you can't be sure they're going to be the right permissions. And we also have symlinks, which is an issue. And if it's doing a directory, it's going to be rsync. If it's doing a single file, then it's just going to copy the file and preserve the permissions. You can use rsync for that, but that's a different sort of situation. In this particular case, because it's a directory. Now, the reason that we have this is because if the option, so in this case, the option is going to be recurse. And what that does is that says I want to copy this. Hey, Bustronic. That says I want to copy this beta, and I also want to recurse everything. I want everything to get changed and copied over So again, this has got a lot of tar similarities. And then perms, I want the perms to be, well, in this case, the perms are like going to be the same. They're going to be whatever is over there, right? We're not going to put 700 right that. But if I wanted to just copy a directory over and I didn't want it to do that, so let's say just dir, right? And I wanted the directory to be only be readable by me. I could say I want to have it be uh, dot config. I mean, we could just do slash temp slash just a dir. But let's say I wanted to make it readable by everybody, and it's already going to be owned by me in group. I don't care. But then I want the options to not recurse by default. So now I just want to set the permissions. So I want the perms to be 700 because that is a directory, right? Now, this is why it's so important that I make it so that that directory is being treated differently because there's no recurse on here. And so this is going to make the logic kind of important. And then, so we have the options recurse, and this one is localhost source to the target, and this uses all the defaults. And it just does an individual copy and it keeps everything the same and stuff. So, and we have our array of hosts here. Now, why do we have a host? So what it's going to do is it's going to check and say, hey, am I on this host? The idea is that you git clone into a shared drive or something, and then you get on the system on which you want to do the deployment, and then you run deploy, and it will drive around and show you everything it would have changed. And then you can check whether it's safe or not, and then you could say deploy dry run, and you can turn the dry run off, dry run equals false. And then it will actually make the deployment for you, okay? So this is a good start of what we're gonna do. Um, we need to do some testing here. So um, I think we should probably support uh, host instead of hosts, just for convenience. So um, so yeah, host localhost is anything. So it means if you run it on any system, localhost will pass. Kind of a wild card. We could make it so that instead of having localhost, it has star, which, but that's, I don't know. That's kind of an SSH syntax. What do you guys think? What's your vote? Would you rather have it be star for all hosts, or would you have it be local hosts for local host? So I think star's probably better because then this same file the syntax applies in CI/CD that's running from another system. Oh, you like localhost for localhost? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I think localhost implies this is running from here. Yeah. All right. So let's do localhost, localhost. All right. Or all. Well, that's why I like localhost, because localhost is a domain name. It is a host name. So if somebody were to actually do host name and go list all the host names, they would see that host name is an alias if they were to get fancy like that. So I think I'm going to keep localhost. Plus, this is admins that are doing this, and then source foo bar goes to temp bar, and let's make this one executable. Chmod. We want this to be +X. So even though it's not executable here, we want to make sure it gets to be executable there. Actually, perms. And all right, so let's start. So the first thing we have to do here is create all that stuff. Is foo a directory? Yes. Okay, that's got to change then. Bin foo bar goes to temp bar. I'll have to change this to something else. My script. I don't know. touch my script. Schmucks my script. All right. And same with bar. All right. So deploy. I mean, this the whole point of this is it doesn't matter what the organization of your repo is, right? Um, all right, so we're gonna open up the play again, and now we're gonna start replaying. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna just for the hell of it, we're gonna YQ this to make sure we got our stuff right. File map, file map, file map, YAML. Yay! Okay, so we get the old syntax, we get our things. If we wanted to just get the, you know, we could get the dash hosts. Whoops. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. And I use ChatGPT a lot, yeah. I code a lot with it. But I'm kind of sour on ChatGPT lately because of all the ICE stuff. It's like disastrously bad. I just want copy. So, um, I'm changing my mind on that whole host thing because I want it to just be easy to pop up. Yeah, you see that? Um, and it needs to be an array every time. The other thing I like about YQ is we can actually define the schema so that we can check. Why am I doing that? There we go. You know, yeah. With the racist strings, I was gonna do that, but yeah, I like. I mean, this is explicit, but the whole point of this is to make this file ultra readable, so someone coming onto the file can like easily add their stuff to it. And I think that's super important. That's like that trumps everything else because we're talking about getting admins to update this thing. And one of the reasons the biggest problems of this is the old version. Okay, so this exact one would be like this in the old system that I have already written that my buddy insisted I do to get it done quickly, but I hate. It would be my script space temp my script. I mean, lots of great ideas from my friend, but this is one of the things I relented on that I am really sad that I relented on. What happens if the script is named my space script, right? Well, the answer currently, which makes me nuts, is to put a comment in the file that says spaces in file names are not allowed. But you know what? I don't always have that option. If I want to do this, if I want to have this be universal and I want to be able to use it for a repo that has stuff in the name, including emojis and things. Yeah, tooling for process structured data. Absolutely. Hey, Pink. And so yeah, I'd have to create. So I've written my own parser for this. Not to mention the fact that you can't comment lines out or anything. You have to skip them, and all that stuff is gone if we just use what YAML. They're a bad Windows habit, but they're also mandatory. You have to support it. If you go into your downloads directory or anything, you are going to have spaces and emojis and that kind of stuff in your file name. The only way to not have that break is to use YAML, period. So, yeah, but that's look. The question is, are you making a tool that's going to work for everything or not, right? And as soon as you get into the process of parsing out these fields in this way, and skipping spaces and stuff, now you really have to get crazy, right? It's like, well, and then this makes me, it just gets nuts, right? So unless you know you're going to be dealing with like really, this is why Ansible and everything, Kubernetes and everything on the planet uses JSON or YAML, because they have a very well defined structured data format. And I'm not, running your own format. Hey, thanks for this, Apollo. So rolling your own is just not an option here. It's like hell no, right? So and it like turns my stomach that I delivered that app that way. And so before Monday comes, I'm gonna rewrite it to use YAML, and that's what I'm kind of doing right now. So because this is even though it's more verbose, it's so much cleaner, so much clearer. You know exactly what's happening and stuff. So that is not an option. I don't believe in that. I think it's wrong. Writing your own parsers in general is super fun, also extremely dangerous. Swedish ABBA. Hi Void. Why are we talking about ABBA? We have 10 more minutes on this coding session, and then I'm gonna go get some coffee, and I'll come back, and that'll be the second hour, and then we're gonna cut it at 3 hours today because I have other stuff to do. But I will work with it on that. So we've written what kind of code we want to have. The Norway problem. I don't know what that is. What is the Norway? By the way, this does not use AI. This uses the internet's. The 10 biggest problems in Norway. Government collapses after party quits. Norway's government. Norway is a cautionary tale. Our worst net zero fears. And YAML no equals false. Oh, right. I hate that. There are Norway problems that are like, I get the Norway problem now, and yes, equals true. That's been banned from some YAML versions, actually. Yeah. So, but we don't have that problem in this case because we are not using those things. Thank God. So anyway, so now what we have to do? Now we have to iterate over each line here. So let's put that in a thing. This is where Python really would be better. Part of me wants to just write it in Python. Honest to God, because even though it's a shell script, you know, I'm gonna do some pretty serious magic here. I can't write it in Go. They won't allow it in Go. They won't. They won't allow it in Go. They hate Go. The team I'm working with hates Go. We're currently modifying Perl code, so they would rather it be in Python. They hate Go because they don't know Go because it doesn't match with what they have to do. They'd have to go learn it to change it, and they can't change it. And I think this should be written in Go personally. um, and I'm making the tool for me to use. To tell you the truth, I'm not going to get anybody to use this tool anyway. They're not going to use it. They're going to, for me to get them to use it, they'd have to use Go Run. They know Bash. They know Bash and they know Python. So the thing, okay, if I write it in Python, I could actually make an Ansible rule that does it. So that's one of the reasons I'm kind of leaning toward Python. I haven't written any Python in 7 years. But if I use Python for this, and I assume they have Python on the system, which is a big assumption, task file or something like this. Yeah. Hey, your mom. Custom module, let's go. I know, right? Well, I'm actually kind of torn here because we've already diverted from what I'm using at work by putting it into the YAML file. You know what we could do? We could write a version that has the bash in it. The bash is super easy. Let's just use bash. The bash for this is ridiculously easy. Oh my God, he is coding. I'm gonna go get coffee here in 10 minutes. Let's just do it in Perl. Actually, you know what's funny? You said that because this actually would be better in Perl, and everybody on my team would fucking love it because they know Perl. This is exactly the kind of application Perl was made to do. Exactly. Bash on steroids. This is exactly what Perl was designed. It was designed to glue together YQ and all the other stuff. You know who's gonna bark at that? My teammate who chose the Go and everything. He wants Go and everything. They'll like trip. But I tell you what, my senior manager would fucking love it. He would fucking love it. The rest of the entire repo is in Perl. The entire repo is in Perl. There's not a single line of Python or Bash in there. We're not talking about. Well, it's not relevant. This isn't relevant. We're writing code to do a specific thing. So yeah, questions about AI. This is not an AMA stream. This is the right code to do a specific thing stream. Yeah. Okay, let's start with Bash. We can write the first version of this in 10 lines of Bash. I'm not even kidding. All right, so Perl is like freaking awesome. So, for this kind of stuff, that's what it was designed to do. So we'll start with Bash. Okay, the first thing is we need to start iterating through all the files, right? So, check out these systems is a good language. I'm not checking out any languages that are not related to my work. I'm going to retire, and I'm waiting to 67 to retire. So got 9 years, but I'm retired. I'm not learning any new shit unless I have to. The end. Because the new stuff I want to learn is like Spanish. Shut up, Jalopy. Anyway, so the question is, how do we iterate through this? How do you iterate over YQ and put everything into an array? Can you call YQ to like give you the next one? I mean, I absolutely know how to do this if we weren't going to read it. We read into a structure and Go Perl or Python. I could read it into a struct and just iterate over the struct. But I can't do that in Bash because Bash doesn't have structs. Hence the dilemma. I'm learning Spanish. I'm moving to Spain when I retire. I tried to move ahead of time, but I don't have time. My work told me I can't move. They said I have to stay in America. Sad day. But I am learning Spanish. I actually have a Spanish teacher. You'll get to meet her probably. But she's not Spanish. She's from Mexico. Yeah. I just step on the cruise ship too eventually. Well, of course I am. I'd be writing open source or something, maybe when I'm really bored, like right now. I'm not bored. I'm just looking at my dirty laundry, and I don't want to do it. You must know. She is my Spanish teacher. Not right now. Not right now. We're coding. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh, please no. Oh my God. Here we go. Oh my God. My stream is incorrigible. If you're watching this stream right now, I apologize for the behavior of the people in my stream. You guys, you're you're like the back row children again. How I could iterate over the YQ output? Hey, that's a great idea. Oh, wait. Pink Rubber Boots has got it. Action equals YQ blah. You're a genius. That's perfect. That is perfect. That is perfect. Actions. I love your idea, Pink. I would give you bits right now. I would tip you if I could for that. That is a perfect breakthrough. Open source is a thing. Um, I think you have this in there, right? Yeah. Um, file map file. Wait. File equals file map um equals 1 file map dot YAML. Ah, how's that? Prefer map file or read dash A to split the command output. Okay. Um, I don't think I could do that. Let me try it. Let me see if I can do this as a map file. I think it's map file actions. Audio transmitter is only 11% battery remaining. Oh no, whatever we do, I'll take a break and recharge it. It charges fast. Parsing stopped here. Map file, select expressions, blah blah blah. I don't know the syntax of map file. I like map file. Wait, bash. Wait, info map file. What? Is it file map? I think it's file map. God, it's been a while. I am so out of shape. Oh, file map. Is it map array? I know. I mean, it told me what to use, Robert. It told me, and I didn't use it. I am dumb. All right. It's like gonna tell me what to use here. Use map file. Blank Hyman Robson. Yeah. It's read array or map file. Yeah, read array is the one I've been using. I think it's read array. I think it only has read array. No, it's bash. We're using, oh, you know why? It's because our version of bash doesn't have it. Yeah, the like version 3. I don't think version 3 has it. Yeah. Oh god. Bash dash v valid option. I don't know these commands. PS1 5.2. Yeah. Oh no, it's using the right one. Okay, never mind. I got mine working. Ba, 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 ba. It's just good music. God, what happened? I am so bad. Oh my god, I have so broken everything. I broke stuff. I did, I broke stuff. I broke all the stuff. Map file. I just don't know how to pull this in. Info map file. What is the command that parses apart the bash stuff? I thought it was that. That's just version. Not always, but map file count origin callback quantum array read array. And then you have the array. I'm punting. I'm going to ChatGPT. Yeah. Map file to load YQ image array into bash array. Map file, you want the -t to remove training space. Map file T servers. No, I don't want that. Oh, wait. And then it says get servers config YAML. Okay, -r. What is the -r about? Huh? You could actually use a here command. Oh, you can use a here command. Oh, that's super interesting. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Good old A. Yeah. Yeah. So we want it to go into actions, and we want it to be this command there. RC stop here. Because this. And we want it to do file action present used. And then we could do. It's gonna yell at me, but I don't care. Fine. Deploy. Is that recursive? Map file not bound. Oh, my audio turned off. Let me go charge it up. Raw? Oh, right. We don't want color. I should know that because it's getting piped in, though. All right, y'all. Go take a break. Let's get this working. I'm gonna take a break and get stuff. Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me still? It's just different, right? All right. And this link is the first element. So double quote string. Don't use variables to print a format. Fuck you. Read array command FM. So that. Oh, I have to turn the music off. We need to have those back on. I need to turn those back on. Wait, here. Mac screen capture. Wait. Mac OS auto capture. How's that? Check. Ashtanga.
So that.
Wait, can you hear it?
So that. I wonder.
This is so fun.
Твой софт, говно.
Sorry?
Software shit.
I miss this so much. What a shut up!
Твой софт, говно.
Sorry?
Software shit.
Wait, did you see that? Did you see that? Or was it too big? we wasted an entire Saturday. We soft говно. Soft on a sheet. That's my clips program. Oh, you did see it? Okay, thank you. That makes me happy. Shut up! This soft говно. Okay. All right, reactions. I need coffee. Can I go get coffee? I'm gonna go get coffee while my mic is charging or whatever. It's actually not working. My work read array command. Why is there no read array? To join clips. Yeah, we definitely I want to do that. Yeah, I just need to make a thing that watches the chat. Yeah. 10 lines of Vesper, get your coffee. I know. The bash is so powerful. All right, so why can't I use my read array? I just want to use actions, but it's telling me I can't. I don't I've been using Mapfile forever. I just don't get why it's not letting me. I think it's because it's not supported. No, it's supported. Wait. Oh, I know why. This is okay. My people at work, they insist on using bin bash for everything. Look at how old the bash is. It doesn't even have read array. And I did this user bin env, and they're like, no, that's not allowed. That's not part of the standard. Like, fuck you. It works better. Yeah, there. See? See? It works. It's on a Mac, it's a problem. Yeah, if you're doing Mac development, you got to get around that. But this is not as secure. It's also slower. Blah blah blah. Yeah, I used to argue against that, but now I'm like, give me my arrays, or just write it in Perl. The end. This is so much easier in Perl. Can I just tell you? So much easier. But we're gonna stick it with Bash for now. So this is doing everything I want. All right, so what are we gonna do? So for each one of our actions, so for uh action in actions, actions at do done space holder action appears in use bullshit. For action echo action now I'm gonna have to use YQ to parse that apart, then use Perl. I know I want to use Perl. I might chuck this and use Perl, but this is a perfect Perl program. Yeah. Yep. All right. So there's all the actions. Now they have been pulled out as scripts. So if I want to get the individual items in there, I have to run it through IQ again. So this. Can we just own something here? The problem here that we're running into, and I'm gonna have to make a tough decision here. When you're doing a quick and dirty script, you start to eventually run into serious problems, such as structured data. And what I'm specifically talking about is marshaling. Okay, so if I was writing this in Perl or Python or Go, I could marshal that YAML structure into an actual data structure. I can unmarshal it into a data structure. And then I would have an actual structure that I could iterate over and everything. As this is, you can already see where this is going, right? Because all I've done is I've used YQ on there, right? So now I have to use YQ on every single one of them, right? So I'd have to in order to get all the things out, I have to flatten it out. That's basically unparsing. And Do you know what? My people love Perl, so if I write this in Perl and I parse it into an array, that is really the way to go. Now, the problem with that is that I don't think Perl has any standard libraries that include. We're on Perl 5.32. Let me ask the question of my chat. So, does Perl support? Okay, this is actually kind of fun because the Go programmer and close friend of mine who I've helped develop the API with and everything hates Perl, absolutely hates it, doesn't know it. And the kind of ironic thing is that all of their complaints against Perl are the same exact complaints that the people who created the repo in Perl would have against doing it in Bash or Go or Python. They all kind of agree on Python. I think if I did it in Python, I would actually keep both sides happy. If I did it in Python, I would keep both sides happy. It would be structured code. I could easily put it into an Ansible rule, and everybody would be happy if I do it in Python. I know, and you hate Python. I detest Python too. For Python threw my clothes in the yard in the street. I had a love relationship with Python, and I was like, no, fuck you. You know, does Perl support YAML parsing by default? I don't think it's one of the internal libraries. So as soon right in Haskell, Perl does not support YAML parsing by default. So it's okay. The problem with Perl and Python is as soon as you have to bring in a dependency library, you have problems, right? And that is a problem. So, YAML PP, common same choices, de facto standard for years, past C backend, widely used, but it's C backend. So install, I can't use this unless there's, YAML is on there. New pure Perl, very spec correct, actively maintained. My go-to these days if XS isn't available. YAML older, slower, more supersede. So I could use Perl PP, YAML PP. Making people happy isn't a 2026 resolution. I mean, Java is okay, but this is not a Java project. This is Python or Perl. It's Python, Perl, or Bash. Those are my options. And the Bash, we just outgrew Bash. We just outgrew Bash. As soon as we decided to use YAML, we've outgrown Bash. Why? Because you can't unmarshal and iterate over substructures in Bash. Period. Bash has, advanced Bash has hash maps, but they are one dimensional and they do not mesh with YAML. Period. So we've outgrown Bash. Period. All right, and on that note, we will come back and decide whether to put it in Python or Perl. I have a feeling I already know the answer because Python already has YAML support in it, and I'm pretty sure it's already in the thing. And if it's not, there's already a library there of Python to use. So, what about Perl? What about Python? This is 100% a Python project, and I fucking hate Python, but it is the right language. And I am a right language for the job kind of guy. Toml lib built in since Python 3.11. Read only Toml. I love Toml. They put Toml in it by default. Fuck. Import YAML. Blah blah blah. PyYAML the de facto standard. I need to know if PyYAML is on my system or not to install PyYAML. I made the Toml logo, just so you know. Yeah, it does. And I guarantee you they're using PyYAML for all this. So if I do import YAML, this is going to work. In fact, I probably already have it on the system. Yeah. Import Python. I'm actually going to catch shit for how complex the bash is that I made. So, wait. Python-i YAML. Homebrew, Python framework, blah, blah, blah. Dash print. Boy, my Python is so freaking rusty. You guys are going to have fun with me. All right, we're gonna do an hour of Python on this. The reason being because then we can iterate over the thing, and the Python is really good at iteration. That's like its core skill because it's a lazy loaded language, lazy evaluated, truly functional language, which is crazy because it forces you to name all your functions, which is stupid. I hate it. All right, let's get Python on here. Pip. Fucking hate this is like you have to have a Python virtual environment fuck that. I hate it. This is why I hate Python. I'm just gonna install PyYAML on my system, so there.
So there.
So there. If you believe this is a mistake, please contact your Python installation OS distro. Brew install pipex. All right, whatever you say. Why are you using a Mac? I'm using Unix. Thank you very much.
It's a Unix system.
um, yeah. Python is used everywhere. It's in Ansible. It's all over the security space. It's a super easy language to learn, but it has so many foot guns. You blow up your toes with it all the time. Yeah, even the creator doesn't like it anymore. Go ask him. Go ask Guido what he thinks of Python. There's tons of videos. The creator of Node hates Node, and the creator of Python hates Python now. Yeah. So there. Anyway, uh, pip install PyYAML. I think it's probably pip 3. Pip 3. He wants pip 3. Fine. Fuck you. My God. Pip, what? You may restore old behavior by pip by passing the break system packages behavior pip. We strongly recommend they do additionally pass the user flag to pip. Read more about hates what people do with Java. Yes, exactly. You need to make a Python virtual environment. Fucking fuckity fuck. Fucking hate this. Yeah, didn't intend for him to go exactly, right? The dark times. Want a banana, got the jungle. Oh my god. Is it gonna put that stupid little Python all over the place? Which wasn't the original the Python was Mighty Python, right? And then they had to backpedal, turn it into a snake. Yes. Pip install. I just want PyYAML. I just want YAML, which is built in by default. Actually, it's not. It's not. It's not in Go by default. I forgot. That's JSON. Hey, look, we had it now. Okay, so do I really have to have that ugly fucking Python in every single one of my? Oh, you fucked with my PS terminal. How dare you? Okay, fine. So I don't know. We're gonna redo this. Deploy. We're gonna get rid of all this. Okay, now this is a good opportunity for a commit, right? So I can either get add dot get commit initial mapping about in bash git push. All right, ghpr view web. So now, as you can see, I've added just a sample file and this bash here. And so if I want to come back to it, I don't lose it and it'll get squashed out of there, but I still have a copy of it. And then first VMV and source the VV bin activate. Mine got activated by default somehow. because reasons my Python is there. Thank you for that though. All right. So a lot of Python fans here. I'm sure I'll get a lot of help, and you guys can laugh at my Python. Oh boy. You're asking the wrong person. Ex Libra. Ex Libre. All right. So now I can actually rip the shit out of Python, out of the deploy, and actually no. If I do that and I squash, then any changes I make to it will be lost, but they will be alive until I squash. So if I decide to go back, that's the thing until you squash. When you do the final squash of the PR, you turn it, if you remove it from draft and everything, anything that changed in that time gets thrown away. So you don't get all that commit history where you can go back and say, hey, I was playing around with this one thing. So, but that's fine because right now I really don't want that. I just want it to refer to go back to it. It's kind of like a save your no, your stuff. So I'm going to go back to this and I'm going to do username env python 3. Yep. And she'll check my support smash. I don't have a Python linter. Am I going to spend the rest of the day setting up Python linting? I probably should. I probably should. I don't wanna, mama. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Just don't lint. Python linter and Rust. Fuck that. Why would you lint your Python and Rust? Type checker pursues static dev type AUX. Coding from head fusion. Apparently the Python experience is great nowadays with all the Rust tooling. Okay. Uh, I'm gonna keep my mind open. I'm gonna keep my mind open. Rust is shit, but I don't want to talk about it. If it's a tool that gets the job done, then I'm willing to look at it. Firecracker is a great tool. Docker should be rewritten in Rust. Absolutely believe that, 100%. I use Sigwin. I mean, what am I even using? I forget the name. Westterm, which is in Rust. I'm not anti-Rust. I'm anti-Rust to code Python. They had to use other shitty language to make their shitty language usable. There are so many Rust fanboys on my team that got hired in. Finds UV. UV is, yeah. I've had it with Python version is worth looking into. I like UV. Guys, I have not coded Python professionally since 2003. I've coded little things and tweak stuff, but like actual, like regular Python development 2003. So this will be really fun. You guys can laugh at me a lot. I am not using a Rust tool to code Python. I'm just not doing it. I'm not opposed to it, but you know, it gets forced too much. Yes. I tried a different language at this point. Rust is a different language. It's been a different language at least 4 times. We're not going to go there. Like the time when they tried to do concurrency and then they backed out, and the time they tried to do network properly and right and they backed out and they changed their mind. I don't. This is not going to become a Rust hate stream. I do not hate Rust. I use Rust regularly for the right things. And the right things is not as, I mean, a linter, you guess you could argue to use it, but I kind of want to use UV. Rust is a language. The community is a literal cult. Absolutely. Absolutely. UV for Python. Should be fast. It is Rust based. Are you kidding me? Installer and resolver designed as a drop-in replacement for pip tools and virtual environment. Okay, so somebody rewrote pip, which, by the way, Python had the same problem. How many of you remember eggs and all, like, there were 5 different packaging segments. There were at least 3, 5. There were at least 3 different ways to do packaging in Python. And Python has won the war on configuration management. There's just Ansible has won. Eggs, wheels. You guys remember them, right? Okay. So see, Tujin, I'm kind of listening to you now because if you went through that pain, then you know what I'm talking about, right? Python could not get its shit together, so I hate it. It couldn't. And then they threw virtual environments at us, and it basically became Java overnight. And I was like, no, I am not doing this. This is not helping. But if the Rust community, which tends to be intelligent, sometimes too intelligent, and all of them suck sweaty balls, right? Exactly. And so if the Rust community has finally said, look, we're going to do it, we're going to finally do this right in a different language because Python sucks, but everybody's using it and I'm forced to use it, then I might be open to it. I might be open to it for that reason. I certainly am open to using WebTerm versus the built-in terminal. I mean, it's like hella fast and amazingly configurable because Rust. And so, there are a lot of, I don't want to be on a development of a Rust project, but yeah. So Rust-based Python package installer and resolver are designed as a drop-in replacement for pip tools or virtual EA. Offers 10 to 100 times faster performance. I don't really care about that. Installing dependencies and managing Python versions. Universal lock files, tool installation, replacing pipex, yes, and project management, all with a single CLI. Oh god, he looks like a Rust dude. I know that was very mean to say. Sync project, UV sync run, UV, UVX, pip. Damn it. Ghosty, I fucking hate Ghosty. I hate it. You can use Ghosty and be happy. I would love you. I love you. I don't look. It's Valentine's. I love you. If you use Ghosty though, don't talk to me about it. I don't like it. I fucking hate it. Because let's start with this is why I don't stream. This is why I don't stream. How far off topic am I? Very main thing to say is he looks like a sea guy. Kitty looks good too. Yep. I like WebTerm for one purpose only. It has the cleanest integration and centralized configuration file that works anywhere. You can put really radically awesome logic in a single configuration file that will work on any operating system. That is the number one reason I use it. Let's see. Installing Magic Python. Yeah, lower stress. I know. Yeah, this is why I don't stream, guys, because it's bad for my health. I'm like 200 mics away off topic. Yeah, I know I am. This is why I don't stream. I think I should just write Python 3 right now and just call it a day. I think this will actually work. I think it will work. Print something. I forgot that it's double and single quotes are the same in Python. This is going to be very ugly, people. Hey, look, it works. All right, back to looping over megastructures in Bash. Yeah. Well, to be completely honest, this was not a megastructure when it started. I told you that, guys, at the beginning. This original quick and dirty 10-line bash script, which we did write and deploy, parsed a single line like this and passed all this stuff straight to Schmod. I am the one who has complicated what is already working in production right now, which is I want YAML. And as soon as I want YAML, all of the red alarm bells go off in me and all my other friends' head, because as soon as you do this, you've got to have a language that deals with structured, and Bash does not. That language, not by a long shot. So even with YQ, it's too hard. But I want this type of file because this file is going to prevent us from making mistakes. It's going to make it easier for us to maintain. The most important thing here is that people use this file. This file can be used, I can port it to any other language that understands structured data formats like YAML, and I'm good. So yeah, and that way, I guarantee you that any goodwill I lose by porting it from Bash to whatever other language will be regained when they see the structured file format, and they don't have to remember to put a slash on the end of their rsync line. Otherwise, it's just going to copy the file under the other directory or not. As soon as they get rid of all that magic, and they can just have this nice, easy, happy, super obvious YAML file to read, and they become YAML programmers instead of Perl coders or whatever, I'll win back the goodwill that I would have lost from changing languages. So whether that language is Perl, which has very good structured data handling, but is also going old. And again, I've already made the decision to do this in Python because the operations team knows Python. They know it. They love it. They use it all the time. They're Ansible people. And my senior manager who wrote all the original Perl said all of this should be in Python. If he sees the deploy script in Bash, he's gonna wince, particularly if you see all the magic I was doing in there. And when he sees Python, he'll be happy. So that's why I'm gonna do it in Python, even though I fucking hate it. So I'm gonna go get a copy now and come back. Team Synergy, let's go. So you could write it in Go, and it would be Happy Tool if it would. If I write it in Go, I'm the ops team that I'm dealing with is going to revolt immediately because they're going to like, how do I run this? Well, you compile it and run it, or you can do Go run, and they're like, Python is the right language here. We're done talking about this. Do an Ansible role. We are going to do that. That's what I'm trying to say. We're going to make an Ansible role to do this exact thing. Yeah. The problem is there's no Ansible on these boxes. There's no Ansible agent on the boxes, so I can run Ansible on these machines, which would be perfect, right? I mean, the whole thing about inventory and hosts, everything. I mean, this is 100% Ansible. But I don't know of any existing Ansible rules that will produce a dry run to tell you what it would have changed. I mean, that's pretty much Ansible's go-to thing. I'm going to show you everything that's going to change on the system. This is, you know what? You guys are hitting on something. This is really a Ansible work. This is Ansible work. This is not Python work. Python is the right language no matter how much it sucks right now. I agree. So let's play around with that idea. I'm gonna go get copy. I want you guys to think about one thing. How could I do this if Ansible was on the system instead? Now, the problem we have is that our Ansible, we use Red Hat Ansible, which is not really Ansible. Have a playback site check, executes the playback to check mode to show what we changed. And then I could just reuse all of the files and say, okay, which one of these files has changed, right? And I could point them all to everything, and I could just run an Ansible playbook from that area, like locally. I could say, okay, have these files changed? How have they changed? I mean, that stuff is all already a part of Ansible. Ansible already has dry run built in. Am I wrong? I think I am like really intrigued by this idea because if it comes down to I am not fucking rewriting a bunch of Ansible rules that already exist. Right? So yeah. Yeah, why write new code? I don't need to. Just write a config. Yeah, 3 hours spent to use Ansible. 3 hours spent just to use Ansible in the end. Wait, Ansible is back on the menu? I don't look, guys, I need to know what it would take to put Ansible on the menu, and I'm gonna go find it. I'm log into work and see if it's on there. These hosts, I think if I how hard is it for me to install Ansible to just run as a playbook on the machine? The really great thing about that is that same exact rulebook that I write will translate directly into our CI/CD. Check is basically dry run, and you can also add diff to it, right? Yeah. With the team, what machines to use. Yeah. So, yeah. We do not use Terraform, I'm kidding. They do use Ansible. So we either need to write it in Python, in which case we can convert that Python code into a rule, or we can figure out what the Ansible rules would be to do it. Okay. I'm gonna drink some coffee. I'm gonna look at Ansible. We're not using NixOS. If these test machines have Ansible running on them, and I can just run a playbook, we have to make sure that we're hitting all the bases though. So we want to be able to see if the files have changed and how we want to very specifically see how those files would change. And number two, we want to be able to actually deploy the files on top of the other files. And well, this would be, we would be running this on the same machine. So, hey, Dark. Hosts would just need SSH and Python installed. Yeah, they already have SSH, and I think they already have Python installed. So what you're saying is that I could run, but where does Ansible get run? Where does Ansible get installed? Ansible would have to be on the running machine. So I either have to put Ansible on my I gotta understand this. This is actually probably the best way. Ansible could run on the workstations. It could also run, but see what we would probably want to do in this particular machine is we probably want to put the Ansible playbook for the deployment inside of that code, and we would want to separate production from non-production, which is actually kind of a thing. This I'm almost positive Ansible can do everything I want to do, almost exactly. I just don't know the specifics. So if let's say somebody goes, the thing that's really great about the Ansible solution is if they have Ansible running on their laptop and they have SSH access to the host, which they do, then they could actually run it and they could do that deployment to both of them at the same time. And the files that contain what goes where could be in the Ansible rulebook. X shit. You don't like the X shit. You think it's just using this as shit. The, but basically that's what we were doing with the Python code. The Python code would be iterating through the thing and saying, "Hey, is this the thing? If not, go run it." Right? I don't know that we can represent the same logic in Ansible that we can in Python, but just writing the Python really quickly. I have to take a break. I'll be right back. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. Yeah. Okay. Just a second. Um, work it out. Work out how we're gonna do that. I think I can take it with me to get coffee. I think I can take you with me to get coffee. Give me a second. Oh, my phone is dead. Phone be dead. We can't search service use Nix. No. Coffee. I need to find a good T-shirt. I need to. All right. Back to my extremely uncomfortable place. And so, what should I going to talk? Easier translation to CICD stuff. Agreed. I went outside. My glasses are all dark now. I look like what's it called? Um, huh. All right. I am again. The goal here is not to teach you how to code. The goal here is for me to experiment with a bunch of different things. Yeah. Well, everybody on the team agrees that we need a deploy script like this. It's just a simple check. And the reason they wouldn't have thought of Ansible is just too much work. But I actually have a feeling that Ansible might not be more work. I think it might not be. We just don't know that. And I'm willing to spend some time on my own day off to figure that out. Yeah. Because the end goal is automatic deployment, and that automatic deployment will probably be done with Ansible. Yeah. Roles and playbook reusability. I agree. And plus, you're not rewriting fresh code. You're just using code that doesn't exist. Worst case scenario, I was already going to write it in Python because of the parsing of the file. So, you know, a map of what I'm working on. Sure. Um, all we're trying to do is deploy everything in here to the target. That's it. So the easiest way to do that in our current situation is to our developers are pulling down these repos and branching them. They're working on everything, and then they're running deploy in dry run mode to see what would change on the system if they were to put it on there. And if they because they're trying to catch what our biggest problem. This is a major problem with our team, and it's our extended team, not my immediate team, but my extended team. They regularly change production code or test code on pseudo production systems, and then they don't put it in GitHub. And so my problem is, and the reason I'm writing this is I already wrote it because I already wrote a bash version that I'm using, and I'm like, I'm just going to use that. Our bash one works already. I don't have to do anything to it. It already works. It uses git diff with no index and stuff. But you know, I'm not sure that the Ansible output would be as consumable and easy to read as is the tool that I made in bash. So what I'm kind of doing now is I want to see what the options are. The first thing I wanted to improve is I wanted to make it structured data and put it in YAML instead of the format that you see at the top of the screen here. And that change was not going to be doable because it just was not a reasonable option to assume. So I wanted to put it into structured data, and then that led to the Python question, like, hey, we're doing a Python. And they were like, hey, if we do it in Python, it'll make a really good Ansible rule, by the way. And then it became, well, isn't there already an Ansible rule for deployment like this that would show you a dry run of what would be changed? And so the question I now have is like, because this whole hosts and inventory thing, I already know that the Ansible has the entire idea of like hosts and inventory. That I already know that. So the goal is to, one, see how far your code has diverted from the system that you're targeting this to go on, and two, to deploy this code to that, and three, oops, I got the thing, and three, to pull in the changes to the production code. So this is why I have a tendency to want to write it in Python myself. Because another thing that I want to do, this is okay, this is actually my wanting to do this, okay? So right now we cannot cure my team of the bad habit of changing code on the test boxes live. That is not something that is a reasonable expectation to get done. We have a very tight deadline. We have 2 weeks to go before we have to get this entire Slurm PBS integration done. And so we are super tight on the timeline. In fact, the fact that I took time off to just create the deployment script just is a sanity check, just to make sure we weren't blowing away code in our test environment and breaking our test environment. That was a survival mechanism. I can't revoke the rest of SSH keys. A lot of them are senior managers. They no, I don't want to get into it, okay? And they're good people. They're fantastic people. They think it takes too long to do all of this the right way because reasons, and some of the reasons are legit. And so I spend a large percent of my time in stand-ups reporting on, hey, can you please, do this? And so where am I going? One of the things that I want to do with is not just check to see if I'm going to blow something away, uh, as well as blowing it away, but I want to be able to gather this stuff. I know this is totally ass backwards, but I want to be able to gather this stuff in production and put it all into my dev branch, bundle it into a single PR and say synchronize with test or synchronize with test dev as a single PR. And then that primary dev PR, by doing that, I can keep our code up to date as long as I can get them to pull down the latest top level branch from which they've worked while they're doing their development, which is a challenge all by itself. But if I can get them to do that, then we're good. But what files do you pull in and all that stuff? So basically, it's the same thing that you would have in this file, right? It's like go out and grab all that stuff and pull it back in. Now, if we're going to do it that way, we have to avoid like what I have here, which is we have to avoid these entire directory sorts of things, right? Because let's say they put, okay, I want, they have stuff like in user local share lib for per on thing. I don't want to say, I'd have to, if I do an entire directory. So let's say, so what they have is they have like a subdirectory tree, and then that tree gets pushed out, right? And then you check those into specific files. But not all of but that tree in the destination also has hundreds of other files in it. But it's only those files I want to check. So there's a couple of ways of doing that. One of them is that I make this really monster long file here and to do the reverse check, right? Because when someone says they want to push everything in scripts to wherever, I can do the one-way check to see if something's changed, right? What would be cool is if we had a form of output like that says, hey, these other files have changed, and then it creates a list of all those files that are different, and it doesn't necessarily show you the differences. The dry run does. It shows you what's changed. But let's say you look over that first dry run and you're like, okay, all of these files have changed on the production or they're going to get overwritten. I don't want to lose those, so I want to pull those in. So then you run dry run again with a different format output, and you say, show me all the files that have changed on the production. And then you say, okay, I want to pull all of those changes in by file. That's what we should do. So what we should do is we should make an output that when we do our diff, right now we're just doing git diff index, but if we did a diff and we say, okay, which of these files is different? Like which one's substantially differs from the other one in any way? And if there's any difference at all we do is we list the line items for those files. Those are the files that have changed. And so now we know all the files that have changed. The thing that's really great about that is I can actually use that as a reporting mechanism in my stand-ups. I could tattletale on everybody who's changing stuff. And not by name because I don't know. These people are changing shit as root on these test machines, and there's no way to know who changed it. So the best I can do, I spent like an hour trying to go through some of our core libraries and associate them with one of 30 different branches that were being created by people in development that had not been merged into the main dev branch, and try to get them to know which one it was going with. I was like, where is this change coming from? I was basically trying to be Git in my head. And it was impossible. And so I threw my hands in the air after an hour and I said, does anybody disagree with me just creating a method of synchronizing all the development environment changes and live changes into the Git repo and bringing them in so that we at least have them captured someplace? And I'm like, no, please do that. So that's the main goal. Yeah. Yeah. It's a different branch of the code. Everything else is similar to the same, right? So the problem is that they're not using Git at all, right? They're beginning to get pushed to their own branches. They're making changes in production that they forget to put in their branches. And then they're making changes and saying, yeah, I made the change, I fixed it. And then they're having this happened the other day. The other day, they had an ad hoc running. They had an ad hoc chat running. So I just joined randomly, and they were struggling with something that I know had been fixed. I know it had been fixed, and I was like, this suffix has already been removed. I don't know why this is happening. I said, let me check. I said, so and so has already said that this was deployed. And so I said, okay, let's go figure this out. And I went out there and I helped them. I said, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's been changed. You guys should be fine. And they were struggling. They'd been, I don't even know how long. They'd been struggling for several minutes with deploying this API change to test their thing to see if it worked. And they were getting hung up on this thing that had already been fixed and discussed in the chat. And everybody said, oh yeah, that's been fixed. And I was like, I know that's been fixed. And so then I went out, but the one thing I didn't do is I didn't check the production code, the test of production code. And so I went up to the code, and sure enough, it was not what was in the dev branch, the head of the dev branch. The code that was being used that they were choking on had not been deployed. It was not the code that was in the dev branch that they were supposed to be testing at, that everybody had been saying had already been done. And so it was like, does anybody disagree with me copying this over? And they were like, I don't know, but probably okay. You know what we did? We did a diff against it with the change, and we noticed that there were a ton of other changes in there. And for like 5 minutes, all those changes were blown away because we copied what was in the head of the dev branch into over the top of that, and everybody else's changes got blown out. And I said, wait a second, I need to check something just for my sanity. And I went back and I just did a plain old diff from the command line of that file against the other file, and sure enough, there were tons of other changes in there. And I was like, we got to get this in there. And I thought, oh, absolutely, let's do that. So we got them in, and we committed them. We made a minor change to the thing that was based on the other change, and we edited that file, and then we pulled that file into the headed branch. And that's just one file. And people are making changes to files all over the place in there. Hey, how you doing, Pim? And so I was like, dude, I can't keep up, and I, I fight against the perception that I'm wasting time. Like, why don't we have these up commands done? We don't have time to do this. We don't have time for Jira stories. We don't have time for this. We have to get these things out. This is an existential threat. You got to get this out right now. And meanwhile, they're fucking blowing away all the work they've already done. So, it's frustrating. Anyway, so I don't know how to fix this. Honestly, I don't know how to fix this. I think I'm this has been really good for me because I'm getting sucked into proper CI/CD really easily because that's the right way to do this, and we have time to think about it. But I'm kind of in survival mode, and I only have 2 weeks, and the tool I've already written is good enough to catch these things and to go in there. It catches the problems that we have. It's already been approved and merged, and it sees the changes, and then but it doesn't pull them in. And so that's what I was going to add. I was going to add what I need to do right now. This is what I wanted to add is without the YAML change. YAML is an extra change, which I think is important. But if we were to keep the code as it is, which I'm actually really tempted to go back to right now, then the advantage of that is I could spend time on something that's more valuable, which is how do we pull in all of the changes in reverse? And therefore, I know people have been like, why am I wasting my time watching this guy? I can't stay focused. But I'm actually glad that we talked through this whole thing because I think I'm full circle back to just doing the bash one. And here's why I think it's a good idea because if I try to do this Ansible, it's already been 3 hours, right? If I try to do the Ansible thing and the Ansible thing doesn't work, um, because I can't pull the stuff in, Ansible's for pushing out, it's not for pulling stuff in, then I'm screwed because now I've got, I'm really stuck at that point. Rewriting the existing bash code as Python is going to be a win-win with everybody because they all like Python better, and the code is complicated enough that that would make it a better tool. And then I can add on to that tool the ability to extract and to list out these things in a different way. So I'm going to rewrite it in Python and brainstorming flash says, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and stick with the Python mode, and I'm gonna rewrite the code in Python right now. And we're just gonna that's the only change. I'm just gonna rewrite my batch code as Python, and then anybody can come into it on the team and do it. They all know Python pretty well. Uh, um, so what we need to do, the first thing we need to do is parse the file. This is kind of a cool little thing that I'm gonna have to write a bunch of Python out to do. So, God, I have seriously, guys, I have not coded Python in years. This is gonna be really hard. The file equals. How do you do default values in Python? I don't even remember. Am I losing power? I'm in low power mode. Everything is running out of power. What the hell? Everything is running out of power. The code itself is not that complicated. The algorithm is not complicated. It's just a matter of pulling it out. All right, let's do this. Yeah, I wanted to do default. So Perl lets you do this really cool thing, which you can't do here. I wish it did. Perl would let you do this, or well, and then it lets you set a default value in YAML. I don't think you can do that in this. So I think you have to do, was it argv? Is it argv1? Print file. Got it. I am so out of practice. I'm putting semicolons. I've been coding Perl a week. So now I'm doing Python and yeah, it's all messed up. Yeah. And I could set up my Python environment and all that jazz. I'm not going to do that. Deploy. Is it args? Is it args1? Is it args? Args is not defined. I seriously, I do not remember anything about Python. Literally, I could barely code Python at all right now. So this will be good for the beginners out there who want to like follow along. Dude, I taught Python for 13 years. And now I cannot even write it at all. Uh, Parse first argument. I could actually have AI just write me the starter of this. I could do that. I could just say, hey, iterate through. What should I do? If I want to get like a faster start on this, should we try it? It is sysorg. Okay. I'm gonna try it. Yeah. Is it sysorg? Yeah. I'm not parsing argv like that. I'm just using sys. Yeah. I feel like I'm gonna waste time using AI because I'm gonna be cleaning up after AI, and which it's always like a kind of a thing, right? Sys.argv1 or file map.yaml. Want to activate yes. That's something I added to my shell script. Uh, let's do this. Let's do. God, I can't remember my commands at all. What's the one? I can't remember my test commands. My brain is like dead. I've been doing so many other things. What is it called? Uh, what's the command that does? I can't believe I can't remember this. What's the command that does the watching? ENB something? Uh, yeah, this is why you can't put it down. You can't put it down. You got to stay current. It's not the one that watches for file events. What's the other one? I made videos on this. God damn it! Mm, it's not watch. It's not watch. It's like watch. Why can't I not remember this? This is why AI is going to kill us because you know what? AI doesn't forget. Its brain doesn't get tired. It it remembers everything. It doesn't stop remembering things after not working on something for a couple months. It's this why it will take over because this isn't because I've been using AI. This is because I've been away doing another task. AI never forgets. It's one of the reasons I'm like I don't know if I should even teach you guys anything because you're gonna just forget it anyway, and you're gonna have to ask your AI how to do it. And as long as you ask faster than everybody else, um, it's not watch. Yep, I use it all the time. I used to use this every day. This is how you go. I notify wait can bite me. No, no, ENTR. That's it. It's ENTR. Yes. ENTR deploy. Actually, no, let's do ENTR bash dash C dash deploy. If if um if deploy changes. There we go. All right, so let's add a clear screen. Clear and then that. All right, so and this is constantly running to test my code. And then we can come up here and take a peek at it. All right, so from now we're gonna do, so that, what did that print out for us? With that, did that do the file? Sys argv profile map. Sys is not defined, did you forget import sys? Yes, I did. How about now? Sys argv profile map. Let's input out a range. Oh, right. I have to do that if there's a sys one. The Python is so much better than this. So let's do this. If by map, wait, file equals sys dot what do I want to say? argv argv1 um if okay, so that's the thing, is it's like if you have to do if the count of args is greater than, is sys argv 0 the name? Yeah, okay. So wait, what was something oh, it printed out the name. Yeah. So sysarg 0 it just transfers over from Linux, which is just the name. Or from Unix, and then we do system. So we have to do this stupid ass thing. So we have to say if sys dot arg v dot length, or is it length, is greater than 1, then let's do this way then. This and put that. All right, so can't mix your tabs and spaces. Do not do that. Is it len? I don't remember my Python. All right, there we go. All right, so that was it. Print file. All right, so then what? Then we say actions. Okay, so this we're gonna unmarshal import YAML, and we're gonna marshal that up. All right, so now we need to get all of them YAML marshaled. And how do we do that? So thank you for the help, guys. I just noticed. Parse unmarshal. Let's see. Unmarshal YAML with Python. Not proud. I just want it done. Does this have argc? I don't know. It probably does, but that's a C thing. We could try it. I'm doing what I know from Go, actually. Nope, apparently not. Apparently not. Oh, whoopsie. argv. Yeah. All right. So, yeah. What else are we gonna do? So now we're gonna do the other one. So we need to do the marshaling. So marshaling, open config, read as file, and read it open the file handler. I'm just gonna copy that. I do not care. Change file as app, data file is safe. App is a localized variable, so we don't have to worry about that. And then print data. See what we get. Hey, look at that. It's been parsed. So just right there, okay? Those 4 or 5 lines have saved me all the time from the bash that I did parsing every line apart and taking all its pieces and everything, just by making it structured data and switching to Python. That has already saved me all the time that it would have taken me to write it in Python if I had just done that first. So the mistake I made here was not writing it in Python to begin with, because I hate Python. It's the best language for the job. Absolutely. So now what we can do is we can do a for, we can loop through this, this data. And which one is this? We could call it data. Let's call it something else. Let's call it, it's kind of like, what is it? It's a file map for each items. Yeah, let's do that. So for item and items, do print item. That should actually print it on a separate line. Yep. So there we go. That's, you see how we're getting there? We're getting closer. And get rid of this something print. And we'll do a little loop there. But you see it's putting a line between, because print by default puts in line return. All right, so now what are we gonna do? We should case in a try so it doesn't explode if it does file this thing. Just, yeah, we're gonna add tries on everything at some point. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just do a try right here. this is where Python gets really ugly. um, is it final? What is it? I forget the last one. It's I can't remember. Vegeta. Oh, it's with. No, never mind. Uh, add an exception handler. Yeah, it's an exception handler. Exception is a problem that goes on, and it'll throw an exception. Invalid YAML. That's actually really good. Let's just add that. I don't care. AI, the land of AI. Um, so file not found. Um, is it backtick? Is it backtick? What are how do f formatted strings work again? I can't remember. I think this is it. Here it is. They did it down here. I guess I can use it this way. All right, good. Yeah, that was added in 3. Thank God. Except YAML, invalid YAML, blah. All right, so good old syslog. That's perfect. I don't need to know that. I don't. That's good. I'm glad the AI reminded me of that. I knew that from before, so the AI is good at reminding me. We don't need to do this either. I already have this over here. All right, so that did not blow up, but let's actually blow it up, shall we? Let's blow it up, people. We're gonna blow it up right now. We're gonna make I'll put another thing here. Let's do something. That's an invalid YAML. It should blow up. It did not blow up. You know why? Sorry, ENTR is not looking at that file as well. It's only looking at deploy. And yeah. I mean, I could do this instead. All right, there we go. So there's space to trigger restart. Yeah, but it wasn't looking at the file. Was the problem. Is this the one? Yeah. Nah, I don't need that. I mean, that'll work too, but all right, so we got the YAML problem in there. Yeah. So there we go. Then we got that. And all right, so let's do the deploy. Yeah, I mean, we could do that. Actually, we could do a ternary here. The problem is the scope of the file variable is not going to be set, so it's not going to see it. That's why I don't like this particular method. I don't think that's going to work. I guess it did. Are things global by default? I think they are. I think variables are global by default, which is fucking stupid. It's one of the things I hate about Python. That should not work. Because yeah, dude, this down here is working because it's seeing file and file is set up here. Even though it in Go these variables would be automatically scoped to the block they're in right here, so they wouldn't extend. And so I would have to define file, bar file appear or something. So that's why I did it that way. The approach that I had is very it's very Go like. So Go is very much a define it to its default, and then if there's something available, override it. So you don't have an if else. I'm going to leave that because it just makes me happier. And then it overwrites it. Now you could argue that that's inefficient, right? Because it's wasting time assigning that file up front. But so if you're a C coder, that would definitely be wasteful. But this is Python, so For item and items, we're printing out all our items. Now, what I can do is I can print out item. This is actually one of the best parts about this is it automatically parses. This is something about Python I really love. Um, or is that a JavaScript thing? Am I confusing it? It's a JavaScript thing. What was I thinking? Stupid, silly Robert. Yeah, I can't remember. Nope, that's not it. Item. I thought you had named attributes. Oh, hosts, item host. I fucking hate that. Oh, that's another reason I hate Python. I love Node. Node will actually do that. It'll make him into actually dotted notation. Um, yeah. So whatever. Um, what else? Okay, so for each one of these things, what are we gonna do? First thing we're gonna do is I should probably write these as functions. But I would, yeah. So we need to check if we're on the same host. And I'm a real huge fan of like highly specific functions. So I like so I could do this. I say um uh define um on host. Now this a lot of people hate underscores in Python. It's one of the reasons people really, really fucking hate Python is they hate underscores, but there's no debating that's the way to do it in Python. There's a huge debate about whether you should do this or not. Like in Code Combat, they have everybody use mixed case. Um, you know, let's see what the should I use is host or is host. Snake case reads, but I hate writing it. I know everybody hates writing it, but they love how it reads. Same with me. I'm actually a fan of snake case for this kind of stuff. Um, Python PEP 8. In Python, the overwhelming convention is snake case. This is what pissed me off when I found that they were teaching young people to code Python like JavaScript, and it kind of triggered me. So I'm going to use underscore. Default on host. Yeah, so we could just say I like using assertions rather than check, right? So um let's see, what do we want to say? I want it to read like English. So when we say this, we say something like uh if um if not on the host, right? And you can actually I think you can do the fail if not on host, which is something in Python I really like that comes from Perl sort of. And we use list case. I like list case. I think you should use it. I don't think you can actually. Yeah, if you could use dashes, I would totally do it. Yeah, they're kebab case, what do they call it? You can use simple namespace to make them dot notation compatible. To make them dot notation compatible. Is simple namespace an imported library? I'm not sure on that one. So, um, I want to make something more fancy here on um item. Let's see. Uh, if on same host, if applies to I'm a fan of function names that are longer if they provide meaning, not if they are super hard to type all the time. I don't think you even have argument list in this. I don't remember. Yeah. And then we could say, um, item, let's see, print item, print item. We're gonna parse this apart in a second, but and then we want to say continue if not applies to host. This is why people like Python, because it is very readable. So I don't think I can do it that way though. I think I have to do it the other way. I think I have to say if not applies to host, continue. I think I have to do that. Yep. So um if this is a functional like this is I wish we could make it more functional like item dot applies to host, but that would mean biting off a whole bunch of OOP, which we're not doing. All right, so then we can go through and check them. So um or uh host and hosts or item and item hosts um print host. That's gonna give me a problem. Yeah, okay, so there's all the hosts, local hosts. I know this. Host, I know this. All right, so you say if the host roast an item host, if host um equals localhost is localhost, which we can get away with. Continue or return true. Um, you could put an or here if you wanted, or you could just do if host is if now Python's probably got a host name call that's like built in. You can't deal with Python. Yeah, me too. Python's the right language here though, guys. I don't have any question about that. So um return true, it doesn't like that. Oh, capital true. I forgot about that. It doesn't like is. Um, it's an infinite loop. Um, return true, return false. What am I doing? I still have an infinite loop. If post equals localhost, return true, return false. Continue. Adams. Print. F source. I don't think you can use dot notation on this. I wish you could. I don't think you can. Can you? I don't think so. I want to do this, but I don't think that's a thing. Oopsie. Oh, can't use singles on that. I am trying to learn Python over. Nope. Source. I can't do this because it's gonna kill it. Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. I guess the brackets save it somehow. That that is weird. All right, so that worked. And it seems to be sort of finishing. All right, so we could say if not applies, let's continue. Else print would apply. Okay, else, oh, whoops. All right, would apply, would apply, would apply. Okay, so all of those, it says that they have locals in them. Then we should have one. Say, I wish I could write a test suite in Python. If I was writing this in Go, I could write a test thing. This is weird. I know. I would rather write this in Node. I love Node actually. I really do. Good Node, when Node is written well, it looks so beautiful, especially with all the fat over functions now. So yeah. Anyway, for item and items, print source, as a host. So this appears to be working. We need to do another check here. We need to say we need to look up the localhost in Python. Look up local host name in Python. I don't know. It's something stupid. Yeah, good written. It has to be good JavaScript, but if it's written well and functionally, it's super beautiful. Pain to maintain. Yeah, I agree with that. Get host by name, socket, get host by name. All right, well, there we go. That's everything we need right there. This is the kind of thing that I am glad for AI for because I do not want to look this shit up. Yep. IP equals get socket by name. I don't need the IP actually. Don't need it. I can just keep the host name up here. I say if post equals or this is actually a huge mistake in Python. Let me show you how insidious this mistake is. Okay. This is wrong. How is this code wrong? I used to use this when I taught Python all the time. How is this code wrong? This code is always true. Why? Look at it really closely. It's a really big logic error. And this error would not exist in a strongly typed language. It's because it looks like a duck. What is host name? It's a variable with text in it. Oh yeah? Watch this. You see how it did it for everything? Now, if I do it right, it'll remove something. It's returning true for every single one, even if the host does not equal the host name. And if you code this like a human, and you're like, oh yeah, if the host is a local host or host name, looks right. It's not right. You have to do this. Now it takes down one of the notches, and it doesn't work. Okay, so you know that's the reason. And so in fact, I'm going to really prove it to you. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say host print yes I am on host name. Yes I am. Yes host is host name or host. Yes, yes, localhost is I know this or localhost. Yes, localhost is I know this or localhost. Yes, localhost is I know this or localhost. Localhost is I know this or localhost. So I'm trying to show you that that's not true. Okay. Oh, I know. All right. So, um, host. All right. Which is either host name or localhost. All right. So localhost, which is either I know this or localhost. Localhost is either localhost. Localhost is either localhost. Localhost, which is either localhost. Okay. Now I actually have to change the file. I think. Yeah, I think they're all that. Yeah. Okay. They're all. This is localhost. Let's say I know this for this one. See, which is either I know this or okay. Let me make it something that's not that. It's like something else entirely. There. Did you see that bug? Something else. I'm gonna this is so important in Python and Perl that you understand this. If you will, I guarantee you, uh host is either localhost, right? I'm gonna make it lie. Something else entirely is something else entirely is either I know this or localhost. Wrong. Why is it true? Why is it true? I'm going to tell you why it's true. I can't not teach you this right now. So Python 3, right? So we're gonna do a type evaluation, okay? And we're gonna say we're gonna force a boolean. All right. So what is the value one? When it's used in a Boolean context, the reason this is an error is because we are using a string in a Boolean context. So contextual languages like Perl and Python and Bash are notoriously bad at this. And this is why those languages are largely dead and that strictly typed languages like Go, Rust, and TypeScript have taken over because these kind of errors can't be made when the types are checked. If the types aren't checked and it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it fucks you like a duck, that's what's happening. So like when you establish a boolean, the number one in a boolean context is true. You want to guess what the number zero is? You want to guess? Anybody guess? False. Okay, that makes sense. Thank God. It gets interesting though. All right, let's do an actual boolean. True. All right. Let's do false. All right, that makes sense. All right. Now let's do it differently. Let's use the true string instead. Okay, true. Yeah, that's what I would expect. Let's do the false string. Also true. Let's try something else. How about an empty string? Okay, an empty string is false, but a string that's got anything in it is true, including a zero. Let's do a negative number. True, because it's not zero. I'm telling you. See, every single language, contextual languages, interprets types differently, interprets other types. It does its own typecasting using its own unique rules. And if you don't know that, the reason that if we do this, like true, true equals true, that if you do true or false, you get true, right? If you do false or true, false or true, you get true. So let's actually have fun with this. So let's say 1 equals 1, or I don't know, let's say 1 equals 0, or false. It equals false. It makes it into the string false. It's just so screwed up. It's so screwed up. So the long story short is the reason, this is one of the reasons I don't like Python. So not to mention I can't even get out of the fucking, okay, so um this is wrong. It sounds correct, but what it wants you to do is this. Because if you just evaluate host by itself without checking it against the actual type, that which therefore does the actual check and forces it to check against the string, then it will just assume that if there's anything in there, which there is, because we already put it in there, it's always true, which means that this line right here would never be false, ever, until we added host equals host equals. Okay, you know how many times I've found people have that error in their code, but whether they're teaching them or in production, that error is bitten so many people because they don't. And the other thing too is they don't write good unit tests, so they don't check for the condition where this is false. And a lot of times it is, a value that's always there, so it's always true. And like it's very, very, very insidious, hard bug to find. Logic bugs are the hardest bugs. No Rust, memory compilation, safety, all that shit. None of it will find logic errors like that. And the only place you find logic errors of that magnitude is in dynamically typed languages like Perl and Python and Bash. Golang fixes it. So does Rust. So does TypeScript. Multi-thread bugs are harder. They are definitely harder. Multi-thread bugs are pretty damn hard. You're talking about concurrency communications. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. That's harder than logic bugs. Logic bugs, at least you can see. Multi-threading like bugs are hard to see unless you like put in a whole bunch of visibility code. Completely agree. Good point. So we actually fixed our bug now. We should have anyway. So localhost is either I know this or localhost. Okay, so that actually now filtered out our other one. Right, our file map is now, that's like not gonna work great. Now you could, if you're on another system like that, you can make that execute. Okay, so back to our code, our main code. The crazy thing is we're actually approaching the end of this. This code is not very complicated. We're gonna use chmod. Now there are internal Python alternatives to using the chmod from the command line, but they may or may not be able to deal with this. So I don't know. We're gonna see what the AI says about it. So would apply. So we got that. So I mean, we can leave this here as it is. If it equals the same, then go ahead. Otherwise, return false. This is a fault. Applies to those. So you can say if not applies to those item, continue. That means skip it. We could put some output there if we wanted to. We don't really need this else statement there because it's just implied because we're short circuiting. I like short circuit logic rather than if else kind of things. So the next thing, what is the next check we need to make? So we need to see if the source exists. So define source source in current repo. Now this to me source, let's see, source found relative. You know, and I like writing very, very small functions, especially in Python, because they get really, really nested fast and you cannot see anything. So we're going to check for the source. So I'm just going to punt, it's like check for existence file Python. I really don't care how to write this code, so I don't need to look it up. This is the fastest way. From pathlib import. All right, we'll do that. If path is file, path exists, and path is file. Great, perfect. So let's actually do this. So, oopsie. If path exists, path expel, path blah blah blah. Okay, let me get this up here. And I really don't like importing entire packages. So this is probably the best way to do this. I assume it's like built in, but I don't know. Source found. We'll put so source found. Okay, say source exists. How about that? And path equals. I don't need that. So we could say item. Wait, what? Oh, path equals path config that YAML. Okay, I have to actually call it path. You know what I can do instead? I can just import pathlib. I like knowing where stuff's coming from if I can do that way. I'm not using it pathlib path uh item source. If the path exists, then what? Print the file exists and return true. Actually, I don't have to do that. I think I can do this. Exists. I think I can do that. I can do that. Yep. os.path. Wait, what? Pathlib, Python, pathlib, both exist, file exists. Restrict. Why is it pathlib better than OS? Guess there's a bunch of ways to do it. The correct Pythonic way. Try open. Oh yeah. We're not going to use the file though. So that's why we're doing this. File not found. We don't want to do that. We're not opening the file. We're just checking to see if it's if it's currently there. And that's going to be relative to the running directory, which by the way, we need to add a check here. We need to, we need to make sure it's being run from a Git repo. These are some safety checks. Truth is, we don't really need them, but it might be nice to have that eventually. I'm gonna put a marker for this. Do sanity check location of execution. So if we have an admin or somebody who's down below in the files and they dot slash to run the thing, we don't want to do that. If we do that, we could actually do it safer by making it execute from the location of the file by cding into that location and running it from there. Yeah. So what is a safe way to execute? I don't want to get the path, but I want to resolve all the paths from that location next to the directory. We could if we did this right, if we spent a little bit of time on this, we can write the code so it can be run anywhere and it will operate on the code next to its script. But to do that, it's going to have to imply the path up to that point by prepending the path with the full path to the on the system. And if you ensure that the script is being run from the right place, you don't have to do that. So it's a little bit of extra work, but it does make the script completely bomb-proof. It can run anywhere. Somebody can run it from anywhere, and it will always get the right thing by looking at its local location. I tend to want to do that. There is a file path absolute, yeah. So, yeah, that would be the way to do that. And so that would be the set check source exists, right? So the first thing we need to do up here is we need to get the source path absolute of the actual running file. And we can do that with sys.arg argv 0. Wait, what? This is wrong. That was wrong. So sysrv0 is the file name. Um, what do we want to call this? Exe equals system, and we can do exit here. Echo, whoops, print exe. You can do all kinds of tricks with this. You can actually assign to the sysargv0 if you want. If you want to change what lists in PS output, it's kind of a cool trick. So that says it's to play. And I think it's absolute path. I think it's I don't remember. Let's go look. Absolute path to running executable. And then we just take the base name off of that, and then we're good to go. So sys.executable. Absolute path to Python interpreter. Most literally, this is the executable that literally runs your code. Oh, that's the Python interpreter. We don't want that. We want the actual script. As a running script, path lib import path. Script path equals to path __ file. You kidding me? I didn't know that was a thing. That's one of those special variables. That's probably more reliable than $0. I'm guessing. Wait, what? You have to chop the .py off. Works from running a .py file. Who the fuck puts py on the end of their file? Please don't do that. Yeah. Okay. So let's try that. Path lib. Resolve. Huh. Okay. So path lib dot resolve. Look at that. Perfect. What if I change it? What if somebody idiotically changes it to deploy.py? I fucking hate that when they do that. Yeah, I got the py. It means the script knowledge works when running a .py file, not defined by interactive mode or REPL. Huh. Let's try it with file instead. All right. No, did not get it. I like argv. I just trust it more. All right, so sysargv0. What am I looking at? Argv can be misleading, movable from path. Honestly, I don't care. If they want to use that path, they better not change my script or I'll yell at them. But if they did, they would still work. Because what we really want is the dir. So the dir is path lib base name. I wish I could tab. Oh, I can. Shit. Base name. Those are not. What is the base name? I'm just guessing. My AI would have it done by now. No, it doesn't look like it's helping. How about base dir? It's probably dir. What do you want to bet me? It's dir. 20 LSC project. Shut up, electioneer. I have been experimenting lots of things. Parent, are you kidding me? Really? Resolve that parent? Can I do this? Exe. I guess I must be able to do that. I think dir is reserved. I think dir is reserved. Yep. Permission denied. Oh, whoopsie. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so that did not help. I don't know what. Oh, wait. I printed the exe only. I printed the dir. Built-in function directory. Oh, I can't use dir. Hdir. Hdir is exe dot parent. How about that? Artifacts Rob display. Oh, right. That's correct. That is correct, sir. All right. So, um, we could just call this root. No, we could just call this directory. What do I want to call this? Top. Top exe parent. All right. That's what we'll call it. We don't need to check like location of this of the file anymore. And so now we have to do the base dir. Do we want to make these uppercase because they're a constants route? Probably should. Exe. They're not constants, but they are kind of like, you know, base. I'm gonna call it base. All your base. All right. So now what? Now whenever we do this stuff, open file. So the file is filemap.exe. So we're not going to do this. And now we have to add the base to everything. So, if we're going to do this, we're going to say base. Actually, we need to do a proper join to get the files. So to do that, I think it's filepath.join. Join base to the file name. Python. We have to do that. So yeah, base or path, file result parent, base or slash. I think slash operator is a path join, not division. It's cross-platform readable. Yeah, okay. That's new. That didn't used to be that case. So we're gonna do base file map. And the length of those files is sysargv. Is base slash sysargv. Why is that a thing? Because now we can run the script from exe is not defined. Exe. Oh, whoops. Exe. Is that really applies to path host item or host name equals host name? All right, we changed host name. Host name. Okay. All right. So now we can actually change what's running. So like if I go into, let's say an accident, I'm down here, right? And I do deploy, it'll work. So that would not have worked had I not added the base changes. So we're safe now. And that didn't take very long. It took like 3 minutes extra. So, I think it's worth it to add that to your code just because you never know how your code's going to be deployed and what kind of integration and stuff. I mean, it's those little things that keep it robust long term and it keeps your hack from becoming, a problem later. And the fact that we're doing it in Python is also going to keep it from becoming a problem later. Ample white space. Okay, so we got that all done. All right, so now we got to actually do the bulk of the work. So we've got, and I could put all of this in main. This is another thing that I could do. This is a very common thing in Python. Leave our functions up here and then put main like this. I believe that's the way to do it. Did I get that right? Did I get that right, everybody? ATR. Yeah. Is it main? Name main is not defined. Did you mean underscore name? No. I forgot how to do this in Python. How do I separate? Hey, Roadrunner, module from main in Python. There's a way. There's a technique to do this. It makes it so your modules are runnable, but it's also just a nice way to separate your functions uh, from the other stuff. There it is. It name equals main. That's right. I could not remember. This is the idiom. An idiom is a common way to write something or say something that is unique to the language. That's an idiom. So the idiomatic way to write Python is to put something like this, or to actually put the main function under here. And you'll see people do all kinds of stuff with this. Um, but then that way you have like the main function, uh, since there's no explicit main, right? The main reason to do this is so that you can put your functions up here separate, and these functions could then be broken out and used anywhere, and you could actually use this part of the file, as a module that somebody else uses, so that the code's reusable. And this, yeah, thank you guys. So and then we've got the exceptions here. um File equals base map file name. So this kind of stuff is very you know we've kind of just, those other things at the top are kind of established as exported. Like, they're not really constants, but that's why they're uppercase. They probably should be just initial case, because I think uppercase means constant. I think it does. What is case convention in Python for exported variables? I think it's initial case, initial cap. All caps I think is then put a develop them out. Snake case variables and constants. Snake case uppercase for constants. Yes. Exports are camel case. All right. So yeah, let's use it as an export. So let's follow proper conventions here. So this should be host, and this should be exe. This should be base, and this should be exe. Host name. And these are not exported, but I think they are automatically. They can be exported. I haven't said that they're exported, but if you wanted to export them, you could. And idiom is who invented the main equals main. That's an idiom. File equals base file map. So this is all happening at runtime. It's all happening at runtime because it's Python, but still, except file not founder. Yeah, well, error. That's E. And public, private, Python, everything's public. I know, but that's why that's why the convention is so important, because underscore is conventionally meant to be not exported, and if you add an initial underscore on something, so otherwise it's kind of out there for anybody to see. So I mean, if I wanted to do this, you know these are kind of exported by default. um you know but if I were to do that, it would be kind of, please don't use this. He asked nicely. Yeah. So, and you can put underscore private at the end too if you want, but there's a bunch of conventions that they follow, but there's no law. So anyway, so items, we want to say print, we're working on the source. Um, not applies to host. If not applies to host, continue. But so we're getting here when it actually applies to those. So then we have to say something. So we have to say this. We have to say, um, uh, if the source doesn't exist, what do we do, right? So do we break? If the source doesn't exist, do we break? You know, or not? That's actually a big question. Uh, so I don't know. If they can't find the source because it's trying to, they don't have a source, we should break it. Say, look, that source doesn't exist. You killed it. I think that we should do that. Or should it be a warning? Should it be a warning that says, hey, you don't have this file? This file is not there. You're trying to synchronize a file, but the file does not exist. That means they deleted a file, but they didn't delete the map, the file map. I think it should be a fatal error. So, yeah, thank you for the follow there, sure. So if not, source, was it file found? What do we say? Source exists item. If not source exists, then die. Continue. Now I could put a bunch of these, here, and I could put them on separate lines. I think. I don't know if I can do that. Let's try that. Or not source exists. It's not going to clean it up for me. That was it. No, they don't have to line up. I don't think that's going to work. What's a clean way to do this, people? File equals base. File. Base. File equals base. Okay, statement line 26. 28. Base file name. Do we not call it base? Liner base not belong to us. Is it because I didn't import it? Interesting. I don't know. It's because I haven't indented everything after name. Oh, shit. Forgot about that. Fucking hate that. I hate Python. This is the main reason I hate it, even more than the duck typing thing. You ever try cutting and pasting this stuff and getting the indentation right because your formatter tries to do it right? Sucks ass. I hate it. Yep, can't do this. So this would have to be a big ass long thing. And no, I know you can do that, but it's just a problem. White space should never be significant. It also killed multi-line lambdas as well. Very entertaining thread in the Python developer list of them trying, just silently giving up because they couldn't do it. If you want a little bit of Schadenfreude, go read that. It's so funny. Like, huh? Maybe white space wasn't a good significant white space was kind of a bad idea. Who knew? Yeah, I need parentheses. I agree. Wait, sourcing just needs parentheses. Oh. Yeah. I mean the other one would have worked, but you just can't read it. And I would rather have this than the other. I wish you could do short circuit logic or something. Um I don't think it can be on the second line. I don't think that's a thing because fucking white space. So this reads better. I know it's lame, but it reads better, right? So hell, I could do this. Let's do this. This is even better. A lot of formatters will put this like this. Mine's not doing. I don't have any auto linting or formatting happening right now, so that's not. But a lot of them would do that to you. Um, and that's perfectly readable. So, all right. So if the source doesn't exist, we're done. That's a fatal. Actually, we need to. So should we have a silent error or should we do a different thing? Return at start. If the name is not equal main. You could, but that would be. I don't know. I don't know. This is like the idiomatic. You don't need that at all. you know, that's only if you want your thing to be a module, possibly. Um, The only reason you do this is if you want people to be able to use your file also to get to your functions. It just keeps it from running as an executable. The truth is, if you don't want that and you want to make these, you should probably just make these private, and then nobody should be touching your file. It shouldn't be sourcing your file. If I do this, I'm actually encouraging people to source the file, and then I'm also having to indent for no reason. So I'm going to get rid of it. I'm going to get rid of it. And if somebody wants my function, they can fucking make their own. It's very much a Go position. That's how Go looks at the world. It's like, just copy the code, dude. Who cares? Yeah, so by doing the if equals main, you save yourself if somebody imports your code, because this all the code will run if they try to import it. But I didn't put .py at the end because you're not supposed to fucking import my code. This is supposed to be a one-off. But I'm going to make it even harder. I'm going to say, look, you run this, you're an idiot. They're going to put an underscore under there. If they use that, they won't. This is a bad thing with Python. Somebody will like, oh, I'm going to save time and just use your functions. Like, no, fuck no. Copy your own. It's bad to do that. So I'm gonna make these private. I'm gonna send all the messages to everybody that those are private. Hostname, exe, and base. Frankly, they're only that way because they are by making a mixed case like that, it's kind of implying that they can be used outside, so I'm not doing that. Hostname, exe. Plus it's easier to type, so fuck you. I'm sorry that I'm splitting hairs here, but this is important to me anyway. I know, like, oh my god, you wasted so much time. I did. I did. You're right. I want them to think of this as a quick and dirty script, not as a module to be reused. Yeah. Iterating for an item in the items item to avoid a whole class of non-edge case upstream. That's probably a good idea. Yeah. Uh, to avoid a whole, yes. Yeah. Um, this isn't gonna hurt too bad. Yeah. Yeah. I did. Yeah, I think the biggest concern I have is I don't want people to use anything. I want them to see this as a script. It's like do not use this as a module. The end. All right, so and I can do a proper comment here. I can use Python comments, which are super cool. Um, um, and am I doing them right? How am I doing it wrong? Oh, it's single quotes. Yeah, there we go. Lysios. Mm-hmm. Thank you guys for the reminders. All right, so we got our code back. Okay, good time to like take a break and save what we did so far. So git add dot git commit fresh start in Python with YAML. Git push. So now that's there for us to look at. Hey, how you doing, Dustin? The actual logic. This is the logic. I am not bike shedding completely. So we want to make the safety, and then we want to do the schmod. So we're going to do the rsync and the git, which I have written someplace else. I'm going to have to go look that up. We're going to use a git index command to show the difference. So the other thing great about doing this is we can actually test the individual functions. You know what? God damn it. I just remembered something. I remembered a reason that I want to do if name was main. because I want to write my own unit test code, and you can't do it unless you write it as a module. Yeah, fuck. I forgot all about that. So that's actually a really solid reason, even if you have private methods to do that, because you can write unit test code. So if I used to do this all the time. I'm gonna, God damn it, this is worth it. This is worth it to be able to do unit testing. You can't do unit testing if you don't do this, because you can't test your functions. All right. All right. So keep your CLI independent from logic. That is how you normally would do it, but I don't. Well, if I put all those functions in a separate file, it's gonna. That's how Python starts to get really fucking annoying, because then you have like files all over the fuck, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna make a deploy and I'm gonna make a deploy underscore test, and you know, call it a day. Um, but that's why people like Go and other things, right? But if I do that one little thing, then I can make a little script here, you know, directory tests, and I can go into the test directory. Now that I've been rewritten, also test, don't want to break production rate. Yeah, test. So we go into test and we say, so there are like a number of suites in Python to do testing, and I'm just going to ask really quickly, what is the best unit test suite in Python? Testing doubles the length of your project no matter what. It's just guaranteed to happen. So, um, you know, so yeah. If you want a built-in optional dependencies unit test is part of the standard library. Shit, I did not know that. Today I learned. All right, well I'm going to use that then. Install PyTest, PyTest, pip install PyTest, PyTest. Super simple test, plan assert, great value, blah, blah, blah. And the best of the unit test. But where do we put it though? Install PyTest, super test, plan assert, if do I have to put it in install directory? I don't know. I don't know. PyTest. Pip, pip, install PyTest. I got a VMV running, so. Oh. PyTest. You're looking to deploy, collect the 0 items, Python PyTest, blah, 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 pluggy. I do not know what I'm doing. How do I do PyTest, guys? Question, if you want to do tests, can you import without your name into Py? Absolutely. Yep. Yes, I am almost positive. Let's check that assumption right now. I've done it. I believe I've done that in the past. So, test deploy. User bin env Python import deploy. I think you might be right. I think it has to be. Do you have to have underscore import and all that shit? You have a directory structure. I can't remember all that. If you're making a module, you have a directory and you put the underscore import file, and that tells you what things to export and all that shit. It's like super complicated. Yeah. I think in order to import a module like that, I actually have to make it into a module. I don't think I can import a file directly. How can I import a file? See, this is where it starts growing out of the scope of a bash script, right? It's like, now we're getting nuts. Yeah, there you have a project in your tills and some function, import some function. Yes. This is how Python wants you to do it. Yeah. So main FPY, import the package best long term. My main FPY, fuck you. My app, see that? The init. Yep. From my app import utils. Import a file by the absolute path. Yes. Import lib util. So I think actually I think we can do this. I think we can just do this. Nope. How can I import the parent directory? I just want to import the directory. I think it get recursion. I think it get recursion. That's why. Yeah. Result parent. God damn, that's a bit annoying as fuck. What surprises? This is so annoying. Better turn the parent to a package. Project util submain file. Yeah, I don't like that. / import. Oh, let's try that. That's what's going on. Import star. Nope. With no known package parent. It doesn't recognize the play. I'm just checking something to see if it does. I should know this. I don't. I don't remember. I remember how to set up a package, like an actual package. I remember all that. I just don't remember how to cheat. I think the only way to cheat is to keep it in the same directory. So, you know, okay, we move test deploy up a bit, and then we do move deploy, py deploy. Then we could do test deploy. I would say, I think actually, maybe it's just my Go coding that's in my head. I think we could do, no, because we haven't declared the package name. Yeah, it's not like Go. It doesn't read everything in the same directory. I'm so used to that from Go. I love that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. How do I write unit tests for deploy script that has functions in it? I wonder if it comes up with something better than that. Deploy your script, build a command, string list, apply, remanifest main. Importing deploy should not run anything. Player scripts. Deploy test deploy path import deploy. Is deploy a function a directory? I think this is wrong. I think it's wrong. So build command read manifest. Parent directory equals OS path. File path pen path directory. Now import your module. Import your module. Yes and no. Yeah. Test deploy. We already have a test, so that's why I'm kind of doing this. I do think we need to tell test deploy about where it's located. I do remember that briefly from the old days. So um Sith path append parent directory. Now import your module port. Yes, okay. So parent os.path.dirname os.path.abs path dot wait, did I get that right? Dot. Did I get that right? Os.path dot dirname abs path. It just not saying it as a Python file. Oh, it is, okay. And then you guys look, no language is perfect. Syspath parents import. Yeah, I do remember screwing with the Python path. I do remember this. It's been a while, but yeah. Deploy. So the question is whether it's going to see it as a module without the .py file. And I suspect no. Yeah. Did you forget to import OS? Yes, it did. And you can have imports at runtime like this because it's all runtime. So syspath. Yeah. Now if I go up here, I don't think it's going to be enough. I think I actually have to put it in a directory with an underscore underscore init and all that shit, and underscore underscore main and all that. I don't think it'll just find it. So yeah. Yep, I can't find it because it doesn't know the name. Because when you tell it to look for something, it's looking for a directory with that name, and then it's looking for underscore underscore main.py and all that shit. If you and that's like a full blown module. So this is so much better in Go. It's so much better. God, I love that language. Why are you not running it in Go? Because reasons. Um, yep. Yeah. I mean, that was kind of a waste of time. The only point of this is I am actually trying to write testable code, and that's best done by writing functions. And the function I'm going to write with a git that I'm with a git recurse that I'm going to come when I'm doing next. That is something I really want to unit test, and I cannot unit test that if unless I figure out how to do this. Now, the bash script that I wrote, I didn't do any unit testing. I just ran the tests and I just ran them and I observed what was happening, which is what most shell scripters do. They don't write any test code. But if you have the opportunity to easily write a test that encapsulates that functionality, then you're much more better off. And I just don't see that happening, honestly. So um I think I might have to just punt to not have testable code. Um There is a unit test parameter for bash, yes. Absolutely. There's one that somebody made. Um but yeah. Um project deploy test. So just deploy just a build command, deploy build command, test readapps. What am I missing? I should probably ask her. If she because I want to do this right, and somebody who does Python all the time could tell me. Deploy. It might be how I'm organizing the file. Again, I haven't written Python in 10, 15 years. So I deal with it all the time, but I haven't written it in a while. I wrote a ton of Python in 2016, 2013. It's been so long. Python.path, things a source. So It's got the name. I mean, it's all set up to do unit testing. Um, yeah. I just don't know. Path led build test. This is not a thing. Right, you're just importing call functions. Import deploy. From path import path, import deploy. No. That doesn't work. AI is wrong again. Very common reasons that just import deploy fails. File name deploy no py when the Pyron tests or different working directory. Here the powers actually work. Your script is literally named deploy.py. Python imports file module by file name, and a bare executable named deploy won't import as import deploy unless it's still valid. This is one of the legitimate reasons to add .py to the end of a file, and I fucking hate it. People add .sh to the end of their shell scripts. I want to fucking punch them. I hate that. It's just like there's no need for it. You can't port the code later to another language. It's hard coded. Everything it calls it is hard coded to .sh. Absolute stupidity. And so if you must keep the file name deploy, loaded, blah, 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 import lib.util, blah, 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 import path, deploy path equals blah, import the spec and location, just to get it to see the code in the right place. Ridiculously stupid. But PyTest says module not project deploy. So yeah, this is a no. This is like a big old no. So if you're just writing a bash script that, you know, as soon as you get into this thing, then you need to write a fucking module and everything, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to write a full blown module. We don't want to do that. If the player runs commands, syspath insert 0 syspath parent. I just did that. I've never seen that. I have seen people mess with the syspath though. That's why I was thinking that might be the one. I remember doing something like this. It was ancient. It was like years and years ago. Yeah, so I do not remember. It's something to do with the syspath. It's not finding the module, and I'm pretty sure it's not finding the module because it's not deployed as a PM file. And if modules, okay, modules are directories that have certain things in them. Like okay, so what qualifies as a module in Python? Yeah, so global scripts have that sh because if they're imported, if you import a .sh, that's different. If it's meant to be imported, it's a library. It's not a script. Just import something Python utils.py import utils. The most common use case file without py is still valid. Importable the Python import libutil. Get extension execution time only import metrics. Yeah, see that? A directory is a module if the Python treats it as a package. Okay. If Python treats it as a package. If your directory has this file in it, it will see it as a module and then use it. But by then, you're like, you've really gone off the rails at that point, right? Because now you've got an entire module, a Python module mixed in with your Perl code. That gets like really messy at that point, you know? So, I mean, I could do that. I could make a deploy module that's runnable and also a deploy script that runs and just imports it. That might be the way to go because that would then the whole module would be in a testable framework. You'd have config underscore test in there and everything. Even this works without init native package. What? When did they have that? Shit. Buffer tool scripts have to keep things like so. Built-in extension modules, yes. A random text file script is syspath, right? Key model model import. So the point of it is it has to have .py at the end, or it won't be imported. I actually think build a file and a script. This is probably a bad practice to do this. Robot will take away. What does that mean? So basically, my reminders of why I don't like Python. Um, I could make a deploy script and a deploy directory if I could have the same names, but you can't. So um, I could have deploy lib. I could have actually I could make this. I could say make directory lib, and I can move deploy into lib deploy dot py, and then I could have a deploy script in here. Touch deploy, schmucks deploy. And then if I do that, I can put those scripts in there, right? So I can do lib deploy.pl, and then these are all even though they're private, at that point if this is a proper module. So I should probably, do this stuff. Host name. I mean, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it. See, the cool thing about this is other people that are writing scripts can just like put it in here, and just use this lib. And no, this is like in the run tools lib. So applies to host. But then now it just kicks off all my structured programming things, right? Um, yeah. So I would say uh, belongs on host. Um, item belongs on host. Source exists. Item source exists, and then you get this becomes PHP all of a sudden. Constants are all caps. Those are not constants, though. They're runnable. Every time you call it, it runs it. I mean, strictly speaking, they're not constants. They get assigned once and they never change after that, but that's that a constant? I don't know. Yeah, they're kind of constant-y. Yeah, doesn't have constants, right? Item belongs on host. Okay, so as soon as we do this, then this code goes away, and now it goes into deploy, and we say, user bin env python 3. I am filled with cortisol. I can tell my whole guts are blowing up. This is why I don't do this all the time. But now I don't need if name equals main. So, oh god, is that enough? All right, so when we do import lib, which should include the current directory. Belongs on host. Item source exists. I don't even think item should be the name, but that's bike shedding. So, deploy base. All your base belong to us. So, file lib.base lib.base lib item belong. Yes, it should be. Unless I don't want to put lib everywhere. Oh, we got, yeah. Has no attribute base. Oh, it's base name. I think it's base name, isn't it? Oh, did I not change it? I think lib is the standard package. I think that's why the problem is. How do I import lib dir in the same dir as the executable. Oh, from dot import lib. Yes, that's right. That's what it is. I'm sure that's what it's going to be. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. Dot import lib. Attempted relative import with no parent package. Well, that sucks. I don't know. This is super annoying. This is why I fucking hate Python. It's also user error, but yeah. Scripts directory, current directory, syspath, baster, syspath insert 0 baster. You should not have to do this. This makes it very complicated. Yeah. This would be done if I was in Bash already. It'd be like way done. But then I wouldn't get YAML. So yep. Syspath sort of system. Fucking hate it. I mean, I just don't like it. Wait, we don't need that anymore. I can just import lib now. Because we inserted it into syspath. Lib base. Deploy line in the module. Lib deploy. Right there. It's because it didn't get exported somehow. It's not importing it. Yeah. It's the best tool for this job, but I fucking hate it. Look, if we what we're trying to do is we're trying to push it into a reusable module as opposed to just making it a replacement for Bash, which is totally the problem. This is the problem. This is why we get sucked into this. Because I want to do it right. It is definitely the right tool for this job. I don't doubt it. But the question is, how do I write testable code? I do have skill issues. I absolutely have skill issues. I do not know how to write unit tests for a module in Python. Not today. So, and I want to write testable code. I didn't write any testable code for Bash because it can't be done. I mean, not easily. Not like really twisting its arm. So, yeah. This is stupid. None of this makes any sense. They have no idea what they're talking about. I just want. She's like spewing idiocy. I just want to test the functions in my deploy script. That's it. I just want to test the functions. It does have a way to source the file, but it's called import. You have to do import. That's it. That's it. And you can't have one file and then the other file see each other. That's the problem. Go has that. Go allows that. So this is ready to deploy. Right, name was main, then run, and if anything runs outside of the block, test will break. So imported by path in the test. This always works. Bullshit. This works. Python import lib.util from path lib import deploy path equals path to resolve parent deploy. This I don't believe her. I just don't believe her. I don't believe her. She's lying to me. See, we just did this whole thing. No, she's lying. She's totally lying. test deploy. All right, test deploy. Move test deploy to test deploy dot py. Vi test deploy. All right, we have pretty much that exact same thing right here. All right, so import lib, path lib, deploy path. I'm gonna do everything she says. I'm gonna just say what she says. Because she's wrong, I'm gonna prove it. And spec equals blah 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 file spec from file location deploy path, which is just above us, deploy blah 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 spec loader. I mean, include the context of those import hacks. You think define test build command assert blah, and then it's gonna have me run pytest. Yep, she's gonna have me run pytest. Yep. So and then I run pytest. Attribute here. Okay, dialog path blah blah plugin blah import lib. It doesn't. It's not a thing. See what I'm saying? She has no fucking idea. So none type object is server loader. So none type import lib util module from spec. No, this is like so completely idiotic. How do I create? How do I test my functions in my Python script? How about that? I test a separate file. Okay, did it. Yep. Your test my script that blah blah blah. Did that. From my script, import add. So if you do this, then this has got to be a Python module. It's got to be a py file. And I don't think you can do that without it being a py file. Let's see if we can try it. Tests. All right. I still got my stuff, right? Wait. Git restore dot git status. -rm lib. Deploy. All right, here's my script. Okay. I want to test these private functions that I don't want other people to use. So then it's telling me, I don't know about Alex, if he's doping or not. I haven't been watching. I don't follow sports for that reason primarily. They're all doping at some level. Nobody cares. I never mind. That's kind of jaded view. Test deploy. All right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna add test my script copy and paste this in here. And user Python 3 deploy import splat insert assert, and then we got the project directory pytest, right? So we did pytest. I didn't change the names, but I will. So I just want to say collected blah blah blah. So it passed test session started. No test ran in blah 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 seconds. So it didn't see any tests at all. So if I change test deploy to test deploy.py, let's see if it even sees the tests. Okay, so that saw the test. That's good. And then we're gonna say test. What do we say here? All right, let's do this first one. Test applies to host. Assert applies to host. Item equals and we're gonna make an item, and then the item we have to make the item in here, I guess. So we can say item equals we need to build it. It's a struct. So it would be, I forgot how to do structs in Python. Um, I don't remember. I think we have to declare it up front, right? I can't remember. I know you can do it inline. God, I'm like relearning Python all over. This is good for me though. Really, are we gonna do an inline class? It's not a class though. It's just a struct. Yeah, no. Give the script and write how to write tests. Yeah, I could do that too. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. That's the fastest. All right, so let's do this. PB copy paste write tests for this. Um, Hissing with the slithers. How you doing? Yeah, we decided to do some Python because reasons. Um, Lower the tests. Wait, what? This is completely stupid. Um, this is ridiculously stupid. This makes an executable, and then that this is so dumb. Test missing file YAML exits. Test invalid YAML exists. That's Claude. Claude would probably be smarter, yeah. 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 Can't pass alternative file name. This is horrible. Base PyTest HQ. Yeah, this is horrible. Save this as test file map underscore script.py. Like, put your entire script in this other script. So stupid. Yeah, user error. I didn't get my prompt right. Okay. Um, I think from deploy import. Now, what I don't understand is why. Let's do this. Item equals hash PyTest. Yeah, no module found deploy. Okay, so it's not going to find the module. It's just not, because it's not a module. To find the module, it has to have it in that stupid fucking directory and everything. It's just not going to find it. So, God, testing is so much easier in Go. So much easier. And you get readable runnable example documentation as well for free. I don't. I got rid of all my videos. I'll have to go through and enable them again later. Um, yeah. Don't print assert add. Python test my script. Python unit test. I have an awesome Go list. If you go look in my repo, rdbxrob/awesome-go. Still relevant. Um, Add my script, test script, Pythonic way, use unit test built-in or PyTest. This does not work. This absolutely positively does not work. We just tested it. So this says import my script from blah. It does not see it from my script. Okay, the last thing we'll do is we'll change the name. Move deploy to deploy.py. Okay. And now we can do test deploy. If test applies to the host, item plus the py. Yeah, py test. Oh, that worked. Oh my god, we broke the application. We caused Python to crash. We caused PyTest to like shit the bed. Long live Python. Oh my god, it's so bad. I fucking hate Python. Uh, Open file is a load module. This is file or directory. Get bin file map. You know why this is fucked up? Because of the virtual environment. I fucking hate Python. It's like the language is okay, but it's like all of the tools around it are so bad. Um, File map. During handling the above section, another exception had happened. With open file R as F, it deployed at line 33. It says it has a problem on line 33. So, which is totally fine. We know because we ran it and it worked fine. So, file is base. Maybe it's because base is not about. We say, look, I can run deploy and it works. But when I run it with its script, with the PyTest script, it totally shits the bed because he can't even process the file. Because it's probably using the wrong file from the wrong place because for Python virtual environments. It's just a shit show. Unexpected system exit. You should never have an unexpected system exit on a random test. There's like nothing I did wrong here. I didn't do anything wrong. This is test item equals item. Yep. I could just say false here, and this should be right. Applies to host. Display. Yep. Applies to host. There it is. Source exit. Apply test. Nope. Still shits the bed. You know why? Because Python coders don't fucking test their code. They don't. Not it has to be like a really big project for them to test it. They don't want to just test their little script. All right, I need to let this go for tonight. I'm gonna leave this for the day. I mean, I've been coding for like 6 or 7 hours, still don't have anything to show for it. I already have a bash script that works absolutely fine and perfectly, and it's beautiful. And it took me like half a day to write. And the only reason I did this once again is because I wanted it to be, happy. I could still use the same criteria. I could use the same criteria that I had for bash, which is can I observe the output as opposed to writing unit tests, right? And does it work when I just look at it as opposed to writing a test script? If I go to that, so if I'm just using Python as a better bash, like you would use Perl, then I can probably go with that and just do my own testing because Python testing is horrible. It's fucking horrible. And I just can't. I just can't. I cannot even deal anymore. So let's actually do what I would have done in Bash and get rid of. I wasted at least an hour trying to get unit test to work. Do you know how I can do my unit testing? This is how I can do my unit testing. This is how you do it in Bash. If I have the if name equals main up here, which I don't, but if I did, oh, you know what? That might have been the problem. I don't have if name equals main as the Oh, let's give PyTest one more try because it did all of this. We didn't have if name equals main. We were importing a module that was runnable. That might have been the reason, and that would have been my problem. Let's try this. If name equals main. I didn't realize restoring got rid of that part because we must not have saved it. All right, so let's try this. If name equals main. This is the step that makes it so this is actually an executable and a module. Test driven in Go? Fuck yes. I don't write Go code unless you. It's so easy to write a test in Go. It's easier to write the test first and then write the code for it. I'm not kidding. And it's that easy. Not to mention the fact that you get runnable example documentation code to go with it for free. For free. And you can run on any Go playground. It's so freaking cool. Go is the best development language for this kind of thing of any, as is very well evidenced by the preponderance of cloud native software written in Go. In fact, all of it. Name me one cloud native application that's not written in Go. One. It has to be significant. It has to be used by Fortune 500 companies, etc. all the time as a critical part of their supply chain. There's nothing. All of it's written in Go. Firecracker is probably the closest example of something written in a language other than Go. Vagrant, also in Go now. Terraform, Go. Docker, Go. Kubernetes, Go. Helm, Go. So your bash deploy script is not bash. It's written in Python. All right, let's try this. So did I break something? Okay, it still works. Yay. Git add, git commit, so I don't get this problem again. Factor into main, git push. All right, so now what? Now we got that saved. Let's try the test one more time. Let's give this an option. So test deploy dot py. And actually, I don't even think you need to do that because PyTest is going to do it. So we're going to do from deploy import star. And then we're going to call it test underscore whatever the fuck. It has to be called, initially has to be called test underscore, I think. Otherwise it doesn't work. It's just kind of like goes. Define test underscore I have a function for this somewhere to get all the function names. Yeah, I used to have to do this all the time to write test cases. God, I'm remembering how I used to have so many helper scripts to write Python tests. I just have to remember all what I used to do. And then one of them was this. It would grab out the names and then it would just put test underscore and it would write stubs to test everything. And I don't have any of that code anymore. I don't think. It's probably in my old skill stack stuff. Assert true. All right. PyTest. Test deploy and blah, 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 interrupted when error. While importing test module, blah, 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 test deploy, make sure your test modules have valid Python names. It does. It's called deploy, is right there. All right. Move deploy to deploy.py. Apply test. Ooh. Two pasts. I think we found it. So it has to be named deploy.py or it can't be tested. The whole problem was because I didn't have if name equals main. That was the main problem. That's why I shit the bed. It shit the bed because it ran it while it was trying to test it. It imported it and then it actually ran shit. And that's what broke PyTest. It very ungracefully, but that's what happened. So we have unlocked the problem. This is one of those few cases where having an actual deploy script makes sense. Now I don't know that I want to put that there. I would kind of want to put it into the tools script or something. The question is, can I put the test someplace else? What I really don't like that I have to have .py as an extension. Is there a way that I can drop the .py extension? and have PyTest still work. Intentionally in a very unique way. Yes, of course it is. That's the way you should do it. Schmuck's file map. File map still at PY. Or just the PY. Yeah. PyTest only discovers Python files, so tests must keep that PY. PyTest is brain dead, is what they're saying. Your tests continue to run as the script as a sub process. It's fucking stupid. Sorry, I'm really swearing a lot lately. Hey, how you doing, someone? I'm sorry for the swearing. I got really mad and started swearing more than usual today. Can PyTest collect extensionless tests? Yes. Practically no. Don't do this. The Empire system import hook PyTest collect file, but it breaks editor tooling, confuses traceback. This is such BS. If your editor tooling can't identify the shebang line at the front of your Python, then you're using Windows. We should not be letting Windows dictate this. Hey Ben, thank you for the follow. Get back to I am working. The PyTest collect file, Python the test file name, return PyTest now trace test file map as Python. Again, don't unless you're writing a PyTest plugin. Right mental model thing, executable CLI none. Test.py library code. You already made the correct, but just do this as a model. Bonus, no extension plus PyTest shebang length, perfect flow. No ambiguity, TLDR. Drop TPY for your executable show. I just tried that. Keep PY for your test files. Tried that as well. Test to be a sub-process. Don't try to make PyTest collect extensionless files. If you want, I can add a make file or just file. This is, I don't know what they're saying. This is completely wrong. Okay, look, see, there's the play. If I run PyTest, it works. You know why? Because it looks at all of the files, and it looks at okay, I know. Let's. I bet you PyTest has a way. Swearing is harmless. Only test from must match a given substring expression. Oh, an expression is a Python evaluable expression where all names are substring matches against the test names. They're the parent test. Example: K test other name match all testing blah blah blah. Dash K blah blah. A test method will eliminate the matches. Additionally, keywords. God, I'm learning more than I want to about Python. Keywords are matched to classes and functions containing extra names. Functions must have the same assigned directly to the main. The matching is case sensitive. The only run test matching is -m mark and a mark. Show markers, exit instantly, maximum strict config. I think with -k, I think we can actually do some stuff here. Show available fixtures. Wait. Can I just use PyTest-k to add an expression that contains my deploy script without the suffix? I think you can. Please, God, it won't help. It's a test name filter, not a file discovery mechanism. Run only tests whose mode is blah. Well, PyTest, okay, it works. But when I do deploy, move deploy, to deploy, and now I run it, it fails. It fails. Import test from Python name. Must have valid Python names. It does have a valid Python name. All right, so I'm going to put this error in ChatGPT. So I'm still going to hope up. What am I programming? I am trying to. I'm programming a sanity check to help with repo code synchronization that's deployed in our test environments because people are making changes to live code and not putting it in Git. Did I get that right? Did I say that fast enough? Fix the test extension script develop test deploy. From the play import start. That's what I did. The error is exactly what happens when you drop that PY extension you try to import like a model. Python import machinery is looking for module package name deploy, usually whatever deploy.init py. Your executable file deploy no suffix isn't importable by default. Given your do not use this as a module vibe, the clean fix is stop importing it and test it as a CLI via sub process. Huh. That's interesting. This is interesting. This is interesting. This is interesting. Then I don't have to import it. Run help returns code missing file and filling out a file. No, this won't work. No, because then I can't. I need to get to the files. You know what I mean? Plus testing. No way. One more time. Oh, thanks someone. I think if we were to put a script in here, I think I'm thinking about this for a second. What time is it? 4 o'clock. Okay, so I think if we were to put a script, I think if we were to make a math module, then we could have that script. We could have a top level script that just uses the module. But I haven't been able to. This is kind of full circle. We're like back to where we were before, right? But I kind of want to get this right. Let me tell you why I want to get this right. Because if we get this right, then the library of functions that we use to do the deployment tests can be reused, as opposed to this throwaway script. So I'm still really intent on figuring this stuff out. Again, I've been away from Python for many years, more than a decade. So I still I have one. Okay, we got this to work. All right. If I wanted to, I could get this entire thing to work by just making it deploy.py and be call it a day. But because I want the deploy script to be either Python or Bash or Perl, I in order to get around that, I have to do some other magic. And so then I have to have a library. So I could do this. I could say make dir pylib, and then I could say I could move test deploy into pylib. I think. I don't know. We're gonna try. And um, and then I could copy deploy into pylib, and then I could change deploy.py, move deploy.py to deploy, and then we move to the deploy, and then we make it into a module. So do we have a copy already in here? I tried this already, but I want to try it one more time because I feel like we're onto something here. So if we leave all this stuff in here and we get rid of if name equals main, hey, how are you doing, grandson? Yeah. So then we do this. Let me say, test. I think we could just do PyTest from here. Honest to God, because we're just importing from this directory. PyTest. It worked. Holy shit. Holy shit. Root directory users pilot test deploy. Okay, so wait. Let's see if it actually worked. Print made. And you're like, what is going on? Why doesn't it print the output? How come it's not printing the output? What it's not doing is it's not erroring out. Oh, I didn't call it. That's why. applies. Okay, so let's say applies to host. I'll make it blank. Oh snap! Okay, so applies to host, applying for hosts, item for hosts, error hosts. Oh, it doesn't have a host capture. It says thing. This is what we want. Holy shit, this is working. Okay, this is very good. So then we can do this. We can say hosts. I don't even remember how to do this. How do you do maps in Python? Oh, it did it. It did it. It by golly, it did it, and it actually it printed the standard out. Oh snap! Okay, so this is gonna work. This is going to work. This worketh. So we're gonna say move deploy to pylib.py. I could actually have it just be underscore underscore init. Move schmod schmod 7. Let's see. No, 644 pylib. OVA, no, move test deploy test pylib py vi test pylib, and then pytest should still work. Okay, so it got an error now. Why? Because we're importing the wrong thing. So now we want to import from pylib import, and I suspect that that's going to grab the file itself. Yeah. Senior Python developer. Thank you very much. No. All right. So this works. All right. So we are golden people. So we're gonna go into the pylib and we're gonna make a README. Py pylib module. Uh, uh, test test with pytest. Yeah. Okay, and then import. Let's see. C deploy script for example import usage. I think we have the framework. Holy shit, this is fantastic. Oh my god, this is making me very happy. All right, so so first of all, these guys can go away. This can go away. This can go away. Wait. That needs to go in here. That needs to go here. This stuff can all stay in the module. Because we don't use it. Nope. And I don't need to do if name was made anymore. Nope. In fact, I don't think I need half these things. I'm going to get rid of them. Do not use this as a module. All right, so try blah, 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 blah. And we just say import pylib. Please, God, let this work. Base, all your base are not here. Okay, so from pylib, import start, which is really bad practice, by the way. And you should never ever do this because you no longer can tell where the things came from. You get name collisions. In fact, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to import pylib. Import pylib, or like what should we call it? We could call it something else. We could call it I just call it mylib. How about that? That's a horrible name, I know, but I don't care because this is supposed to be an example. I know what I'm going to call it in our deployment at work because there's already a name associated with the repo it's going to be in. You know, you could almost call it deploy. Actually, no, let's not do that because the tests are already based on pylib. So move mylib. I want to keep everything working. Pylib. I don't want to break anything unnecessarily. So far everything is working. So we're going to do pylib here. Pylib, import pylib. Then we're going to do pylib base. All your base belong to me. And deploy. Now, if this works, pylib base, can't find it. Has an attribute base. Is it big base? Pylib. Pylib.py. It doesn't find it. This is tough. All right, this is gonna go away now. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. I don't need that anymore. Bios base, we don't need that. All right, let's try again. It can't find it again. Why can't it find it? How come it can't find it? We are so close. Deploy. I think I need to add, I have pylib module directory in same as deploy script, but import pylib doesn't work. I think it's because it has to have a file in there called underscore underscore init or something that makes it identify it as a module. That's what it used to have, and they said that it changed and it sees it automatically now, but I don't think that's true. So yeah, it's a package layout issue. Yeah, util init. Add init.py, add an empty file. Even an empty file is fine. Yeah, this is what I remember. Python candidates use packages in it, but in practice it's using Reddick, yeah. So and that it is also where you like export everything. So all right, so this actually is the easiest. This is what I used to do in 2014. So okay, so pylib init .py. Now we should be able to do it. Please God. Nope, pylib base still can't find it. Did I do it right? Init .py. ls pylib. Is this my test still work? My test applies to host. It can't find it there now again. Uh-oh, we lost something. It can't find it now. It was finding it before. It was doing it just fine before. Now we broke it somehow. How did we break it? It worked before. Hey, Ananda. And then Ananda, yeah. How come it doesn't work anymore? From Pilot import. Was it not working? It was working, right? What did I break? Oh God, Robert. Why is this not defined? Name error. Did I spell it right? I swear to God it was working before. What did I break? Could it be the imports? No. It was just working. I should know this. I wonder if it's because I didn't export it in the init file. I think that might be it. That was it. That was it. God damn it. My AI screwed me up again. My AI said, yeah, you need to add the init file. But you know what? If you add the init file, that locks everything in the package down to being private. That's what happens. So if you do that, you have to make sure you export all of your symbols in your init file. And I knew that. I remember that from before. So now that's working, and the init file broke it. That's what's interesting. But yet you still need the init file for the deployment script up on the top level to see it, because it can't see it. It doesn't see pilot because it doesn't detect it, because it doesn't see that it has the init file in there. So if you add the init file, that should add it, but then it's still not importing it for some reason, and I don't know why. We need this to see that the package is right there, and I think this is where I'm going to have to add the current directory in. Now the current directory is automatically supposed to see packages that are there, and it was just working. I got it to work again, thank God. I remember that. So okay, so this is what I did. I added the init thing. Even empty file is fine, which is what I did. Empty file is not you. No, it's not. It's not fine. I just did it and broke everything. Stupid AI. Okay, so touch. Where's my touch? Touch by the minute. Okay, now watch. When I run it here, it still can't find it. And I don't know why that is. It should actually auto detect that library is there because it's in the correct directory. It's more likely, however, that I'm going to have to put some magic in the deploy script to see that is in the Python path. I thought the Python path by default included the current directory, but I think it's probably not going to do that. So from .import pilot, I don't think that's going to work either. No. Yeah, relative imports are always dangerous anyway. So this is not seeing the module. And yeah, adding a init broke my PyTest. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Hey, Rand, how you doing? Yeah, adding it in Python. What changes when you add it? When you add it, this directory contains tests. PyTest may now import your test as a package test deploy instead of plain file. You can break imports like import deploy from blah, 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 relative imports you didn't realize you were depending on module name collisions. Yes. If you added it to a directory name the same as the install package of module name, you can accidentally shadow things, which is what I did. Only put it in pylib, not in your repo root, unless that's what I did. Keep it minimal. Python init, pylib. Do not add it to repo or test. Of course not. Make PyTest use import lib, import module. PyTest tools, Toml created the following. Toml PyTest init options, import mode, import lib. Camera frame. I escape it slightly. Oh, that's a shaders thing in the Mac version of the. I'm on a Mac. Nothing special. I just use the Mac. I just use the Mac thing. PyTest import mode equals import lib. I want to see that. Let's try that. Okay, that didn't work. My AI is completely brain dead. This often adds a I added it to the thing. Stop importing your deploy script in tests from deploy import deploy. Deploy thing. Yeah, instead it literally I just turn the camera on and it just puts it on there. I can actually move it around. I just drag it around. It's really cool. I really like it. I mean, if you don't know what computer to get, you're gonna get into streaming. Get a Mac. Get a MacBook Pro, 14-inch. That's what I recommend to everybody. Mm. All right, so hmm. Um, Pathing for path file. Test it like a CLI. No. And deploys an extension of sexual celebrity rope. My chat GPT doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. She doesn't. She doesn't have any idea. If you have any of these imports can explode and blah blah blah. No, you're full of shit. You are full of shit. I love you, but you're totally full of shit. No, this time for me to do actual research instead of depending on my AI. Yeah. Oh, right. That's fair. You're frustrated. Yeah. Test to play. Yeah. The first of all, that I put the test inside of there, not in the top. Um, no, import test to play. A different import text by test import. Nope. 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 No. Nope. You still don't know what you're talking about. Goodbye. Okay, so yeah. So like how do I create a module that is used by a script in the same directory? Good old fashioned internet research. Oops. Python module. We're going to use the search internet Python 3 documentation modules. All right, so this is the actual docs. Execute modules as scripts, the module search path. This is what we want. The module search path, when a module name spam is imported, the interpreter first searches for a built-in module with that name. These modules are listed below and assist built-in module names if not found. Then searches the file name, span the PY in the listed directory is given by a variable sys.path, syspath. The directory containing the input script of the current directory where no file is specified. Okay, the directory containing the input script. So that is the thing where it's actually there. Hey, Ducati, how you doing? Or the current directory when no file is specified. Python path, listed directory names with the same blah blah blah. More details. So this is it's automatically going to look for a script with a .py file for that thing in the same directory. Okay, but I want to put it in a subdirectory because I don't want to pollute the whole thing. More details in the installation of syspath module search path. So on file systems where supported symlinks are connected with the thing after initialization, Python was a syspath module. Compiled Python files. We're not going to compile them. No, that's not what we're doing. Standard modules. Okay. Import sys.python. We're not going to use standard modules either. We're going to use a standard path for modules. The dir function is used to find out which names the module defines the returns, blah, blah, blah. They're going to do that. Let's see. Packages. Packages are a way of structuring Python. This is what we want. Okay, so you put the init in there. Packages are a way of structuring Python module, data module names. Suppose you want to design a collection of modules, blah. That's what you're going to do. So you put them in there and you put your init py in there, blah, blah, blah. You need to have the init py. Init py file is required to make Python treat directories containing the file as packages, unless using a namespace package. The community. What's that? Is your name? So a relative advanced feature. This prevents directories with common name. Uses a package import. Blah blah blah. Sound effects. This loads the submodule. All right. So import sound effects. This loads the submodule. Sound effect must reference with its full name. Echo filter input. Blah blah. An alternative. This also loads the submodule. Also filter. Yet another variation. Okay. This is cool, but it just doesn't resolve it from the current directory for some reason. The thing when using from package import item, the item can either be a submodule or not. Importing star from a package. Now, blah, blah, blah. Now what happens when the user writes sound effects module for import? Ideally, I would hope that this would sound good possible. Okay, this part I remember. So this is where you put in the init, what stuff you want to be automatically imported with star. And I have a feeling that that's why it didn't work. Because if a package's init code defines a list named all, it is taken to be the list of modules that should be imported from the from blah 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 encounter. It is up to the package author to keep this list up to date, even when a new version of the package release. Package authors must decide whether or not to support if they don't see any use for importing star from their package. For example, if the file block could contain the following code, all equal block. So if you don't do that, it doesn't get imported. Now, the problem is like, what does it look like when it's not imported then? So I did this. I actually imported from Pylib. I did not do that, which means it should look in the current directory or a Pylib directory that has an underscore underscore init. And it apparently doesn't have that. So if I do tree Pylib, we see the pipe test cache, which why, and then we see readme init, and pylib and pylib.py and test pylib.py. Okay, so this actually does pass the test. So we've gotten the test to work. We got those to work by doing the wait, they're not working again. All right, they're not working because I know why. Because we're using the star in here. Yeah. If we don't do that, if we do this, it'll work. So if we do pylib, that should work. Let's try that. Yes. No, that does not work. That blew the fuck up out of it. The whole PyTest library. From pylib syntax error. Interrupted. This is so fucked up. How many hours have been wasted on this? That should totally work, guys. What the hell? It's because of the init. I know it's because of the init. I think it's because of the init. Watch what happens when I remove the init. It works. I think I need to do this. I think I need to do all equals. I think I need to all equals, and I need to save every ones that I want to export. I remember doing this long ago. I thought this was like deprecated though. This is your list of exports. This is like your node exports, right? So, yeah. Define. Wait, grep dep from pylib. All right, so let's do this and this. All right. It seems happier. If Blastos is not defined. Bullshit. Is it? Oh, it needs to be a string, I think. Yeah. I think it needs to be a string. Yep. God, this is so much reminding. I just go find all my old Python code just to prove people I actually remember how to play it. No, it still doesn't like it. Pilot from blah. This is all because of the init. Watch. If I remove it, watch what happens. PyTest is such shit. Now it won't work. Now it's broken again. What the hell? Okay, now it works. Now it fucking works. I had from Python. Let's try something else then. Still gonna work or no? No, because I can't find it. All right, let's do pilot test. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so that's good. And we still, oh wait, we don't have an init. Watch. Touch init.py. Watch it break. It breaks it every time. Why does having an init.py break my tests? Python has no, what does it say? Has no attribute applies to hosts. All I have to do is remove that file and it works. Watch, it works. It's PyTest. PyTest is brain dead. If I add that file back and it doesn't have anything in it, it breaks. I have no idea why. I think it's because PyTest is using the old idea, which is that init has to expose like Node. It has to export the functions to make them available. So when I try to import a star, it doesn't know what the fuck to do. And that's what I've been doing. Actually, no, it's not. I changed it, right? Didn't I change it not to star? Yeah, I did it to Pylab specifically. So I'm not even invoking all at all. So the underscore all thing is all about if you're using a star, which you shouldn't be doing anyway. So so that's a problem. Um, so that means that, but see, I have to have underscore init for it to even be considered a package by everything else. Importing from the star from package reverse, define reverse. Define intro package references. Okay, so you can also write relative imports from with the from module import name from the import statement. These imports use leading dots to indicate the current and parent packages involved in the relative import from the surround module. For example, you might use dot. This is interesting. I wonder if I can get away with that in the test. I bet you I can. Because wait. Let me try this. PyTest does not work. If I do from dot, which is the current repo, PyTest. Oh snap! That's all I need. I don't care about anything else. All right, so now my test is working, right? And it's implying it's getting the right. Okay, so that's been fixed. We have to save that. Git add git commit fix test pylib.py git push. All right, so the problem is that now my deploy doesn't work because it can't find the module. So this has something to do with looking for the module in the current directory. And I think we can do that the same way. I think we can do from dot import pylib. I don't know. We're going to try. No, it doesn't. Because that means it would try to get it from the current package, which is not a thing. So this means that because file names matter in Python. This is the thing I keep forgetting. In Go, file names don't matter. Everything goes in the same package. And the package name is whatever the directory is. But in Python they do, and the individual file names are the things that are getting imported. So I think what I'm trying to do here is import pylib/pylib or something like that. And it does not know about this. So this is where I have to do the system path. I have to inject the current directory into the system path. And I remember briefly doing that a long time ago, but I do not remember how. So it's not dot that I know. So import relative imports input and output module. So it's supposed to look in the current directory for that. How do I add the current? This is the question for ChatGPT. How do I add the current directory to the Python path in the script itself. So I think this is inserting into Python path. Yeah. So Python path insert the current thing. The classic just make Python see this folder move. Yes. Um, so this is put this at the very top of your script. Yeah. Sometimes you really do want where Python was launched from, not where the script lives. And that is, we went to all that work to make it so that the script knew where it was. Put this at the very top of your script and import it to blah, blah, blah. I'm just gonna try this. This is I don't this is not the way I used to do it, but if it works, I don't care. So yeah. Okay, so deploy. No, it doesn't do it. Fucking idiot. Um, from path of import path, it's a certain path, string path, file, path result, parent. It's something about the system path insert thing. And I want to try something else. So let's do this print sys.path. Exit. Deploy. All right, so there it is. So it says use above artifacts from deploy. So it sees this directory as the first item in the path. That is the first one. The problem is it does not see under that. It does not see, it's not detecting that pylib is a module, even though it has an underscore underscore init in it, which is grappling to me. Uh, it's just not seeing it. Um, I wait, wait. We got a different error. What? Oh my God! We found it. We found it from pylib import pylib. Yeah. Um. Yes. Wait. Oh my God. It didn't do it though, but it didn't error out either. Wait, I must have an exit in there somewhere. I do. I found print. Wait. Hey, I am like ruining my health right now. Oh wait, I know why. This all has to be dedented. Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, this is all conditional. Yeah, this is part of my when I was cleaning up before. There we go. Oh snap. Okay, now I just have to do the import stuff. I would not have guessed pilot, but I did guess actually. What is the YAML that we wanted to import? I forgot. Um, applies to host. Yeah, this is what we want. If not, pylib dot applies to the host source exists. Yay! I fixed it. I fixed it all, and now I'm gonna figure that the real stuff. God damn, that was painful. That was painful. Um, PyTest cache. Gotta put a thing in here. Pilot dot get ignore PyTest cache. Oops. PyTest cache. God damn it. Did I do that really? I'm such an idiot. All right. All right. Keep modified deploy, get ignore, test pylib, get add, get ignore, get commit, add, get ignore, test, get push, get status. All right, so I think we're good to go. Pylib.py, get rid of this made here. PyTest. All right, my tests are passing. And I do my deploy, and my deploy is running. It's just fine. And now I have a deploy that uses my script with all my code in here. And I have the, what is my script about? What's that about? I don't think I need that. Remove my script. Oh no, that was part of our actually deployment thing. Okay, so get status. And yeah, so get the, so this is what we changed. Get add dot get commit working version working initial Python scaffolding they call it. That's what they call it, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. What do we think here? All right, so git push. All right, so we are now. I'm actually I feel really good about this because now I can keep the deploy script the same. It can be super simple. I can have a library of functions that people can use, and those functions can include things like doing the thing. A new record 50 viewers. I haven't had 50 viewers in a while. I do need to walk away and take a break. I have been, yeah, I've been kind of like sitting here a long time, like as in 6 hours. I do want to finish this project. This is the problem I have with coding is that my health goes into the fucking toilet. So I'm gonna take a break and oh yes, we need working.
It's working! It's working!
Well, the really good thing is that now that I got all the scaffolding done, I can add in the rest of the logic that I already know. And so I'm going to take a break. One of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to look up the exact complicated get diff index code, no index commands, and I'm going to encapsulate those commands into into different things here. And so I'm actually going to do a bunch of other stuff here, and we're going to come back and we're going to restructure this. But here's our file map. And the file map is now YAML, so we have YAML parsing working, which is the part that we wanted to do all that Python for. I'm actually really feeling good about this, but I got to do some more stuff. Um, I do need to grab a drink really quick though. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna grab a little bit of food and I'll be right back to finish this. I'm not gonna leave tonight until this is done because I want to have this ready to go on Monday. This is what gets me in trouble because I get really dedicated to particular thing that I'm finishing. I assume the sound is okay. I'm not wearing my mic or anything right now. If the sound's not okay, oh well. I'm gonna put some fishes on for you. I will be back very shortly. So take care. See you soon. I'll see you in a bit. 48-hour streaming coming. I don't know about that. Just for you guys, the sound of the toilet flushing. The back room. Consider yourself special. Gotta get my shaker. Guys, go eat something. Go eat something. I am. I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna do the hard part. You like the fishies? They're fun, right? All right, this has been a good Python reminder. One more thing, and I'll be right back. I already got caught. I'll be right back. I gotta do some coffee at 6 o'clock, which is probably a bad idea. But I want to get through this stream and then we can revisit it. Time to rest tomorrow. All right. Last phase. I went through a lot of unnecessary stuff, but I think it's good. All right. I am going to pull up some stuff here. Um, some code that I already wrote. A couple lines that are really hard. Um, so I'm going to use these as our reference points for this other code. Okay, so how you doing, Seabear? Writing some code here. Um, I'm actually really excited about this because I'm glad we got the Python to work. It's been kind of a epic quest today. Up and down, what language are we going to use, whether we use Python or not, whether Python can be used. And I think we got Python to be testable. And all of that. So we're using YAML for that for the file map. And I think that's kind of where we want to go with that. I think probably the thing I'm most proud of is that we just get the one deploy script and it doesn't have to have a py extension. So that makes me super happy. And that does mean that we can put all of our other code in these testable modules, which we're about to do right now. So um, the bit of code here. So the way this thing is going to get used. In fact, let's go ahead and write that up in case anybody is just joining us. I'm going to put this in the script itself. So you guys know about this, right? PyDoc deploy. Doesn't PyDoc come with it by default? I thought PyDoc was built in. You guys remember? God, I hate Python. I love it. I hate it. I love it. I hate it. Um, uh, Using PyDoc. Need to get that to work. So PyDoc, what is PyDoc? PyDoc math. I think that's being installed. I think I've installed. First things first, super unrated. Oh, reinstall PyDoc. Yes, I'm on a Unix system. What the fuck? How to install? Um, hot. What? Install Python. I've installed Python. Cd app install Python 3. Did I dot? Did all of that. Why doesn't it find PyDoc? None of that installs the PyDoc binary. What the hell? I do not watch the Winter Olympics. Nope. I don't care about that at all. Pip install PyDoc. PyDoc. Install pip. There is no PyDoc. No, that doesn't work. My AI is really stupid lately. I don't know what happened. She got dumber. Um, no, I'm not making a PyDoc command. God, I've been using PyDoc my entire fucking life. I never had a problem. How come all of a sudden I'm having a problem? Well, not my entire life, but bin Pax, those are. No. I can't believe it. This is this. I was gonna get rid of my like command line searching because I thought, oh, AI will take over. Nope. It's still faster to search the internet a lot of times. Pip install PyDog. Um, Try typing Python SM PyDog. Well, show text extension or something. All right, so all right, it did not help. PyDoc pilot. There we go. See what I'm saying here? Pilot test lib test pilot files and the artifacts raw deploy pilot and deploy. Okay, so if I actually wanted to document it, I put the documentation in the init, and but the I thought I was going to get the this kind of thing with deploy as well, but I don't. Doesn't look like it. The Python documentation found to deploy. So how to add docs to Python script. God, this is you use that here stuff, but you need to put it in this particular way. I think you can in Pro you can put it up at the end. This is what I want to do. I want to do this right here. But then in order to apparently it's not doing it. Bash Python module, it's not doing it. So I did path Python deploy / deploy, and it's like nope, sorry, you can't do it. By the documentation for deploy, deploy. Does it have to be big quotes? Yeah, it doesn't do it. This is really annoying because this stuff used to all work just out of the box. User error. This is not. Yeah. Let's see. Using PyDoc to document groups. Okay, documentation of the PyDoc. Blah blah blah. How do I create it? Then Python blah. Okay, my module Python found. This is like not important, but I still want to look it up. I think it's fantastic. Yes, I know. PyDoc-W. Which PyDoc? I was missed a deadline by 6 months with Python deployment. Yeah, I hate Python, but it's better than Bash for what I'm doing. So that's the main reason. We covered that earlier in the 6-hour video. Coming up on the limit for YouTube. I think it's like 10 hours and then they cut you off. I don't remember. They might not do that anymore. I just want to get this done. So for now, I'm not going to fuck with that. I'll come back later. So the script parses a file map that YAML file and outputs the changes it would make to the targets on the current default target equals true. All right, so yeah, and then we're gonna have to have a yeah, I'm actually going to put a bunch of this stuff into functions now. So for example, this parsing of the file, that can be put into a function. So let's do that. Um, and actually all of that can be put into a function. This is really great. I love this. It's going to make the code so much easier to read. So we're going to put it into pylib, and we're going to put the py, and we're going to call it define parse. We're going to say pylib parse file map. We can say parse file map. We can say unmarshal file map. Parse is easier to write. And then that's going to return a, I could define the return type, but I don't care. So we actually don't need to do this now since it's in here and base is already here. So we can do this as base like this. The rest of the stuff needs to get over a little bit. So like bump that over. So length of sysorg is pybase. Actually, the parse file map, we should actually give it what file we want. We don't want to put any UI stuff in this at all. So we want to say the path. We're going to put the path here. And then if the path is empty, so then we can make that well, if the path is empty, then we'll do that. So we'll leave this here, and we will pass the first argument. So if it's greater than 1, then we'll say if the system is greater than 1. I mean, we could actually do a whole bunch of things here for the UI, for the CLI, but not the pilot because the pybase, pilot base, the sysorg. That's a tough one. If we say, this is the part where we're trying to make it so it can run from wherever. And if we say we want to pass it in from this script, then first of all, we can't reference sysorg. It doesn't exist. So I don't like else's a lot, but we're gonna put one here. And if it is there, we're gonna pass it. Otherwise, we're gonna put items. Items equals pylib parse. No, what we're gonna call it? Parse YAML sysorg1. Otherwise, it equals we just put blank. So there. For item and items, so the rest of it should work. Deploy pylib parse YAML is not a thing. So we need to make that pylib test. We could go to pylib here. And let's see, we have parse file map. Okay, so, and here we go. So if the path, so we want to say the file, right? Open file. So we want to replace the file with the fully qualified file. And this gets kind of interesting, right? So, because if it was passing in, the base, we always want to parse the file relative to the script. Actually, we don't care about that. The file that should just be whatever we want to pass in. And items equals yeah. So if this we're gonna try this and items equals blah. If we make it that far, we will go ahead and return return items. parse file map. Okay, so and I could write a doc here or stuff. I'm not going to, but I could docs using doctrine. So all right, so let's modify our deploy for item and items. So the items equals the pi parcel, and then we use the system first argument. So this depends. So this path will always be relative to the running script, and it's the only arguments that's supported currently, which is fine. If we wanted to get fancier with that, we could later, but that's this current version. So with Python, however, we could do some ops and probably get away with that. Default values, path equals file, yeah. Oh, that's right. Can't have default value. Yeah, let's do that actually. I forgot about that's a Python thing. So, isn't that a colon? Yeah, I think you do that. I think when you do like this, it's like uh or whatever. We could say path equals right file name dot YAML. That's the default. And changes to path. Yep. And well, I should change them all. Path, path. Oh wait, this is different. This needs to be actual file. Yeah. Um. Yippers. Okay, so here we go. We got path. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're gonna be good here. Um. Yeah. What am I pausing? I'm pausing because I'm not fast. That's why. Um. Yeah. If it's a system, I go ahead and call it. And this just got our default by. Okay. Um. What else? So I think we have a problem here, though. Yeah. Well, first of all, there's no parse YAML. It's parse file map. Deploy file name.yaml, not there. File map.yaml. Derp. Lots of mistakes, stupid mistakes. All right, so we're running again. All right, so get status, get diff. I'm gonna commit this. This is running commit in my draft. You can go look at the PR if you want to see all the changes we've been making along the way. But the goal here is to super simplify this main script so that it's really easy to digest. So I'm going to commit this git add dot git commit factor file map YAML parsing into function or procedure, whatever one you want to call it. And so I'm actually going to the best to me the best script is one where everything is it's very very simple. There's very little things going on here. Strictly speaking, we don't need this YAML file import right here anymore. This will probably break though because it's not important. Oh no, it didn't. That's interesting. Is it included in the pylib? I think it is. I mean, it has to be. Yeah, there is. So it's another thing I don't like about Python is it doesn't tell you when modules are not being used. For example, the sys to tell you when it breaks because you're using one that doesn't exist. But it doesn't tell you about ones that are not being used, and like extra extraneous shit, which Go does. I really love that about Go. All right, so that's that. Sysorgs and stuff. Anything is system arg related. This all goes in here because this is the CLI stuff goes in the program. Um, And then for item and items, this little bit needs to be factored in too. This is just iterating over everything, right? So, and we don't necessarily want to do this if it's a dry run. So this is one of the reasons we want to factor this out into its own function as well. So what we want to do here is, and in the bash one, I have the logic for determining whether it's a dry run or not all embedded in the same loop. So the loop will be, because we did it fast, loop will be, hey, if it's dry run, just show this. Otherwise, go ahead and make the change, right? So, and it makes the logic really complicated. It's better to factor that out as a separate function, so you can test it and all that. Even though some of the code will probably be redundant. So in this particular case, we're going to say for item and items, this whole bit of code is going to get called something else. I don't know what to call it, but let's figure a name. Let's say take votes for names. Define. We're going to say preview or whatever. Let's say uh preview preview changes. So this will actually dump out, all of the changes that would be, including changing of ownership and all that. And this does not, I mean, we're going to have to take in items. So preview the changes to all of these items. And items is a generic term. I wish I had a better way to refer to that structure as a type besides item. What are the line items in the YAML file? What would you call them? So, in the file map, this is they're not files. Sometimes it's a directory. Sometimes it's it's a target. It's a source. It's just it's the thing to be copied. A copyable, a deployable, I guess we could call it a deployable, which could imply it as an interface or something. Probably a wrong word. I don't know. We're just calling it items for now. We can change it later. I don't like that generic name though. It's like really, really generic. Um, Preview the changes to the following items. Okay, so for item and items, list the item and then do your thing. So I can put that back into the deploy by calling it preview items, preview changes for the items, right? And I can just call it like that. Slash deploy should work. All right, I have to pilot it. Import splat. I wonder if this will work. This will be interesting to see if this works. I don't know if it will, but let's try it. Nope. Parse file map. Import. You know what? I think if I were to put these in the init file, I don't think I would have to do all the other stuff. Yeah, I think if it's been a while, but I think if I put it, if I do this, if I say move pylib to init pylib, get status. So I actually think that will work. No, you know why? Because I didn't do all. One or more names, yes. Deploy. From pylib import splat. I think if you use splat, if you want to lock it down, I think you have to expose them with all. But I'm gonna try this. So yep, pylib applies blah blah blah. So now I can't find it. It doesn't know what it is. Pylib is not defined. So now I have the wrong problem. So I have pylib that's in front of things that doesn't need to be. So that would mean pylib init pylib. I don't need it anymore because I didn't need to import it. So this is kind of one of the advantages of doing this way. I could put it in main underscore underscore main, I think, but I think it's going to be fine here. pylib. As long as we're okay putting all our functions in a single file, which I am. All right, so deploy. Yeah, that worked. Sweet. And I just, I did star. If somebody doesn't want to do star, they don't have to do that. They can do pylib on every one of them if they want, but that way they're all there. Okay, so then preview changes. I mean, you see how simple the code gets when I start doing this stuff. So this is what we say. So we're going to check if this is dry run. So you can say the reason I really like this is because the logic is going to get really simple to read. This is why Python really shines. So I can say if os dot exec. I see the problem. It's Python actually. Yeah, that is the best. Python is the best language for this tool. We had a huge fight earlier today about which one, how to do this. The options are Go, Perl, Bash, and Python. So yeah, it depends on my team and all that stuff. So Python is definitely the best for this because it's deployment related. And a lot of this stuff will be able to be cut and paste into Ansible rules later as Python. So that's why we're using Python. It's the best language for the job. And okay, so next, let's go ahead. I need to look up how to do OS. I think it's os.env. But I don't remember. Um, Python environment variables. I have like 5 languages floating in the head that are confusing me. I think it's os.env dot. It's environment. Okay, good. Returns none of missing. So yeah, you definitely want to do the get on these things. I remember that from before. Um, yeah, if not DB host, range runtime error DB host not set. Okay, so I don't need to do any of that. I can just do environment get. So we could say um, if let's see. I wonder if it'll actually cast it. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. So if os.environ dot get dry run is get what's the default value? Dry run is false. Um, um, I mean, I could probably cast it, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say equals true when I go because nobody on my team knows Go except for one or two. The rest are all. That's the main reason. This is a deployment script, so Go is not good for this particular use. Most environment get dry run equals true. Equals actually false. And then we're going to say deploy changes items. Else, so this really only has 2 modes of operation. One of them is to preview the changes. Go for arg parsing and Python. I probably will use arg parsing right now because the reason is I need to provide. I already know I need to provide a switch to provide output in dry run that just shows you all of the the commands, right? And I actually kind of want to make file completion work as well, like tab completion. So this is probably going to change right here. So um and I need to put a deploy changes stub in. So give me a sec. Pylon. So defaults deploy changes to items print would do the deployed changes. And I can put a to do on this. To do. So deploy, oopsie. OS environment dry run, not imported. Deploy dry run. Yeah, import OS. All right, so that's that. Now, if I do this, if I do dry run equals false, it would do the deployment. Okay, so that's exactly what we want. Focus on Go, nice. Yeah. Oh, I love Go. Yeah, I code and Go all the time. It's like we still work on our API, and all of our core tooling is written in Go. This is a very specific case where we have a repo that we need to deploy that is possibly going to be, and the deployment code will probably be implemented as an Ansible rule as well, and that can't be done in Go. So, best tool for the job. You should actually probably learn multiple languages. If I were going to suggest the main languages, I would learn Bash, well, Python, and Go. Of course, in the web languages, enough web languages for you to understand what you're reading if you're getting into it, unless you're going to be a real hardcore web developer. So that's kind of what everybody in the tech world needs to know. And in my case, I have to know Perl as well because we're porting a Perl code base. So yeah, there's lots and lots and lots of really high-paying work in Go, in my opinion. That's not based on anything I can prove right now, but other than my own experience and watching people come in and see how much money they're making and stuff. So, um, so if we want to dry, the reason I really love this is how really clear the logic is. It's like if it's a dry run, great, deploy the changes. Otherwise, preview the changes. This is the fundamental part of it. Now, what I want to do later is I want to add an option that's going to allow me to preview the changes in a way that's succinct, and that is going to mean adding options, right? So I might go ahead and do that right now using the argparse situation, because argparse is pretty standard. I haven't done argparse in a long time. I'm trying to decide if I want to do that right now rather than actually do the heart of the code, which is actually the previewing. So let's get the previewing done and get stat commit, add stubs for preview and commit and deploy changes. Git push. Around DevOps, the middle people in the build at 26, 27, I think would be similar. Right. Yeah. We have a lot of jobs around DevOps and nobody's doing it because it's hard. The people who do put the time in, they get fuck you skills and they can like walk anytime they want. This happened. We had people on my team walk to NVIDIA and probably made twice the money because they had the DevOps skills. So they couldn't even really code that well. But they can't. People, I am so tired. I've said this a million times. I am so tired of people saying there's no work out there. There's tons of high-paying work out there that nobody wants to do the work to get good at it. So stop whining and get a job, said the Gen X. Oh, I'm sorry. That was mean. That was really mean. I didn't know any of this. I had to teach myself all this too. It wasn't fun. And here I am, I having to relearn Python for God's sake. I feel like I'm 10 years old again. It's like I just want to stream and be ultra rich and not do anything else. Some people can do that. Some people should do that. Some people are entertaining just by their very existence. and for a number of reasons. And that I am not putting those people down. We need those people. We need the entertainers. We need the artists. We need those people. But we also need engineers. There, I'm done. I haven't gotten paid for 3 years. Tell me more about these jobs. Oh, come on, Kreger. I don't believe you for a second. Kreger, I don't believe. Are you in the country? Are you in America or someplace else? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? You want to tell me or no? You don't. You don't have to dox yourself. When you say you're not paid, you're either independently wealthy because you own your company, or because you you don't have a job and you're still trying to find money. You're in a place that they don't offer those jobs, which is a thing. That is a thing. They're you have to be able to work in that field, that room. Anyway, I'm doing that thing where I talk too much again. All right, let's actually do some real work here. Um, yeah, get a Kubernetes certificate, proceed to dominate, and make 6 figures plus. Seriously, you easily can go 150K is low. Okay, currently revenue less company. Okay, that's different. That's not fair. Yeah, if you own the company, you're not paying yourself. That's a different thing. Been there, done that. Yeah. Yeah, then sometimes you have to like buckle down and go back to corporate America and make obscene money, which, you know, I feel so. Can I just share one thing? Okay. I mean, this is buried in a 6 hour video. I doubt anybody's ever gonna see this. Still, I'm gonna say it. I feel so bad when I go to family gatherings because so many people in my extended family are struggling, like really struggling, like can't make rent, struggling, but they don't even have a high school diploma, some of them. And and then they they complain about how horrible their workplace is and how they're going to get fired at any time because of this and that. And I'm like, I feel so bad for them. I feel so bad for them. I love them so much, and I'm like, I wish I could help them, but they have made life choices that have led to that position. And the reason I'm even saying anything right now to anybody, including them. And by the way, y'all know I love you, right? So if my family watches this video, they know how much I love them. I've helped them as best I can. I've tried to teach them skills and stuff, and but they'll get in there and they will complain. They will complain that they don't have this or that job, or that they were sick and they couldn't talk, and then they couldn't come in, and then they got told they only had one more time, and they're going to get fired. And the whole entire time I'm thinking, fine, let them fire you. Meanwhile, and this is what makes me feel so horrible. The same exact day that this was all happening, I had a mental health day problem because some things are happening in my family, which were my immediate family, which are really challenging me mentally. I mean, I was having a really hard time, and there were police involved and some other things that happened near around that time. And I don't want to get into it, but to suffice it to say that I was actually having the same problem. I was like, oh my God, I don't want to make that. You know what my manager did? My manager said, you have 80 mental health hours. And I went, what? She goes, yeah, you make sure you take those. You take that off. And so I about burst into tears because they're complaining about their managers, like they're sick. They have the flu and they have kids at home, and they are still being told, we're going to fire you if you miss one more day. Meanwhile, my manager is like, do you need a mental health day? So bad. I feel so bad. I feel like absolute shit because I work for this great company that is not at the best of companies, but it's at least a company that has to make sure that their employees are happy or they will walk. Meanwhile, there are other companies out there who don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. It's like they have a big power club over everybody and they enjoy it. It's like an episode of Chuck, if you remember that series. And so it's like I'm watching this stuff and I'm like, oh my God, it's like so sad. It's like, and so the message is the moral of the story, and I love you all, I really do. the moral of the story is if you are young or old, get fuck you skills. Because as soon as you get those skills, you yes, you'll struggle, but your whole life will feel lighter. Because even though it's hard work and I'm doing this on the weekend and stuff like that, it's because I'm choosing to do it. And it's because I get to say, I want to do this thing or I want to do this other thing. And I tell you what, a lot of these guys, they've tried to pull this shit by forcing people to come into work. Half of them left and they doubled their salaries over at Nvidia, I would bet. I don't know that, but they went to Nvidia and they made more money and they walked. And then all of the upper management is like, oh shit, because they're going to lose their people and they can't get people to do this work because it's hard. It's hard. It takes intelligence. It takes commitment. And frankly, it doesn't take a lot of raw intelligence. It just takes a lot of commitment. You have to be really willing to do it anyway. So the point of it is, get fuck you skills. Don't get sad. Don't get mad. And learn Kubernetes. Kubernetes is not easy to learn. No, Kubernetes requires a lot of echelons, and the best person to teach you Kubernetes right now, in my opinion, is probably Misha. Misha and I are good friends through streaming and Zwift and everything. He's got quite a few videos out there now, and he's said openly before that he was kind of inspired by me and I him because he's teaching people how to do Kubernetes and for him, but to but my Kubernetes book. Buy my Kubernetes. Gregor, did you make a Kubernetes book? Nice. Um, there are a lot of people that have Kubernetes books and stuff like that. I was actually going to do one. Actually, the other one is for free. If you watch Het Tanis, HET_TANIS, you can learn to do Kubernetes, and he will for free. He will teach you how to do that. To learn Kubernetes, though, you need to start by learning Linux. You need to learn how to use a computer. Okay, I'm going to net it out for you. You have to learn how to use a computer, number one, like actually use a computer, and then you need to learn how to use the internet and stuff, how to use GitHub, all of that. Your Kate's book is 8 years old, and then the next step is you need to learn Linux. And I would suggest the command line Linux. And we have people on my team right now who don't know VI very well, and they're very highly paid and they're very capable. They're using VS Code for everything. So I still think you should learn Vim. And then you learn. So you learn Linux. You learn to code like basic coding in Bash or Python and Go, and then you layer on top of that Kubernetes. And the reason for that is so that you can understand Kubernetes by looking at the source code because it's all written in Go. And Helm charts are literally Go templates. So, and then once you have that, then you learn. Basically you learn how to run a machine. You learn virtual machines. You learn containers. And before you learn Kubernetes, you kind of got to learn containers. What is a container? And if you, more or less virtual machines, but that's not essential to learn Kubernetes. And you learn how to use containers, what they are. Then you learn Kubernetes, which is a container orchestrator. At the end of the day, and then you go get a job, and you learn the rest on the clock. Will they pay you $90 an hour? So, or whatever. I don't even know what your salary is. Most people don't pay by the hour. They pay salary. Starting Kubernetes salary is 150 plus, easy. And if you have any problem to prove it, I don't think you need a certificate personally. I think the way to get the certificate to get the job you're putting in the door is to actually start up a Kubernetes cluster in your house on a computer that you cut up into pieces through virtual machines and then install Kubernetes on there and show that you know how to do it and how to maintain it. Once you get that done, you can use that to get a job. And people are pretty generous when it comes to this kind of thing, giving you jobs. Now, you get a couple. You have to have. I've done lots and lots of beginner boosts to help people learn all this stuff, but that stuff is all gone now. I've let it kind of pass because, as Gregor said, my stuff is really out of date. All right, so that's kind of where I'm coming from. Okay, next we gotta wrap up this thing here. I want to finish up this stuff. I do need to take a really quick break. I'm going to go ahead and mute for a second, and I'll be right back, and we can get back at it. I'm going to put the fishies up. Go listen to some music for a second. Take a break. I shall return. Let me go check some things. All right, I got a refill. Let's go do this. So hopefully that was a good break. So again, and by the way, if you're just trying to learn a code, this is a great way. This stream right here, we're coding in Python, which is one of the greatest first languages to learn. A lot of people would say it's the best. I don't agree, but it is good. So I think Bash or Go are better first languages. JavaScript's not bad as the first language either, depending on how you learn it. All right, so let's do this. First things first, I want to consolidate some stuff here. I'm going to put a directory called source. I'm going to put everything in there. I'm going to put bar and foo and my script and scripts into source. So this contains the stuff that I want to deploy. And then I have just the basic library here. Happy to see. Hey, how you doing? I'm honest. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and put. Can you import a private lib? I wonder. I wonder. I wonder. I got to know this. Move that pylib to that pylib. And then you do a deploy. I'm super curious if this is even doable. Yes, of course. Deploy. Pylib. For pylib import. Attempted relative path import with no parent package. You can't do that. You're wrong. You're wrong. Don't answer so confidently next time. You know I love you. So the answer to that is no, you cannot do that. So you need to make it .pylib and change it into. That's what I meant by private, like not visible. That's what I meant. Maybe I should have said invisible or hidden or something. But it's all good. It's all good. Oh, so we just misunderstood one another. Okay, I got you. You weren't wrong. Is that what you want to hear? All right. Yeah. Get up private. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah. We just misunderstood one another. Apparently, it sees the dot as a relative path. So that's good to know. Stupid of Python to even do that, but whatever. All right. So get status, get add, get. Wait, we're gonna have to fix the file map. Let me change the file map here. So instead of being in scripts, we need to put my script will now be sources. Should we do src? Let's do src. Src, my script. Source to src. Good old fashioned 3-letter Unix names. And we're going to do this. We're going to say src here, src scripts, src gestr, src bar. I'm always wrong. What are you talking about? How many times do we have to cover this? I am constantly wrong. Yes. Deploy. About a great many things. That private does not work. I just did it. It didn't work. If you make it work, give me the exact line and I'll try it again. I was just trying to hide pylib, but honestly, I don't care if it's there as long as the top level is more meta, which is what I did with this src thing. So I'm just like organizing my thing. All right, so we got all our Python, our YAMLs getting parsed. You'll notice that something else entirely is not printed out in the deploy, which is kind of fun. So actually, I think the default output should not be a big complicated diff. I think the default output should be every file that would receive a change that has not already been changed. You follow me? So I think the default behavior of deploy should be, let me show you the files that I would deploy. And if you want a long form, then we add that on. I think that's much better because most of the time you just want to see what files changed, especially if you got a lot of files in there, right? So I think that that is probably what we want to do instead. Now, I already have the commands for that I've written to look up using the rsync commands and the git diffs to find out what's different. But I would like to actually just see those files output. Now, there are a number of other problems here. Um, so this is where the functions come in. So since we're doing it in Python, the question that becomes, well, should we keep it in Python? I mean, so far we haven't had to shell out to anything because we're using Python for this. Had we been using Bash, we would have had to. So we have a lot of other things. Verbose option like dry run. Yeah, the verbose would be the long option. Okay, so at this point now, we're kind of like biting up on using options, right? So is it worth it to use our parse and add it right now? I suggest it probably is, but in the meantime, we don't even have to make those decisions yet. We can actually go to our pylib and we can add them to our pylib and write test cases for it, which is super cool, right? Because we can do this. We can say, we can go to pylib and we can actually write our test pylib stuff. And so this is meant to be run from inside the pylib repo. Let's actually make sure the tests still work. I don't even remember if they do. PyTest pylib. No, cd unit pylib. I think I have to be in here because it's a relative test. Yeah, I think I do. PyTest, and I think that will. No, we broke something. What did I break? Oh, um, interesting. I broke something. What else is new? All right, pylib apply. Okay, so actually we don't. God, that's even better. All right, so we don't even need this anymore. We just need this. This is way better. I'm really happy. So PyTest, and we get applies to host, right? So with that, we change that name. So let's fix that. Applies to host. Oh no, we did not change it. Applies to host. So it can't find it. So we did break it. Test applies to host, applies to host. Do we just want to do imports dot? No, that doesn't work. What am I doing wrong? I think, how about this? Yeah, okay. So, all right. Git commit consol consolidate consolidate and what? Consolidate and fix test. Git push. Again, this is all going to PR. Just to show you, GHPR view web. Go look at the PR in while it's being done. What? Every single one of these little micro commits is going to be listed under files changed. Oh, we have PyTest cache has been committed. We need to get rid of that. Oh, that's to get ignored. Never mind. So this is it, and you can actually go to see all the commits in order. All the little teeny commits, these are all going to get squashed, so they will not be a problem later. Let me see if I can actually do a PyTest with just pilot from the top here. I can. Nice. That way I don't have to descend into the directory and do everything. I can do all my development from the top, which I love. All right, so what else do we have to do here? So if we do pylib, um, we did our, so what was the next one we need to do? Oh, we need to do our diff. Um, so if we do I, what do we want to call it? We want to see a dip. Um, I mean, I could call it just get diff. And we can do the target and the source. And this actually, so let's, I'm going to actually call get diff. I'm going to put this in. I'm just going to go for it. And get the beginning one in here. So diff, get diff, get diff, and I don't know if we want one of the items. Um, I think we should have the get diff for the target and the source. Yeah. So target, source, and then we're gonna do. I mean, we probably don't have to use get diff for this. It's probably a Python equivalent of get diff. Let's see. Uh, does Python have equivalents of get diff? I guess the Ansible probably is. That would be the thing to do is go look at the Ansible one. But I think absolutely get diff like diplib. Old next read split lines. Okay, the output looks very familiar. The promise you get for free and diff. Okay, this is it. Python's standard library. Oh my god. Okay, right choice to go with Python. So we're just gonna say diff. And I think this is only per file. So as the literal get Python literally get diffs. If what you really mean is diff by Python, okay. Diffs repo get wait, what? From repo? Because it's great if you're writing tools around repos. Yes, that's what I want. Wait, what? It's not get Python. Oh, you have to install it though. Yeah. Um, that's interesting. We have a number of ways we could go here. We could use this. We could use the encapsulating module that wraps the wraps Git. We could use Git itself by passing command lines, or we could just use diff, which is built in, and then recurse. Um, let's see. Does diplib support comparing directories? You hate Git Python? Good. File compare.dir compare recursively direct comparison. Wait, what? The built-in tool file compare, not diplib, is line sequence based. It doesn't know what a directory is. For directories, Python standard library gives you file compare, which is basically the equivalent of dip r. Oh my god. This is perfect. File matches, shallow, deep recursion. God, this is awesome. This is like fucking awesome. Let's see. This is the usual pattern. Use file compare to walk directories. For files that differ, feed them to diplib. This is perfect. Oh my god, this is perfect. Um, Yeah. Dip directories, file directories, blah, blah, blah. It has to be two directories. Ours, git dip does this automatically. Yeah. So, and some account values, diff target and the source. Um, hell, I don't even know if we need. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is, do we want to return a string or do we want to print out the string? Um, I think we want to return a string. I think we want to return a string, right? Return something. All right, so let's add it to our test. Pilot test, test lib, test source exists, definitely test, def, sort of true. I'll come back and fix it later. Just want to call it. So we can call diff, and we want to put two files there. So we want to put it's designed to be run from here. So we could say src um wait, diff has got to have a target and a source my script and temp my script. I mean, this is tough because you need to create temporary files in the unit test directory, and I don't know how to do that. Always return and let the caller decide. Yeah. I mean, yes and no. So, yeah, I test. All right, so click the three items. It worked. It asserted true. Um, yeah, we're gonna do well, we didn't output that. So let's say out equals and print out for now. Yeah. And it didn't print anything. So I don't know if it's even doing it. Nope, it's not doing it. It's not running it. Oh, that time it did it. So I have to be in there for it to work. That makes sense. I wonder if I do it like this, if it works. Nope. Oh, I'm in the directory already. No wonder. Oh, kind of stupid actually. um, Still didn't work. Wait, it did it that time. It printed down here. Oh no, it didn't. No, it didn't. Never mind. CD pylib test. Okay, that worked. Is it there now? Why is it CDing and it's not coming back? Oh, because it's not in a script. Derp. Derp. All right, so that worked. All right, so deploy pylib. All right, so pylib. I'm just trying to figure out a way to test it. So quickly. pylib, test pylib, out equals different print made. It didn't print made though. Did you notice that? I do not know why it print that. Maybe it did. No, it didn't. Why didn't it print made? That's interesting. That's interesting. It should be printing something. What is this? I don't know what that is. Oh, we did it that time. It prints standard out. Oh, this is the CD command that's doing that. Oh, now I get it. Okay, so actually these other ones might have been working the whole time. I just didn't know. Yeah, they were. Okay, well that's good. Good to know. Sorry about the ads. All right, so hello something. Okay, this is totally working. Um, and yep. All right, so the testing is working. Now we have to figure out how to get the dip to work. So let's see if we can pull libdip in, do the actual work. So dip is taking targeted source something plus target plus source. I assume that's gonna work, but let's try it. I should actually fire up an ENTR here. Yes. ENTR -c clear py test -s pylib, and then we'll feed it any file if any file changes at all. So okay, so every time any file changes, it'll rerun the test, and you'll see it's like target. It's like hello something my script, blah blah blah. All right, so get rid of this. Should change it. There, my script, blah blah blah, and we're gonna change the caller. Well, we don't have a caller because we did it as a test. So the other thing to change is the test code. So here we go. So get rid of this. And this is going to be interesting. So we're looking for a way to display what files have changed. And so we're experimenting. Right now, there's nothing there. So add out again, and it shows us the two files. I mean, I could do this. I could do, yeah. I can just do an extra print statement too. I'd do the same. All right, um, so that's showing us the two files that it's comparing. I don't know why it's doing a dot there. It must be. Oh, that's another test. I guess. Oh, this is mesh up, mesh up. Yeah. Okay. So it definitely scrunched the two together because that's what we told it to do. So now let's actually call ldip on this, and return that. So what is the dip command? So the dip We want to compare the two files. We want to use the diff lib. So where's the diff lib? Subcommand, so diff directories, blah, blah, blah. Retext split lines, diff lib unified diff. So we're right here. Yes, it worked. Yep, thank you for that. That helps a lot. And so this is what we want to return. And it doesn't have to be all form. I need to get an auto Python formatter. I'm gonna spend 2 seconds looking for that. Is there a plugin to a fixer for formatting Python code? Because mine's not auto formatting, it's driving me nuts. Pip is all black by view. I don't want to move more. Fast forward post under comma. And this is where all the Rust tools come in. Rough is one of those. Sorry, legible formatter is now legitimate black return much faster. Can I replace blank 8 I sort black in my setups involving auto pep? What's the code to make it work on save in Vim? It's a fixer. I have pictures for Go and Perl and Bash. I don't have pictures for execute black. It's literally just black. Seriously. Writer plan slant rough format. You're formatting often or big repos roughly feels mostly different. Step here. All right. Pip install rough. I think it's a Rust thing. All right, so here we go. Let's do yeah, I'm gonna need to get this in my dot files. I think I have cleanup still checked out. I have never committed this. This is something I need to get to. Dot vim or c oops. Or c, I'm just gonna fix this really quick. Fixer. We have the AL. Oh wait, the AL has got fixers for I'm gonna add one here. So Python. This is what's it Python? Is it Python type? Is Python the type? I think it is. Python, yeah. All right, so the Python, and then we need I don't know if you can have like multiple lines in here. You would use black instead. Rough comma format. I think you can do that. So oh my god, I did it. Little statements in one line. It did it. That was easy. Dude, it added it right away. Unnamed event. This is showing me all my errors, but it's not reformatting. Yeah, let's go look again. So fixer, we have formatting. Yeah, fix unsaved providing options dash B. Oh, what if I add? Oh, wait, go linters. There we go. So it got the linters for some reason. I wonder if it already has it built in. Yeah. If not applies to containing multiple statements in one line. So I actually could do a format here. Let me try something. I'm gonna format the entire file. Oh, let's just try it. Rough, rough format. Filelib. One file reformatted. Wow. Hey, look, it did it. All right, so we have to figure out how to get the format option to pass to the fixer. It's not being passed. It's running rough, but it's not running passing format. I'm guessing it's this. I'm gonna take a full on guess. Python rough options. That's a total guess. I have no idea if it's gonna work. All right, save. Oh, I didn't do it. It didn't do it. Today, hi Doc. I don't have it today right now. Sorry, we're just working on a bunch of stuff. Yeah. We're coding some Python to do deployment of a repo. And it's pitch black right now in my room. Until the beginning of another technical coding era coming on, which is going to be very bad for my health. You guys cannot let me get out of control. How about as an ale fixer? I love ale, by the way. Plugin, I have ale already. Let ale fix on save, got it. Do that already. Python formatter, Python black. I don't want black, I want rough. Python rough, did that. Ale uses a rough format under the hood. No, it doesn't. It does not do that. Python rough executable rough. Originally, you might use VNVs or poetry. Yeah. Rough executable rough. Why isn't it working? Where's the continue? It warns me. That's good. It's not doing this part though. That did not work, so we get rid of that. Python pictures rough. It does not do it under the hood. I don't know what it's saying. Let's see. L linter alias is bash sh. Critics severity. Why are you no work? If I'm gonna be coding in Python, I gotta do this. So and I'm gonna be writing lots of Ansible stuff, so I might as well. Is sort black. Gale ale pictures. I just did this. Python I sort. What? No, it does not use format under the hood, you dummy. No need to be mean, Rob. Rob equals check. Rob the check fix. Check dash fix. Fix multiple issues, imports unused bars, or does not reformat code layout. Well, actually does. Rough check fix. L currently has no native rough format fixer. What? So I'm using black again. L's rough fixer does not call rough format. It runs rough in fix mode, which is lint-driven autofix. It's not a true formatter. A true formatter. Black is okay, fine. Goodbye, rough. You lose black. Which somebody already suggested. Gregor, I think you suggested, yeah. So there.
So there.
So there. All right. Save. Reload. Save. Wait, where did my formatting go? Oh, black's not installed. Whoopsie. Install black. I don't even know if black is a thing. It seems to have been around a while. Bash completion has been installed too. Blah. Black D. Man, black. What did I install? What the hell did I install? I'm a little scared. The uncompromising code formatter. Wow. Okay. If you say so. Save. It did it. So black did the formatting, but it didn't do the linting. Okay, I have an idea. We can have both. There's no need to be picky about one or the other. We can have both. And we'll see. We have Python for linters, we'll use rough. And for fixers, we'll use black. And now, let me do this. It'll scream at me. Rough is going to scream at me. Rough is screaming at me, but then when I save it, black fixes it. Very happy. This is me being happy. All right, so git status. What have I changed? Git dev. Git add dash wait dot git commit. Add Python al fixer and linter. Git push. Okay, now what? We're out of our dot files. We're in here a nice happy Python file. You know what's so cool about that? It fixes things. Yay! Okay. Like I'm making a new file not found error. Watch. Sorry, don't know what that is. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so happy now. Now I just want to code Python all day. Oh my god, it put a different space in there. It mandated 2 spaces. Oh, that's cool. All right. Diff. Wait, it doesn't like that down there. What's it? What does it not like? All right. Diff unified. It's like it's giving me shit. Undefined something or the other. Diff lib unified directory. Wait, we're back to our thing now. So where's our diff lib? I'm up right. That is not it. Okay, all this is ale stuff. Come on, go back up. Where is it? Did I throw it away? I think I didn't. I threw it away. Bad Rob. Robert. Okay, how do I use difflib again? How do I use difflib again? Again. Difflib unified diff, split lines, etc. I'm gonna copy that. I forgot about the print join shit. Yep. All right, so return. So okay, this is what I was trying to do. Return space. Oh wow, I fixed it. Sort of. I don't want it to put them all on the same line there. Stop smashing it all into one line. It's super ugly. Is that a setting? I need to change it. That is like super fucking annoying. Undefined name difflib. How about we import it? Import difflib, which apparently is in the standard library. Hey, look, it fixed all our problems, sort of. Wait, what's this problem down here? Undefined name A. Oh, I got it. So A and B. Diff A and B. How about that? Yay. Line terminator is blah. All right, now let's write a test for that. I'm gonna write a test case for that. Ah, there we go. All right, so test. out diff equals blah and the blah blah blah. Diff may be undefined. It may be, but it really isn't. What do they call it? We call it diff. We call it diff. Did it not get exported? What the hell, Robert? Test diff. Where's the host? Maybe undefined or defined from the star import. Wait, you don't like star imports? Unable to detect identified names. Fine. How about that one? Diff. It's always better to do that anyway. People. People. That's what you should be doing. Hey, Pipe Shot. We're coding a deployment script. Deploy a repo to production so you can, but it checks to see if you're going to override anything. That's what we're doing. Yep. And we're going to write this test. So we're going to run assert true, print it out. All right. I'm going to run my PyTest. PyTest, which we no longer have to do. Pylib, wait, PyTest, pylib. I'm going to run a test. Oh, we need dash s. It's like, I don't know what to do. Can only concatenate string, not generator. Oh, it's because I put a generator in there. There should not be a generator in there. No. I don't even understand Python generators very well. They came after I use Python a lot. I think it's just join. Maybe I was wrong. I don't think that's a generator at all because I don't know what I'm doing. I'll just do this. I just pilot. Nice. And we'll do a dash s to get the outputs. Generator object unified diff. Ooh, it is a generator object. Therefore, I have to know what the next thing is to do. Print and join diff. Because it's a generator. Okay. Okay. Because it's lazily loading it. That's why. Ooh, look at, we got a diff output, guys. It says, okay, I have a script over here, and then I have a script over here. How you doing, Tatsu? Doing what I want to do. I don't necessarily love this. This is just stuff I have to do at work, which is making it more fun with you guys. If I would rather be watching TV or I don't know. I said TV. I'm like old. Or anything else. Trimming my beard, which I'm like non-existent beard right now. I'm distracted. Okay, so what are we doing? We're creating a dip. We're creating dip from this content, and so yeah, we have seen that there is a dip. Now the problem here is that the one script exists in one place and the other one doesn't exist at all. So this difference is, hey, this script exists and this one doesn't. So you know what I mean? If we copy source my script, wait, if we copy my script to slash temp and we run it again, we should get, oh, the same thing. That's not good. That is not good because if we do this, div src my script temp my script, it should be nothing. And yet that gave us a difference, and I do not know why. So the question is whether we can trust it or not. And I don't think we can, honestly. I don't think we can. I don't think we can trust it. If we could trust it, we could use that and call it a day, right? Not even have to. What am I doing wrong there? So am I? All right, let's do this. Let's look at. We got to learn about the dip command in Python. So we don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it. So I'm going to read about it. No documentation for dip. You suck. Okay, how about this? How about I do this? No, I need to do the pylib that. Now this will give us some data. Docs on dip. No Python for dip? Fuck you. How about this one? Ah, there we go. That's what we want. Okay, so dip unified dot under unified dip split lines from file A to text to file B dot text. Line terminator equals empty. So it is definitely splitting the lines. I don't like that that wraps that whole thing on the same line. My formatter. I wonder if I can make it leave it alone. All right. How do I make black not combine all the argument lists? ABCD, function ABCD. Black will keep the expanded. Is the measure so good to give it a say? I mean this layout. Oh, seriously. That is super cool. I learned something new today. You want that layout, you can do it. And Python supports it. And you want this. Oh, it keeps it. Yay. Calling dip in a subprocess. I know. Okay, so Kreger, that's what I'm trying to assess here. Like, how much of this can I just call? I like Schmod, for example, super easy, right? Without doing it as a Python thing. Um, but I am kind of trying to see how much of this I can do in Python since we have Python available. And, you know, um, so yeah. This does return a string as opposed to just a 0 or 1. So another thing too is like, yeah. I mean, dip is on everything that this would ever run on, so I could just call out our dip and be done with it. It would be way faster to write that. Also, what's the return value of dip? That actually might just be. We should probably just do that instead of trying to learn a library. This is one of the things that Yeah, let's do this. I like your idea. I'm dipping the input pass on the content of the files. How am I? What? Let me read that. What you said. First of all, I don't know what unified dip does. Let's read about this. No Python documentation. Fuck you. Diplib. Ndif restore unified dip. For two lists of strings, return a delta in unified dip format. Oh, so it's just dipping the files, the file names, as opposed to the content of the file. Interesting. List of two strings, blah, 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 blah. So this makes me load the thing, a flexible class for comparing pairs of sequences of any type. So this is where the other dipper that is suggested wants. So HTML dipper for producing human readable deltas of sequences of lines of text. So yeah, dipper is a class comparing things. Line check. And those two lines do differ. You know what? That's super cool though. I like that you can do that. But yeah, it suggested this like the combination of it. So see, it says read lines. It's comparing like reading the entire line 1 and line 2. Um, yeah. Now, the problem with this is that this would have to be done on each individual file, and that's where that other thing came up where it would actually like iterate through all the files. Um, you know, so matching blocks. For better. File to file diff. Okay, this is the part I didn't read far enough. I didn't read far enough. So here we go. Input old file, new file. Yeah, I'm just gonna steal that. That's much better. That's definitely what we wanted. That's what I wanted and did not do. So with open A as F1 and open 2 B as F2. See if we can handle it. Nope. Too ugly. Fix indent. How about now? Can you fix it? Nope. Diff. Yeah, that could fix. Just need to put a comma here and save that. There, perfect. Unified diff. Ldiv dot unified diff lib. All right, local variable diff is assigned but never used. Okay, so while blah 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 return. All right, so let's run this. Cool. Oh my god, look how pretty. Diff of the test with OpenA or found no file directory. Ah, I see. That's what we want. Um, found not found. Error. No system directory. Dash dash. Oh, you know why? Because I'm running it from here. Yeah, I have to do. If I'm going to do this, I need to make it so the test like determines where it's located. Um, wait, what? Why is it doing from file old.txt? No, from file A to file B. Wait, what? Yeah, I can't file system. A because it's running right there. So I need to determine where I'm going to be running my tests from. Like if I'm going to run my test from that inside of, I can look. If I go into my pilot and run the test here, it'll work, right? And yeah, there was no diff. There was no diff. But if I remove stuff, let's do this. VI attempt, make my and then I do diff. Let's see what happens. There, perfect, perfect. Just to get a diff, just saying. I know it is. I agree. But now we didn't have to use the diff command. Wait, so that definitely shows me the diff. Tells me what line it was on and everything. It's not color coded. How can we add color? How do I want color? I want to add color. How do I add color output? Um. Oh God. No. Sorry, I meant to diff lib output. It's gotta be a command there. Oh God. Prefixing? Oh no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Isn't it supported? Put changes. Let's go look at unified diff. Oops. Diff load. Close matches, diff context diff, then diff restore. With the unified format, sequence flexible for comparing figure types. Versus HTML side comparisons. Classes, differ. Color. Oh, hey, how you doing, Unix bro? Thank you for following. Yeah, no color E options. You know what? That's fine. Dip would actually give us that better. It'd really be easier actually. Watch this. Let's do this. Let's see how easy it is with just to support Gregor's suggestion. This is like so much easier. Was it OS exec diff test dweller? Thank you for that. Diff comma. Thank you for the follows and the subs, guys. Diff wait, did I import OS? I don't remember how to do this, so how do I just run from command line? Python. I can't remember. It's os.exec or sys.exec or something. I have to look it up. I don't remember. Subprocess run. There you go. Import subprocess. This is I don't remember subprocess. Is this subprocess? Yeah. Subprocess process. I wonder if it'll fix it. No. Imported but unused. Oh my god, I love that it warned you on that now. That is awesome. Import import. So wait, what? Import lib. Subprocess div a indie return. Super cool. Module object is not callable. Oh, suppresses run. Derp. I bet that's what you're saying. Don't watch it then. Oh shit. That's like way better. Also wrong. Type error. Website must be entered. All right, fine. The text equals true. Capture up equals true. This is an array. Text equals true. Capture up equals true. Woo! See that formatting? Yeah, baby. Oh, look! Can only join an interval. Well, I don't need to do that anymore. So that. It's in the test code, right? It's the caller test code. Where's my test code? Here it is. Shit. Sorry for this word. Don't need that. Just print out. Return code one, system, blah, 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 blah. It passed. Completed process, args diff, blah, 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 return code one, stood out, blah, blah, blah. Oh, it gave me the stood out. Does the stood out have color? I could probably force it to be color. This is not as convenient as git diff, which will do anything. Git diff, you pointed at two things, whether it's a directory. I think I'm gonna go with that. That's what my bash script is using. It's using git diff. And you can actually have it so that it doesn't compare the file modes. and stuff. And this is a Git repo, so I'm actually going to go with that option instead. Instead of doing test diff, I'm going to do test git diff, and I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna go use my Python. I mean my Bash stuff. We use subprocess. We don't use libdeb, and get rid of this here. Capture up equals to true. Text equals to true. Diff. We're gonna do git. This is really gonna be involved actually. So git dash c. I wish this was easier, but it's not. Core file mode. Oh wait, equals false. Div. Oops. Ah. Div. Force color. Even if it detects as being used as subshell, which is good, but we always want color. No index, and then the targets, target and the receipt. All right, so that gives us all our output. We want the text, and we want the I don't know what the return value is called. The result. How about that? Results. All right, so then we're gonna say print results dot set out, which looks like that's the thing. Dip outputs that out there. Return code 0 equals no difference, 1 equals difference, and 1 equals error. Or dip returns 1 is no thing. Stream output directly, yes. No, we don't want to do that. And then after output is true, yes. And going correctly, subprocess run, okay. So let's do. I think subprocess run is probably going to be the way to go because it's it's just the easiest way to convert a shell script. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Carter. It's just master. This is perfect. This is exactly what the bash script does. And it's colorized, and it's exactly what we expect. Knowledge Fellowship. Hey, thank you for being here. Good to have you, 6 whole viewers. Yeah, we're just doing Python coding. We're coding a deployment. Each of the two IPy. What a great name. Yeah, they're having fun in the other room. My daughter's friend is playing piano. If you can hear it. He's a data science major actually, over at the university in his PhD program, and now he's playing amazing piano. Uncle Bill, how's it going? So we're just we're writing a little script to do a comparison of a repo against what's been deployed, so we don't overwrite stuff that people have changed in production without putting it in Git. That's a mouthful, but parse that and you'll understand what we're doing. Definitely been a while. I have not done a lot of coding in years, so and I feel this has been a marathon day. When I code, it's usually a marathon, so it's a little hard. I hope you guys can hear, but my stream is I haven't spent a lot of investment in making my stream pretty, mostly just sustainable, so I don't fall over dead. This is hard. All right, so hey, look at that. We got our git diff output. If we were going to actually test this, these indexes and stuff, we need to figure out how to make these two things the same. One of the great things about using git diff is if I actually change the file. Well, I already know this works because it's working in production right now. So mk, let's get rid of that line and we run it again. We should get, yeah, there's no changes at all. There's no differences. The fact that it puts none means that we need to change that test. So we need to say this. We need to say, if so this actually, let's change this to be git diff. And we'll change it in the test. The test git diff. Yeah. Give that a shot. By this dash s. Oh boy, that was not fun. Could not find git diff. Cannot import name diff from pylib. Yeah. Git diff. Wait, where did the error come from? Oh, I didn't import it. I was importing by name. Yeah. Oh, whoops. This. Yeah, there we go. Doing explicit imports on purpose. Name diff is not defined. Okay, that is in test skip. Okay, out. Git diff. All right, good. Okay, so it's saying none now. Now the problem here is we need to change the code so it checks the return value. So if there is no diff, we don't want to return anything. And you know, this is more of a process than it is a um this is more of a procedure than it is a like a testable function. But in order if we return the result, um I think we should probably just return the results, honestly. Um and then let people do with it what they want. Right? So yeah. And that way they can do the callers can do what they want with it. I like this because a lot of this stuff is reusable, and that's why we went to the pain of getting it all in Python. So, you know, results just call res print. Let's see. So if res dot what is it? Make error bytes warning. Wait, this is not helpful. These are not. This is not helpful. It's just a bunch of generic things. About that documentation. This about these are just random symbols. This is not like useful for Python. Um okay, so we could say this. We could say assert assert res dot is it out? Return code. Return code equals 0. Expected a statement. That is a statement. Cause assignment. I get you. All right, test this. So there we go. Successful. Now if I go test this, put something in here, it should be test should fail. Yep. There we go. So that piece of code is done. So we can save that. And inside of this little test, we should probably isolate the test separate from pylib and then maybe put it under pylib. Is that something you can do? I think you can, right? So I think we can do make directory tests, move tests. I'm going to try this really quick. If we do this, we can actually put files in there to test and have a standalone unit test. It'd be really nice, right? And then I don't have to. I can test it against my own stuff. I don't even know if this is possible. So let's try this. Pytest-s. It's like, I don't know where to find you. But if I do this, I think we're going to be fine. Oops. Let's do this. Nope. Attempts to realize have been part with no known package parameters. So this does not seem to be working. Develop with no known parent package. Is that because itself it's not a package? I think that's probably why. I think if we turn this into a package, it might work. All right, res that return good equals 0. Wait, that ran. That ran. That worked. It worked. I had to look at it closer. Okay, why am I doing that? Because now, check it. I can do this. I can say, so inside of this directory, I can put other files in here. So I could say make directory mock src and mock target mock dest. Make directory mock dest. Mock des, mock target. I guess I could put stuff in there. And then what? So we can put a file in here. We could put file map.yaml. Actually, we can just copy our other file map. This is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to be able to write standalone unit tests for everything. And that's what we got. So now I can do file map YAML to here. And I can edit the file map YAML, and we can change src, and we get rid of this. I know this, blah, blah, blah. Sources. We can change, actually, we can just leave it as src. Hey, Melissa. Oh, thank you for the raid. 12 viewers. So great. So great to have you. We're just doing some Python because it's the best for this to deployment check. We're writing a tool to sanity check a production, semi-production system to see before we copy the files without CI/CD. We don't have CI/CD in this case, so we're copying files from a repo into the test system to use them, and we don't want to blow away live changes that people have made. So that's what we're doing. We're actually doing two things. One, we're checking to see if any files have changed and kind of a sanity check, and then we're also deploying them. And then the third thing that I'm going to add, maybe today or tomorrow, is a TKF seminar series. Oh, very cool. Very, very cool. Love having those seminars. I'm glad you guys are doing that. There's a lot of really good stuff out there. I haven't streamed in years. It feels like more like 1 year. So I'm actually going to change the mocks. Unlock this to just a destination. And then I'm going to say move mock. And because one of the things we can do is we can actually do an actual deployment using the libraries and then make up for them. I've said this before, to do a proper project with testing takes way longer than stuff like, but this is already set up, so I'm going to do this. I do not want to put stuff in local bin. I'm going to put this in dest to local bin. And stuff. And so this one we're going to go temp script. Now we're going to go to dest my script. And we're gonna put all of our tests in here. src, do this in dest and dest/dest directory. And people stopped coding last year. Now it's all AI. Yeah, no. Not where I work. We use AI for a lot of things, but not to do what I'm doing right now is all running as root. It would be catastrophic to get it wrong. So yeah, stupid people are. I couldn't help it. If you're depending on AI entirely, look, I have developed entire overlays really amazing overlays. They were 14,000 lines of code, and I tweaked the prompt the whole entire time. But that's for my live stream. That's not for, you know what I mean? It's not like production code that's gonna tank $1 billion company. So, anyway, I do think that there's going to be some AI here. So I use AI a lot, but this kind of thing, the AI could not have written it for me. It tried, it sucked. So maybe it's just because I'm not prompting it properly. You could argue that. Um, okay, git diff. We're gonna git diff this. We're gonna diff src my script to dest my script. Okay. So now our testing just got tons easier, right? Because now we can copy actually all of my tests, and I am, what's really cool is I can remove the source directory, and I can move the other one that I was using, which already was kind of a test directory, into here. And quite honestly, I can move that map as well. It will go catastrophically wrong. It will, right? So yeah. I'm going to clean this up. What this does is it really cleans up the top level directory, which is what I really wanted to do. And I am just going to use this as a sample. And it's going to be, I'm not even going to have a sample here. I'm going to remove this. And I'm going to change, look at how clean it is, right? And so now I can say, import this, Python, blah, blah, blah. So wait, what am I editing right now? All right, so deploy, you can't find anything because I moved it all. Imports by, don't do that already. So we're gonna say deploy changes and preview changes. And that should help out here. Parse file map, parse file map. And that's gonna do that. All right, so this is the top level code for the deploy. It's really simple now because we've encapsulated all of the main business logic into functions and procedures, function, whatever you want to call them. And so we're going to go ahead and be pushing these and doing a bunch of stuff with that. So let's get on with it. Get on with it. Get on with it. Wait.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Jalopy made me add this one.
I am enjoying this
Yeah, it's all vibe coded and all stuff. Just let me die in Spain after I retire. If everybody vibe codes in yeah. Oh, sad day.
Твой софт, говно.
Sorry?
Software shit.
Твой софт говно.
Твой софт, говно.
Sorry?
Software shit.
It's working! It's working!
Yes, it's working. It's working. All right, so wait, how many windows do I have open? Not that many. Okay, so what are we doing here? We got our parsing going on, and I'm really pleased by this. This pleases me. I'm going to add a working commit. Oops. Add, let's see. What do I want to say? Encapsulate unit tests. Git push. So now they're all happy and together. Deploy changes, preview changes, parse file map. And these are very high level functions that we're going to print out stuff. So there. And Yeah. Anyway, we should probably write unit tests for all of that. Um, just to check it, but I don't need tests for things um uh like to parse to check the parsing because I trust the YAML parsing. I don't need that. We do need some of these other things to be checked though. Um so this is the same. Let's see if that actually works. By test dash s Insert one. Okay, so it is not the same. So we have one in one spot, but we don't have it in the other spot. So, um, what do we want to do with that? So we can have it say that it's not there. Actually, let's do this. Let's make it the same. All right. So I mean, we have to put every one of our cases into this. So my script. So I'm a script. So, and now we run it, it'll say they're not the same still. But if I copy source my script into dest my script, it should be true. That should give us true. Yay. All right. So, but now we can say this. We can say dest missing, and I'm not in dest. I'm not in dest. And then we can add a test really quick, unit test for this. And we could say, we test get diff, get diff, same, get diff, missing. This is very much like Go testing right here, actually. And then we say, missing and missing. And the return to should be, 1. That's what we want. We want that to say it's missing. And so by test dash s, and it'll tell us if we passed. Yay. All right. So what else do we got? We're so every single thing that we're testing here, we could actually put what it is that we're testing here. We're testing the get def missing. So we're writing our unit test to make sure our stuff actually works. And these need to be fixed. So that needs to be fixed. This needs to also be fixed. So let's actually do a source exists. Let's do that really quick. So let's say assert source exists, and we'll say src my script. Again, this testing is what takes all the time, but it makes you really happy because your stuff doesn't break later. Undefined name source exists. So we're gonna have to import this source exists, and that should work actually. Yes. It does not. So item source, pathlib to item source, item dot source. Indices must be integers, not strings. Interesting. Pathlib path item source exists. Oh no. String indexes must be integers. I think it's 0. I think we got the path wrong. This is why we do unit tests. This is exactly why. And if I had done this in Bash, I wouldn't have had this unit test. I would have caught it. So there. Free changes source exists. All right, so no Python for that. We'll go with pathlib. Pathlib, pure path. What am I looking for? Path, pure path exists. So splat where the path is. This method normally follows symlinks to check whether symlinks exist. Add the argument following symlinks equals false. To check whether a symlink exists, add the argument to blah. It says star, which I do not get. What does that mean? Anything? What am I doing wrong? Item. We know what item is. Path to the item. Let's see if there is even is an item. How about that? Do a test. Must be integers. Assert source exists. Associate my script. We broke something. Hmm. Failed one. Indices must be integers. I feel like it didn't even print. Oh, I know. Well, I didn't get there because it was a syntax error. Okay. Derp. Where sources is yeah. Okay. Fine. Turn. True. I'm gonna break it for a second to unbreak it. All right, so that's true, but it didn't print anything. Oh yeah, it did. It print source my script. Oh, we have an error. We have an error. Yes, we do. We have an error. src. Yep, I see the error. Yep, we have a dot in there, and it's adding an extra dot, which it doesn't need. And I don't know where it's adding that. Oh, source exists, print item. Oh, maybe that's the reason. Item source. Maybe there isn't a source. Maybe that's it. Nope. A string indexes must be integers. What the hell? Oh, I think I know. This is stupid fucking duck typing again. That's what it is. Yes, I hate duck typing. So item is being passed as a string as opposed to an object because of the test code is wrong. And because the test code is not passing, it's passing a string and not passing, there it is, see? It's passing a string instead of an object. So yeah. So this is almost like we could do this. We could say my pixis. My pixis. I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool. Is it like a syntax checker, type checker? So int, we need to make an object here. So we're gonna say source, and now we can make this thing a source. We can say source my script. All right, undefined name source. I'm trying to make an inline object, and I don't remember how to do that. Can I make an inline object? How do I make it is a type checker an inline object? All right, so let's go see this. So we have an inline object, JSON go on structs in Python. Why are you showing me Go code? Yay, pizza! Do you need money? Yeah, I told you I did it right. Oh, I didn't put quotes around it. That's what happened. Bad, Rob. I knew that. I knew that. I gotta play cards and stuff and be done tonight. It's putting the dot. I think the dot is the test, and then this is the actual output. So source my script. So it passed. So it's doing the right thing. Um, and we can do another. Actually, no, this one. Test exists. Yes. No. My script. Nope. So this should be. We could put actually could put not exists. Run that test. Assertion assert not true. While true equals source of source exists. Assert not true. Okay, so we're always returning true because I'm not doing the test right. I'm playing music. All right, so we're gonna go here and we're gonna say, yeah, source exists. I totally like screwed this up because I was testing it. All right, pathlib item source. So this should work now. Yeah, there we go. By test. All right, there we go. Bypass. Yay! 2 tests worked. Source exists. So when we preview changes, we're going to see it applies to the host. Does it apply to this host? If yes, go ahead and continue. Otherwise, no. Preview changes if the source exists, continue. And then the next thing. So we have some more to do here. So to do, we say we want to do a git diff against the two things. So we if all of that passes, then we want to do our git diff. So but we want to print the output of the git diff. You know what I'm saying? So the preview changes. So if there's a git diff, I'm just gonna put the to do here. So to do, I'm just gonna write it. If git diff, wait, results equals git diff, and we are gonna get diff the 2 items. We're gonna get diff the I can get rid of this, and we were gonna get the 2. So now this preview changes script is going to be tough because it's going to print a bunch of stuff to standard out. So I can test that in the unit test by redirecting standard out temporarily, but this is what's hard about testing shell scripts, right? So we're going to do a get diff. Local variable res is assigned to but never used. Okay, so we're going to get diff the item source with the these are the only 2 variables. So the item source with the item target. And if there's not a target or anything, that'll be a syntax error. So and then we could say if res if the results dot return value was it return value? It is. A return value equals 0 does not equal 0. Not equals 0. Then we want to see the output. So print res. I don't remember what it is. I gotta look it up. Anyway, so let's go look. Res output. Res output. Output. I need to look up subprocess. Where is subprocess? Subproc. All right, let's look that up. Subprocess. Check output. Check get us output. Build this up. Build this up. Results. All right, so this gives us. We do a run. Stood out. Alias for the output attribute. New, reduce, restate, add note with traceback completion process. Check code, get item, dictionary, be open. Wait, what? If true, the command will be executed for the show. Okay. Attribute method del. I don't. Where do we get the output? Kill, pull, send signal, terminate. Wait, no. Class subprocessor. We need to find the return class. I don't know where it is. Subprocess return values. Okay, some processes as capture output through text. Results.arg, results.return code. Set out there. Okay, so results, go back to our tests. Wait. So if the is it return code? Return code is not equal 0. Then we want to see this stood out. Okay. Actually, if this works, well, all right. So we're gonna have to test this. We're gonna write one of these really quick. We're gonna test preview. What do I want to say? Preview changes. And we want to check. I mean, let's do my script. And this should be nothing. We're just doing individual files. And this is just going to print it. There's nothing being returned. I should probably make the preview command return a string, because then it could be, or make it a struct or something that could be queried, because that way it's not as loosey goosey. You don't have to capture set out. So like we have a summary of the changes. That is probably the right way to do this. In fact, I would suggest it's probably better to return the subprocess output. That is way better. So we are just going to return this get diff. And if the return code is 0, well, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to, for each item in the list, we're going to need to gather up all of, so we need to make an array of results. And I think that that's going to be far more useful. So, but that also means that we're going to need to make, actually, I wonder if I can do this. Can I do this? Can I say, I can tell you what the type is. So for item and items, so let's say results, build an array, results equals a list, assignment to reuse. Okay, so if they're actually, all we need to do is get the diffs of all of them. But we only want the results that are failures. Okay, so failures, changed. So we only want the changed ones. So if the return code of get diff is 0, then we want to append it to changed. To changed equal, how do you, is it append? How shall it, changed. I don't remember how to append. I don't remember. How do I append in Python? Yeah. How you doing, Cyber? How do I append to array in, or to a list? I don't remember. It's been years ago. append 42. It is really just append. Are you kidding me? All right, so append res. All right, so then we return. For all this is done, we return. We probably need to put an exception handler in there somewhere. I'm gonna put that in here. To do add exception handler return changed. So it could be an empty list. This is a tuple. That makes me wonder if I should do it like this. A tuple can't be modified. And it is a read-only tuple though, so we don't care. Let's just keep it a tuple. Anyway, so now we change our test code. Our test code is now going to test preview changes. We're going to say preview changes, which I'm not sure is getting imported. So I wish I could put these on a separate line. It's not allowed though. I wish you could do that. It's not, especially where syllables after name. This is so dumb. Preview changes. All right. So return code equals 1. Preview changes. And then what? So we preview the changes and we get back a list changed. And if there's more than one change, emerging will status. So the question I have here is preview changes GW, right? Is it GW, guys? What's the one that jumps to the location where it's defined? Is it GD or GW? It's GD. Okay. GD. All right, GW. Next. GW. How do you jump to where it was defined? I can't remember it. I cannot remember. Sorry for the burp. I thought it was, is it GD? Question. Как шаман в потоке. Нормально. I forgot. Vim keys to jump to definition of symbol. I don't remember it. GD. It is GD. I thought it was. It just doesn't support it. Yeah. Что? Видеть тебя в добрым здравием и хорошем настроении. Спасибо. Assert true. Why is it doing that? Unexpected invitation. What did I break? Did I break shit? What happened? I broke a bunch of stuff. Oh god, I broke a bunch of stuff. I broke tons of shit. How did I do that? How did I do that? Oh, bad Rob. Black is messing me up, I think. Res is assigned, but not never blah blah blah. Length of res equals 0. Fix this. I need to fix this. All right, so really the get diff against the two scripts should have no substantial difference because that's just testing to one thing. But yeah. Actually, I think I added this in the wrong place. So the get diff is only a single diff between two. No, the get diff does not have multiple items that have been checked. The get diff only checks one thing. So that no, we want to do get diff the same. Oh yeah, we will return. Oh right. Here it is. I screwed up. It's a return code. Go straight. Yeah, we already fixed this, and then I broke it somehow. Yeah, I don't know what happened there with the indentation. It got messed up. Oh, formatting screwed it up. Variable changed. Okay, so changed. So this is where the numbers equals change. So preview the changes between these two things. There should have been 0 changes. So assert that the length of changed equals 0. All right, so that should be good for our test. All right, we're gonna do our test now, and yeah, okay. Preview changes. It doesn't know about it. With the positional argument the two are given. Okay, so preview changes. This is interesting. So preview changes assumes a specific file. It reads it in, and I mean, we could do a bunch of things here to make it more functional. So, for example, I'm kind of inclined to do that. So, to make it more functional, we could say that preview changes. Um, First of all, it returns the results and it takes the items in. Okay, so it already does take in items. That's good because then we've already parsed the file, right? We can set a specific list of items. So we don't care about the YAML parsing so in this particular test. So we can go down here and we can say, yeah, the preview changes is going to be items, right? And so we can do items equals, and we can actually make a bunch of items. So um, yeah, we're going to make a group of items here, and the first item is going to be uh, wait, items is an array, so gotta fix it. Items is actually in this case a tuple or an array, it doesn't matter. So in the tuple, we're going to put so each item is an object. We're going to be at least two objects. So we want to preview the changes on and what are the items. So this is where we want to parse the file and get an idea of what it would be, right? So um, yeah. Um, so we have this is hard. This is why testing is so hard. We have the target, we have the source. Um, so let's do some easy ones. Target um, is a test my script, and let's do the source is the same as the source script src. All right, so um, that's one set of changes. Now, if we do the target and the source, that's like this is what we would parse if they had YAML. I actually could do a YAML parser and make it much easier to write. In fact, I think I could inline that. Let's go look at that based on what we have in the other one. I could go into that. Did you guys find my part? Good for you. Is that Mark? Did Mark just find me? Somebody found my part. Was it you, Willem? I'm trying to decide if it was Willem or if it was like. It doesn't show on the screen though. It's too bad. We need to put it back on the screen. Where does it? We need to. Let me fix it. I'll put it back on the screen. Uh, it's like a Mac OS. It's all my fun stuff. Yeah, my fun stuff is here. Oh, right. Suckers, fun facts, stream elements. Oh, hey, look, all that stuff is still there. Let me see if I can go all the way to the top and add it. Um, all right, so try something. Guys, try an alert again. Try an alert again, see if it works. I just put all the alerts and everything on the top, so they should actually show up now. So somebody try something silly. It might actually show up, possibly. Who knows? Fun facts is on too. I don't think it's on though. Fun facts is on because it's not. You found happy happy. Why is it not showing? Oh, that's so sad. It's not showing. Where is it? That's part of my stream key, my URL. It's not the whole thing. Don't worry. I can't hear it that time. I heard it. Oh, I know why. Because it's coming through my phone. It's coming through my phone and not this. And my phone is still set up. my my phone is set up. So that's why I'm like got my phone on. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I'm almost done here. Let's do this test lab. This is why I get unhealthy because I like do this Cody's code marathons. Change equals preview changed. Assert len changed. My script. Okay, so let's run this and see if it works. We're getting so close to it being done. Key error equals host. Item hosts. Okay, so I didn't have a host in there, so that's good. We can put that. So this has hosts, and what I was trying to do is I was trying to parse the YAML. So I was wondering if we can do this without doing it this way. We can actually parse the YAML. I think we can inline a YAML parser. So let's go see if we can do that. How can I inline YAML parsing in Python? I think you could pass a string if you would rather write Python YAML. There you go. YAML safe load. That's exactly what I want to do right there. That is perfect. So it doesn't make it's just a lot easier to read, right? It's also much closer to the truth. So I can do this instead. I can say hosts and it equals the YAML safe load. And to tell you the truth, I can actually indent this if I want because reasons. It's Python and YAML. I mean, I don't need any of that shit, but you know what I'm saying. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I can do this. I can say undefined YAML. We got to import YAML. Import YAML. Yep, and then local variable data is not used. We can say items instead. And then we can say this. We can say host equals localhost, which is the current host. I can say active. I can say source equals uh, src my script. I can do the target. Oops. Target is source is dest to my script, and we can run that. Run the test. Type error applies to host. Not applies to host. Item host. String entities must be entered in a string. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it's not parsing it right. All right, apply test. They're having a party next door. A string indices must be entered in a string. What did I do wrong there? Um, Previous changes changed. Not sure what happened there. Definitely having a party over there though. My ass is really sore. I'm gonna get this test to work and I'm gonna call this one a night. But we're very close to being done because the dip is the main thing, and the deployment is just copying the files. We just use that with an rsync command, which I will. Then I'm now set to do. I didn't want to. Our testing the rsync is the most dangerous part of this. So, I just not understanding why that's not parsing. I'm gonna see if I can get this to stand alone. All right, that seems to have worked. So that seems to have worked. Okay, so there was something about the preview that's not happy. Oh, you know why? Because I only added one. That's why. Yeah, that's why. That's definitely it. Okay, so yeah, that was definitely it. Okay, so we passed. Yay. Um, and that's really cool because that actually said, hey, there was no change between the two. But if we add the length of change is 0, right? So the length of the change should actually be 1. And let me tell you why. We're going to add another entry to our little script here, and we're going to say that this one is going to be missing. All right, so, and that means that there would be a change because the other one does not exist. And we're going to PyTest that. Okay, there we go. Now our assertion failed, but where 0 equals length of 0. 5 passed. So source missing, previous missing, assert length of change equals 1, assert 0 equals 1. So the length of change was still 0 for some reason. That's a fail. So we need to figure out why that item didn't cause the trigger, and that will be the end of that particular comparison. And quite honestly, the rest of this is just is like downhill because it's we're just going to be printing out the output. If it's there, we're just going to display the output in the deploy script, and we're kind of testing that now. So all this stuff will wire up really nice. Okay, it return changed. So right here, I just want to do a debug here and print the length of changed. We should be getting more than 1 in that. So that's a 0. 0 things changed. So that's interesting because, okay, so SRC missing. Oh, there isn't a missing. That's why. Well, that explains a lot. The SRC missing. What the hell? I thought did you delete it? I must not have added it yet. I am missing from dest. All right, let's try it again. Could my code have actually been working? Tuple object has no attribute append. Oh, it's a tuple. Silly me. Good old Python tuples. Yep. You have to make it an array. A list. I'm sorry. Actually, I can do that. I think I can do this too. They're both valid. That's why one of the reasons from. This is why we do the testing. So 6 items, we got 1 item, and we passed successfully. Because why? Because we have 1 that did not match. That is a successful test, my friends. I am feeling very good about this. And I'm going to go ahead and commit this and go about my business. And I'm super happy with this stuff because so much of this code is going to be reusable in our Ansible rule. And I started out really hating on Python. It took us 3 hours to decide to do it in Python. But whatever. I think we got our tests are passing. We're able to test each thing individually. It's going to be much more robust, and it's going to provide exactly the solution that we need. So I'm going to go ahead and call that for today. I'm going to go have some pizza and play with my kids, and I'm going to go and I will probably return to this a little bit tomorrow. I have lots of stuff going on tomorrow. I'm dropping people off, and I'm going to yoga class and all kinds of stuff. And I've been sitting here and working on this literally all day. But that's funny because I started working on it in the morning. So hey, I'll just get this done early. Yeah, no. But this, I am super pleased with it. So I don't care how long the stream took. I feel super good about what this looks like. It's super elegant. It's super clean. It's going to make everybody happy because everybody agrees Python is the way to write this stuff, not Bash. The Bash that I have is a considerable hack that could never be integrated with a GitHub Action or Ansible. So I have just done the work of converting that on my own time for work. And this just the standalone test library is going to become probably the high bar for the standards on our team because we need to write more of this kind of stuff, and there has been no unit testing done at all. And so the reason that I went through the organization of the Python test directory and got all that working is because I wanted to show that Python development can be done with a reasonably high degree of unit testing, um, and we've actually done that. So yeah, tell them all they got restarted. All right, so git status, git add, git commit, good stopping place after test suite working. So I'm going to go ahead and push that and go check it out. The PR, we figured out all the errors. Yep. So if you want to see that, you can ghpr view web. This is the URL. RDBX deploy. Well, I can send this to you guys in chat if you wish. Go ahead and turn on the chat. Where's the chat? Go ahead and paste this to you. Um, again, thanks for your company this today. Hopefully, you guys were able to get something fun done on your own. And I feel really good about it. So I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. We'll put the fishies back on. The happy little fishies. And I guess we could raid since there's a reasonable large amount of people here today. Let's go do that. Let's find somebody to raid really quick. This is always fun, right? Twitch.tv. And oh man, Emily's on. We gotta raid Emily, of course. This is a no-brainer. So I'm gonna raid Emily. She hasn't seen me in a long time. Creator dashboard. But first, some pizza. Let's go ahead and stream manager. See you, Dust. Raid channel. Emily McVicker. Emily McVicker. Go watch her. Have fun. She's a really great artist, musician. She's probably gonna say hi to me, but I'm gonna leave. So please, like, pass along the hello. Thank you very much. See you later. Uh, yeah. Bye, everybody. All right, so go ahead and say goodbye.